Chapter 888. I'll swallow you. Little Xing Xing shouted. His huge body once again swooped down. A complex pressure suppressed the world and suppressed the hairy zombie that had lost its corpse core. Then, when little Xing Xing opened his mouth, there was a faint golden flame that rose up. The burning aura was extremely terrifying. Then, little Xing Xing opened his ferocious mouth and directly swallowed the hairy zombie into his stomach. Boom! It was also at this moment that a loud bang suddenly resounded throughout the damaged hull. Endless light had erupted from the golden coffin in the center of the palace. Dazzling runes flooded the space, making it hard for people to open their eyes and look directly at it. The faint golden corpse core was directly swallowed by the golden coffin. Then, the golden coffin emitted a dazzling light. When the light dissipated, Du Xiaofu, Little Xing Xing, Stone, Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, and the others discovered that there was a young man who slowly stood up from the golden light and floated above the golden coffin. It was a man who looked to be in his 30s. His face was cold and handsome, and he had a pair of deep black eyes. His thick eyebrows were slightly raised in a rebellious manner. He wore a light purple robe, and the color was not much different from the purple soft armor on Du Xiaofu's body. However, the faint purple robe on the young man's body made him look extremely elegant and graceful. The man's hair was tied up high, and his long hair flowed down his back like flowing water. His head was slightly raised, and his handsome side profile was flawless. What a beautiful man! Although Lin Weiqi's eyes were dark and her heart was tense, she couldn't help but praise this man. This man was even more handsome than Dongli Diao, especially the complex aura on his body. It was like a black hole that made people captivated. It still doesn't work. Just a bit more. Just a bit more. Is it really impossible to succeed in here? After the man finished speaking, his gaze suddenly fell on little Xing Xing's huge dragon body. There was surprise in his deep black eyes as he said in surprise, "The aura of a true dragon. You're actually the descendant of a true dragon." After he finished speaking, the man's eyes wavered as if he was thinking about something. Then he said, "Maybe your true dragon blood can help me break through. There should be a chance." As the man muttered to himself, he waved his hand and an endless black aura surrounded him. His black eyes became even darker as he looked at little Xing Xing and said, "Descendant of a true dragon, I'm going to take your blood today. Remember, I'm called Jiangqin." What an arrogant zombie. Little Xing Xing's young and tender voice cried out. Suddenly, its ferocious dragon head roared. It opened its mouth, and a golden flame that was dozens of feet long suddenly spurted out from its mouth. The terrifying temperature seemed to want to burn the space. Facing the golden flames in little Xing Xing's mouth, Du Xiaofu's expression changed. The golden flames were even stronger than Lin Weiqi's raging flame, martial vein. Even his own purple flame, demonic phoenix flame, seemed inferior. Jiangqin suddenly raised his head and waved his hand. A majestic black aura suddenly turned into a wave and strangely collided with little Xing Xing's golden flames. It was actually able to resist the golden flames. As expected of a true dragon bloodline, the man said. His deep eyes flickered. The black aura that covered the sky fluctuated like dark clouds. The terrifying aura once again engulfed little Xing Xing's golden flames. When the golden flames collided for the second time, they were immediately defeated and drowned in the black runes. Sizzle! The black aura turned into a huge wave and swept towards little Xing Xing. Roar! Little Xing Xing roared. The dragon's roar shook the sky. He spread his wings, and another terrifying flame rose. This was not a golden flame, but a scarlet flame. Its power was not inferior to the golden flames. Scarlet flames swept out, rolling and enveloping little Xing Xing's enormous body. It was like the most beautiful fireworks. But beneath the brilliance was a destructive aura that could incinerate all things. Whoosh! The terrifying black aura rune surged. Its aura was too tyrannical. It destroyed the scarlet flames around little Xingxing and attempted to envelop him. The blazing flames were destroyed. Purple flames and starlight once again rose from little Xingxing's enormous body, illuminating the sky. Jiangqin's eyes flashed with astonishment. Then he smiled. His smile was enchanting. A palm imbued with black aura descended. Rumble. The black palm dissipated the purple flames and starlight. The broken walls of the palace exploded one after another. The black palm continued to descend, like a giant spatial hand descending from the sky. It distorted space and suddenly enveloped little Xingxing's enormous body. "Let's work together and fight." Dongli Jiao, Stone, and Lin Weiqi shouted. They used the last of their celestial qi to condense their strongest attacks and rushed towards the man. Bang! 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 However, as soon as Stone, Lin Weiqi, and Dongli Jiao approached, they were violently thrown from the sky by the shock waves of the attack. Stone, Lin Weiqi, and Dongli Jiao all fell miserably. Fortunately, this was only the shock waves of the attack. Otherwise, the three of them could only imagine what would have happened to them. Dark Hole Grass. Divine Thunderstorm. Du Xiaofu's gaze was incomparably solemn. He activated the Dark Hole Grass and Divine Thunderstorm, which were most effective against zombies. At almost the same time, he attacked the self-proclaimed Jiangqin zombie. "I didn't expect a human like you to be so special. If you submit to me, you'll definitely become even stronger," Jiangqin said to Jiangqin. He didn't pay too much attention to Du Xiaofu. With a twist of his hand seals, a terrifying black aura swept out. He gave up on little Xingxing and sent his hand seals crashing down on Du Xiaofu. Under the suppression of the Dark Hole Grass and lightning, Jiangqin's overwhelming aura completely destroyed Du Xiaofu's attack. It was like swatting a fly. Then it slapped Du Xiaofu's body down, sending him crashing into the messy, rocky ground. "Dad!" Little Star's young and tender voice roared loudly. Golden light burst out from her huge dragon body in the surging black fog. She hovered in the clouds and looked down. Suddenly, the third vertical giant eye in between her eyebrows opened strangely. A terrifying barrier of light that could make one's soul tremble shot out from little Xingxing's third eye, enveloping the entire area. "Aho-oh!" The faint roar of a dragon seemed to resound from within the curtain of light. At this moment, Jiangqin's deep eyes revealed a hint of fear as he was enveloped by the curtain of light. A vast black aura gushed out, carrying a strange pressure as it resisted the curtain of light. "It's too strong. We're in big trouble now." Du Xiaofu climbed out of the rubble in a sorry state. With his abnormal defensive power, his injuries weren't serious, but they weren't light either. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. From the attack just now, Du Xiaofu was certain that Jiangqin's strength was comparable to that of Lei Zuin of the Divine Light Court. This was a terrifying and ferocious zombie that was on par with a venerable level expert. Buzz, buzz! The black aura surged in the sky. Suddenly, the purple-gold heavenly tower behind Du Xiaofu began to vibrate again, emitting a faint hiss. This is really troublesome. Could it be that misfortune never comes alone? Du Xiaofu's face immediately turned pale. From his new artifact spirit connection, it wasn't difficult for Du Xiaofu to know that the soul of the murderous weapon in the purple-gold heavenly tower had begun to move violently again. Ever since they entered the sealed ancient land, the soul of the murderous weapon in the purple-gold heavenly tower had been struggling more and more violently. It had reached a point where it could no longer be contained. The bloodline of a true dragon is indeed terrifying, but your strength is still too low. Jiangqin spoke again from within the curtain of little Xingxing's third eye. With a wave of his hand, the black fog around his body entered the space. A claw mark appeared, and a wave of black aura pressed down on this part of the world. Chi, 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 chi. The claw mark tore through the space and tore little Xingxing's energy curtain to pieces. Little Xing Xing immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, which spilled into the air. The blood of a true dragon, I want it. Jiang Chen growled as he looked at the blood that little Xing Xing had spat out. There was an irresistible temptation in his eyes. Surging murderous aura immediately swept across the world, enveloping little Xing Xing. Buzz! It was also at this moment that the sound of wind and thunder resounded through the murderous aura space. Chapter 889. The sound of wind and thunder shook one's soul. It was like the roar of a dragon, the roar of a tiger, the cry of a bird, and the cry of a turtle. Zombie Jiang Chen paused for a moment in the face of this clamor. He looked down at the ground below. At this moment, behind Du Xiaofu, the square box on his back trembled and exploded. A divine weapon rushed out from within. Boom! All of a sudden, the entire space rumbled and trembled violently. The mountains in this valley were on the verge of collapsing, and cracks appeared on the ground. Roar! The divine weapon was dazzling. Its body was wide and purple gold, like the bones of a tiger or dragon. Inscriptions of the azure dragon and black tortoise flashed around the blade. The tiger on the hilt roared and looked like it was about to pounce. Dazzling talisman inscriptions shot up from the sword. Its power was like an erupting volcano. The roar of a dragon, the roar of a tiger, the cry of a bird, and the cry of a turtle were accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder. Roar! The heavenly palace of purple gold floated in midair. It was like a powerful demon god had awakened. It looked down on the world and could destroy everything. Is that the item that the young master has been carrying on his back? Sure. Tu Lin Weiqi and Dong Li Diao climbed out of the rubble. They looked at the divine weapon wrapped in talisman inscriptions. Their eyes trembled. Zombie Jiang Chen's gaze flickered as he stared at the strange divine weapon. This was the heavenly palace of purple gold on Du Xiaofu's back. The heavenly palace of purple gold was not being used by Du Xiaofu. Instead, it had broken free of its suppression. Through the new weapon spirit in the heavenly palace of purple gold, Du Xiaofu could sense that the soul of the divine weapon was doing something evil. It seemed to want to devour the black aura on Jiang Chen's body to strengthen itself. Finally, it could break free from the suppression of his master's primordial spirit. Roar! As soon as the heavenly palace of purple gold appeared, the roar of a dragon, the roar of a tiger, the cry of a bird, and the cry of a turtle filled the air. The dazzling talisman inscriptions on the sword shone with dazzling light. The faint silhouettes of an azure dragon soared into the sky. A white tiger, a phoenix, and the black tortoise pounced on Jiang Chen. In that instant, Jiang Chen's deep, dark eyes finally revealed a grave expression. He ignored little Xing Xing and Du Xiaofu. With a wave of his hand, a black aura, the heavenly palace of purple gold. BZZ. The heavenly palace of purple gold was. The heavenly palace of purple gold was filled with the howls of gods and demons. And two terrifying forces clashed as if they were about to tear apart the sky. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. Jiang Chen's, Jiang Chen's, God, Jiang Chen's, Jiang, finally, Jiang's. Boom, boom, boom. Rocks toppled and shattered. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was shattering. The heavenly palace of purple gold was filled with a fiendish aura that made Lin Weiqi, Stone, and Dongli Diao tremble. Du Xiaofu's gaze was grave to the extreme. He stared at the sky. Whether Jiang Chen won or the heavenly palace of purple gold, Du Xiaofu knew that in the end he would be the one in the most trouble. Whoosh! Fiendish aura filled the air. Dazzling fiendish runes enveloped the area, causing it to tremble violently. Mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. It was as if there was an earthquake. What's going on up ahead? What a terrifying fiendish aura. An expert is fighting. Could it be that the artifact Emperor Qiao Feng has met his match? Far away in the valley, the profound talisman sect and the others had finally arrived. They stared at the distant valley in shock. Fiendish aura filled the sky. The earth shook and the mountains shook. For a moment, they paused, not daring to get too close. The terror of the army of spirit beasts, not long ago, still lingered in their hearts. The clash between the heavenly palace of purple gold and the heavenly palace of purple gold had finally come to an end. In the end, the powerful Jiangqin had been suppressed by the heavenly palace of purple gold. Within the heavenly palace of purple gold, a terrifying, fiendish aura rippled. While suppressing Jiangqin, it also devoured the surrounding fiendish aura into the sword. Jiangqin's expression finally changed. The fiendish aura was even stronger than his. Jiangqin was currently suppressed. All he could do was resist. He couldn't use any of his other techniques. He'd already pushed his aura to the limit. Fiendish aura swept out, causing the sky to tremble. Artifact Sovereign, how much longer can your nascent spirit trap me? The heavens are helping me. The heavens are helping me. A roar echoed from within the heavenly palace of purple gold, accompanied by gusts of wind and thunder. Go! Jiangqin roared. A faint, golden corpse, core the size of an infant's, fist flew out of his mouth. The corpse core glowed with dazzling golden runes, like fireworks. A fiendish aura swept out as if from the nine hells. It wanted to break free of the heavenly palace of purple gold suppression. Devour! Cried the soul of the heavenly palace of purple gold. Fiendish aura swept out, as if from the realm of demons. Fiendish aura surged into the heavens, shattering the heavens. In the end, the heavenly palace of purple gold swallowed Jiangqin's corpse core as well. It disappeared into the sword. Uffed! Jiangqin spat out a mouthful of blood-like liquid. He gritted his teeth, as if he'd used his final trump card. His aura swept out, causing fiendish winds to howl in the sky. Dark clouds filled the sky, and the fiendish aura was like black lightning. It stirred up enormous waves in the air, then slammed into the heavenly palace of purple gold. Bang! Bang! Under the violent impact, the fiendish aura shattered the illusory azure dragon and black tortoise, causing the heavenly palace of purple gold to fall to the ground. The heavenly palace of purple gold emitted a buzzing sound, then fell beside Du Xiaofu. Its tip pierced into the ground, causing it to crack and crumble into fine powder. Uff! Jiangqin spat out another mouthful of blood-like liquid and stumbled to the ground. He staggered backward, then steadied himself. His aura was much weaker now. The terrifying fiendish aura and fiendish aura all around him began to dissipate. Even the black aura that had originally covered the sky slowly dissipated. Du Xiaofu picked up the heavenly palace of purple gold. From the new artifact spirit, he learned that the soul of the heavenly palace of purple gold had suddenly calmed down, as if it was being suppressed by the seal within. However, Jiangqin's corpse core had indeed fallen into the heavenly palace of purple gold and was emanating a fiendish aura. The soul of the heavenly palace of purple gold wanted to devour the fiendish aura within the corpse core, but it seemed to be suppressed by the seal once more. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. Just now, the heavenly palace of purple gold had suddenly erupted with power to suppress Jiangqin. It wanted to devour the fiendish aura within Jiangqin's body to strengthen itself and break through the seal his master, the artifact sovereign, had placed with his nascent spirit. Perhaps the soul of the heavenly palace of purple gold had been secretly hiding its energy source for the past few years, waiting to break free of the seal. Unfortunately, it had used up all of its energy when fighting over Jiangqin's corpse core. After all, Jiangqin wasn't easy to deal with. Your corpse core is gone. Now it's your turn to suffer. Seeing that Jiangqin's corpse core was gone, Little Star was undoubtedly the most excited of all. Its enormous body swept towards Jiangqin. Without his corpse core, Jiangqin's strength had dropped by more than a level. He was probably only comparable to a peak martial king. How could he possibly be a match for Little Star? Under Little Star's ferocious attacks, Jiangqin slammed repeatedly into the ruins of the heavenly palace of purple gold. He was in an extremely sorry state and couldn't even escape. Bang! Little Star's tail whipped Jiangqin once again, sending him flying through the rubble. This was Jiangqin. He had the body of a zombie and was the emperor of zombies. His physical strength was comparable to Du Xiaofu's. If it were anyone else, they would have been crushed to pieces by Little Star long ago. You're pretty good at taking a beating. Little Star had been incredibly sullen at Jiangqin's hands. Now that he finally had an opportunity, he naturally wanted to take revenge. He had no intention of letting Jiangqin off the hook. Once again, he pounced on Jiangqin. Stay your hand. We can make a deal with you. Although he was in a sorry state, his gaze was still deep and dark. His face was covered in dust, but his features were sharp and cold. Little Star, he said as he walked out of the rubble and looked at the little star. Although he was in a sorry state, his eyes were still dark and his face was covered in dust. A deal. When Little Star heard this, his golden eyes pondered for a moment. Then he turned to look at Du Xiaofu. Father, this zombie says he can make a deal with us. My name is Jiangqin, not a zombie. When Jiangqin heard Little Star's words, he raised his head slightly, revealing the perfect contours of his face. What kind of deal do you want to make? Du Xiaofu put away the heavenly palace of purple gold. His brows furrowed as he walked up to Jiangqin and looked him in the eye. By now, Jiangqin's corpse core had been absorbed into the heavenly palace of purple gold. His strength had plummeted. Du Xiaofu relaxed. At the very least, this zombie Jiangqin wouldn't be a threat for the time being. I can give you all the treasures here. They'll be of great use to you. But in exchange, you have to return my corpse core. Jiangqin looked at Du Xiaofu. Although his faint purple robes were tattered, his temperament was the same. Above his deep jet-black eyes, his thick eyebrows rose rebelliously as if they were innately proud. Chapter 890. When he heard this, Du Xiaofu froze. He glanced at the numerous talisman weapons, Dao weapons, cosmos pouches, and other items scattered about the ruins of the palace. His gaze flickered, and he looked up at little Xingxing. Don't negotiate with him. Just kill him. These things are ours, anyway. All right. Little Xingxing nodded bluntly. His aura surged as he prepared to attack again. Wait, shouted Jiangqin. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a complicated expression. His hair, which had been tied up high, no longer flowed down his back like flowing water. Instead, it was extremely disheveled. Jiangqin gritted his teeth and said to Du Xiaofu, Your weapon doesn't seem to be yours. At least, you haven't completely controlled it. My corpse core can sense that there's a powerful seal inside your weapon, suppressing the weapon's spirit. But once the weapon's spirit devours my corpse core, it'll be able to break through the seal. When that happens, the first one to suffer will definitely be you. Jiangqin paused for a moment, then said to Du Xiaofu, Give me back my corpse core, and we'll stay out of each other's way. How about it? You know that I can't control my weapon. How am I supposed to give your corpse core back to you? Said Du Xiaofu coolly. Even if he could take out the corpse core, he absolutely wouldn't give it to Jiangqin. Once Jiangqin took back his corpse core, he'd be the one to suffer again. Father, this zombie's corpse core has left its body. It won't be able to live for much longer. Its vitality will grow weaker and weaker. In the end, it'll become an ordinary corpse. Little Xingxing gloated at Jiangqin's misfortune. After all, Jiangqin had suppressed him from the start. Jiangqin gazed at the violet gold heavenly tower in Du Xiaofu's hand. He seemed to be deep in thought. Then he said, There will always be a way to take out the corpse core. My corpse core can sense that you've placed a weapon spirit within the weapon, but it's still very weak. It can't compare to the original weapon spirit. I have a way to strengthen your new weapon spirit. As long as your new weapon spirit is strengthened, it will be able to suppress the original weapon spirit. Then you'll be able to completely control the weapon and return my corpse core to me. You have a way to strengthen the weapon spirit? When he heard Jiang Qin's words, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. His master, the sovereign artifact, had said the same thing. He had to strengthen the weapon spirits as quickly as possible. Only then would they be able to work together to deal with the souls of the murderous weapons. However, there were no shortcuts to strengthening the weapon spirit. One could only rely on oneself to slowly nurture the weapon spirit and make it stronger. Of course I have a way. The chances of success are extremely high. My corpse core is still in your weapon. Do you think I'd joke around with you? Jiang Qin looked at Du Xiaofu seriously. I know of a place where there's something inside that can strengthen your weapon spirit. Do you think I'd believe you? A faint smile appeared in Du Xiaofu's eyes under the mask. Although this Jiang Qin zombie was only a zombie, its intelligence was not inferior to the top of the human race. Inside here, no one can use external forces. Even if you know of a place that can strengthen the weapon spirit, I'm afraid that as soon as I use my weapon, I'll be attacked by the seal, said Du Xiaofu in a low voice. That place is completely different. Believe it or not, if you let the old weapon spirit within your weapon consume my corpse core, then neither of us will be able to escape. Jiang Qin looked at Du Xiaofu seriously. A complex aura emanated from his body. His eyes were like black holes, mesmerizing. At least for now, I'm safe and sound, said Du Xiaofu. I'll think of a way to resolve this crisis. As for your corpse core, it's gone. I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on much longer. Jiang Qin looked at Du Xiaofu, then raised his head slightly. His jet-black eyes glinted with arrogance. You're right. My corpse core has left my body. At most, I can live for a year. At the same time, my life force will grow weaker and weaker, and my strength will grow weaker and weaker. In the end, my corpse core will be consumed, so it's better to self-detonate. However, even if my corpse core explodes, your weapon is extraordinary. Even if it doesn't destroy itself, the seal will be greatly affected. It'll be enough to force the old weapon spirit out. When that happens, you'll be dead for sure. Jiang Qin looked at Du Xiaofu, his arrogant expression filled with confidence. No one can threaten me, Jiang Qin. Father, this guy really can self-detonate his corpse core, said little Xingxing worriedly. Junior Hall Master. Lin Weiqi, Stone, and Dongli Diao, who were riddled with scars and looked miserable, climbed to their feet. When they heard Jiang Qin's words, they were shocked and worried for Du Xiaofu. If you're not afraid of death, then self-detonate your corpse core. When Du Xiaofu heard this, he smiled faintly and looked at Jiang Qin. Besides, even if your corpse core explodes, you're dead for sure. Whether or not I'll die is still unknown. When he heard Du Xiaofu's words, Jiang Qin's expression changed again. His jet-black eyes flashed with astonishment. For the first time, he looked seriously at Du Xiaofu. A moment later, he said, Human, I underestimated you. You're different from what I imagined, said Du Xiaofu with a faint smile. Tell me, what do you want in return for my corpse core? Asked Jiang Qin. If you want my corpse core, it's not impossible. Du Xiaofu looked at Jiang Qin. He was indeed worried. He couldn't let the evil weapon's soul devour Jiang Qin's corpse core. He really did want to strengthen his own weapon spirit. His gaze inwardly trembling, Du Xiaofu continued. In the outside world, I have elders in the sect who will arrange to deal with the evil spirit in my weapon. All I need to do is strengthen my weapon spirit. I just don't know if you'll be able to leave this seal when the time comes. Everything inside this seal can't leave, but I'm different. I have the body of a zombie. Ordinary seals are useless against me. Although this seal isn't ordinary, as long as I enter your bag of the universe, you'll be able to take me out. Jiang Qin looked at Du Xiaofu. There's no time to lose. I'll take you to strengthen your weapon spirit. I'm very familiar with this place, and only I know where it is. However, humans have never been reliable. Remember your promise. I'll help you strengthen your weapon spirit, but when the time comes, you'll have to return my corpse core. Otherwise, I absolutely won't let you off the hook." Beneath his mask, Du Xiaofu's eyes glowed. If he didn't take Jiangqin out, he definitely wouldn't be able to strengthen his weapon spirit. What's more, in the end, if Jiangqin really did self-detonate his corpse core, he'd be in real trouble. And if he took Jiangqin out and had to return his corpse core, Du Xiaofu was worried. Given Jiangqin's strength and terrifying methods, if he did evil in the outside world, he'd definitely cause great suffering. So Du Xiaofu was conflicted. He didn't know what to do. After a moment, Du Xiaofu nodded at Jiangqin. "I can promise you that when I make a promise, I'll definitely keep it. But you also have to promise me that when we leave the outside world and you get your corpse core back, if you dare to do evil in the outside world, I definitely won't let you off the hook." Du Xiaofu had been deep in thought. He'd thought about the outside world. Although Jiangqin was strong, his eldest uncle, Guangzun, and second uncle, Feiyu, were more than enough to suppress him. Perhaps when the time came, he could let his eldest uncle handle Jiangqin. Then he'd strengthen his weapon spirit and wouldn't go back on his word. When he saw Du Xiaofu's promise, Jiangqin's jet-black eyes flickered. He nodded slightly. "So we're not going to fight anymore?" Seeing that Jiangqin and Du Xiaofu had reached an agreement, little Xingxing reluctantly shrank back into his enormous body. In the end, he shrank back down to the size of a small snake and continued coiling around Du Xiaofu's shoulder. His golden eyes twinkled, and his aura was noble and fiendish. "Is everything all right now?" Dongli Jiao, Stone, and Lin Weiqi exchanged glances, astonishment in their eyes. They hadn't imagined that, after a life-and-death struggle, they'd managed to reach an agreement with the zombie Jiangqin so quickly. "Dad, it looks like someone's coming." Suddenly, little Xingxing's golden eyes flickered. He'd sensed quite a few people rushing over. When he heard little Xingxing and Du Xiaofu call each other names, Jiangqin looked puzzled, but he didn't ask any questions. "Collect the items," Du Xiaofu said to Stone, Dongli Jiao, and Lin Weiqi. Without further ado, the four of them collected the Dao artifacts, treasures, and pouches of the cosmos. Jiangqin looked at the four of them, his jet-black eyes flickering. Outside the valley, the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall, Sun Wu, and the others watched the terrifying commotion unfold, worried for the four people who'd entered. Whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, thousands of figures rushed over, bringing with them the sound of rushing wind. In a few flashes, they appeared in the valley. As they landed, Sun Wu and the others' expressions changed slightly. They were the disciples of the profound talisman sect and their allies. Figures landed one after another, along with their auras, after which many pairs of eyes looked towards the broken walls and ruins within the valley. Junior sister Zhu Shui, the commotion just now should have come from here. A young martial marquis from the profound talisman sect glanced at Sun Wu and the others, then said to Zhu Shui. Chen Yan didn't see the artifact Emperor Qiao Feng in the crowd, nor did she see the other strongest members of the Seven-Star Hall. Her expression immediately changed. There must be treasures inside. The Seven-Star Hall must have obtained them. The artifact Emperor Qiao Feng, Dongli Jiao, Lin Weiqi, and the others aren't here. Did they go looking for treasures? We fought the evil spirit army and suffered many casualties. If there are treasures, we can't let the Seven-Star Hall take them all for themselves. Some people in the crowd were in an uproar. Their voices grew louder and louder. In the end, many people wanted to charge directly into the valley. If anyone dares to take a step forward, don't blame us for being impolite. Sun Wu stepped forward. A powerful aura surged out of his body, shaking the air. Chapter 891. Boom! The auras of Tao Yu, Wu Ma Sheng, Yu Ming Yuan, and the others surged. The powerful aura that gathered together immediately intimidated many people in the crowd. The The seven-star hall is so mighty. Do you think you can stop us? You are just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The seven-star hall is nothing in front of the profound talisman sect. Chen Yin stepped forward with a cold look in his eyes. However, his face was pale. He did not know why, but after the great battle with the evil spirits, although he had suffered some minor injuries and used up a lot of energy, he had slowly recovered after consuming some elixirs. However, Chan Yen discovered that his complexion was still very poor. He even felt a chill beginning to spread within his body from time to time. Tao Yu opened his mouth with a cold glint in his eyes. However, just as he opened his mouth, a hand gently landed on his shoulder. A figure stealthily appeared beside him and said, "If they want to go up, let them." The figure was wearing a purple soft armor. The eyes under the mask were looking at the people in front of him. His eyes were clear and bright. After which, he looked at Qin Yen, and a domineering look flashed across his eyes. He said in a deep voice, "The seven-star hall does not need to compare with the profound talisman sect. For people like you who only know how to talk about the profound talisman sect and rely on the name of the profound talisman sect to protect you, you should be careful not to embarrass the profound talisman sect. For the sake of the profound talisman sect, I will let you go this time." After Du Xiaofu's voice sounded, Qin Yen trembled under his gaze. His eyes were gloomy and filled with hatred. However, he did not dare to say anything else. After all, Du Xiaofu had killed Xiao Hui, a martial emperor, on the Divine Lightning Mountain Range. He was not afraid of the Divine Light Court. Therefore, Qin Yen was afraid of him. Du Xiaofu's words were undoubtedly sharp. When they landed in the ears of the profound talisman sect's disciples, they naturally felt uncomfortable. Even the disciples of the profound talisman sect, who didn't have much of a relationship with Qin Yen, felt uncomfortable in their hearts. After all, they were all from the same sect. A martial emperor from the profound talisman sect was just about to speak to Du Xiaofu when Zhu Shui waved her hand to stop him. Her gaze was curiously fixed on Du Xiaofu. At the same time, Dong Lijiao, Lin Weiqi, and Stone also appeared in the seven-star hall. The three men were riddled with wounds. Wu Ma Sheng, Tao Yu, and the others immediately stepped forward to support them. When Jiang Chen walked over, not many people noticed him. "Let's go first," Du Xiaofu said to the people behind him. At any rate, they had already obtained what they needed. At that moment, Dong Lijiao, Lin Weiqi, Rockhead, and the others were all heavily injured. He and Little Star were also injured. They needed to find a place to heal. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Sun Tian, Dong Lijiao, and the others immediately decided to leave. "Did the seven-star hall obtain the treasure here?" muttered a young man in the crowd when he saw that the disciples of the seven-star hall were about to leave. "Did the seven-star hall obtain the treasure? Don't tell me they want to just walk away like that." "We fought with the evil spirit army and suffered countless casualties. The seven-star hall monopolized the treasure. This is too unreasonable. Leave the treasure behind and let's split it equally. The seven-star hall can't monopolize it. I think the seven-star hall deliberately lured those evil spirits out to deal with us. Otherwise, why didn't the seven-star hall suffer any casualties?" As someone muttered, a lot of cheers broke out from the crowd. Many people immediately looked at the disciples of the seven-star hall with red eyes. It was as if they had seen the disciples of the seven-star hall snatch the treasure that originally belonged to them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The low sound of energy breaking through the wind resounded. Several flashes of lightning flashed, and a few lightning fingerprints, accompanied by a murderous aura, filled the air. Bang! 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 Low and deep sonic booms exploded. There were a total of 5 explosions, and 5 clouds of blood mist exploded. The 5 youths who were the most rowdy had bloody holes pierced through their foreheads or their chests by the lightning fingerprints in an instant. Soon after, the bodies of the 5 youths exploded in the lightning arcs. They didn't even know how they died. The crowd dispersed, and the noise from before instantly became strangely quiet. The 5 youths were all extraordinary. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. They were all martial kings and were the top youths of some small and medium-sized forces. However, the 5 martial king youths were instantly killed at the same time. They didn't have any power to resist. The scattered crowd was vigilant. Then, all of their gazes simultaneously landed on the body of the weapon emperor, Qiao Feng. The purple soft armor on his body was still rippling with frightening lightning. The one who attacked just now was undoubtedly him. Even if I obtain the treasure, what does it have to do with you? You can look for yourselves, and I will look for mine. When has it ever had anything to do with you? A cold fluctuation rippled in Du Xiaofu's clear eyes under the mask. A domineering aura spread out. He looked at the crowd in front of him and coldly said, "Don't blame me for not warning you. If anyone dares to provoke me again, don't blame me for being impolite." Jiang Qin stood off to the side, watching Du Xiaofu mercilessly slaughter the 5 youths. His eyes flickered slightly. "Qiao Feng, you've gone too far. Do you not put our profound talisman sect in your eyes?" A martial king youth from the profound talisman sect finally couldn't help but shout. Qiao Feng had killed several people. Although they weren't disciples of the profound talisman sect, it was undoubtedly embarrassing for the profound talisman sect. Du Xiaofu looked at the youth who had spoken and said, "I don't want to have any grudges with the profound talisman sect. These people aren't worth the profound talisman sect's attention." After he spoke, profound chi surged under Du Xiaofu's feet. His figure immediately soared into the sky and left. Behind him, the disciples of the 7-star hall also left one by one. The surrounding crowd looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Although they were somewhat unwilling in their hearts, no one dared to say anything else. The weapon emperor, Qiao Feng, was extremely domineering. No one dared to provoke him again. This Qiao Feng is so overbearing and arrogant. The expression of the martial king youth from the profound talisman sect who had spoken earlier darkened. "Forget it. If he wants to leave, we can't stop him. Ask those people to disperse. There's no point in keeping them here. Let's go inside and see if we can find anything." After she spoke softly, Zhu Xue's beautiful figure appeared in front of them. "Everyone disperse. From now on, the profound talisman sect will no longer form an alliance with any of you," Guoming said to the surrounding crowd. Although there seemed to be a lot of people after the battle with the evil spirit army, Guoming knew that these people were just a bunch of mobs. They only knew how to take advantage of others. When they encountered danger, they would all run away. If they were in a critical situation, they would only be killed by these people. It was better to keep a distance from them. The profound talisman sect is indeed unreliable. They probably want to keep all the treasures they find for themselves. As Guoming's voice fell, the crowd also began to whisper quietly. "This place is hidden and very safe. As far as I know, there won't be any evil spirits nearby. You can rest assured and heal yourselves," Jiang Qin said to Du Xiaofu from within a secluded gorge. Du Xiaofu looked around. Indeed, he didn't sense any evil spirit aura. This place was very hidden. Because of Dongli Diao and Lin Weiqi, Stone was seriously injured. Both he and little Xingxing were injured, so Du Xiaofu had no choice but to find a secluded place to heal. Soon after, Jiang Qin led the group to this place. "Heal yourselves. I'll stay here and keep an eye on you. Even if some strange creatures try to barge in, as long as I'm here, they won't get close." Jiang Qin looked at Du Xiaofu, his smile as proud as ever. "Don't worry," he said coolly. "I don't want you to die. My corpse core is still in your weapon. If you die, it won't do me any good." Du Xiaofu looked at Jiang Qin. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Then, with Dongli Jiao, Lin Weiqi, and Stone, he entered the canyon. They entered a naturally formed cave. The cave was riddled with holes. revealing many glowing caverns. It was an extremely peculiar sight. This is a corpse core. After consuming it, there should be many benefits. However, you'll probably suffer a bit. Hopefully, it'll increase your cultivation. Let's heal ourselves first. Inside the cave, Du Xiaofu gave the first 3 corpse cores to Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, and Stone. In the end, he had no choice but to remind Stone, "Stone, these corpse cores contain an enormous amount of energy. You're only at the peak of the martial king realm, but your body is relatively strong. Whether you want to consume them or not is up to you." Du Xiaofu gave the corpse cores to Stone in front of Sun Wu and the others. These corpse cores were treasures, but they contained an enormous amount of energy. Although Sun Wu's cultivation wasn't much weaker than Stone's, in terms of physical strength, Stone had a huge advantage. Heal yourself first. Stone took one of the corpse cores from Du Xiaofu's hands. After speaking, he directly stuffed it into his mouth. Then he left the cave and sat down cross-legged in a nearby cave. He began to heal himself while refining the corpse cores. After a while, Lin Weiqi and Dongli Diao also left. Only Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing remained in the cave. Boom! The last corpse core appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. This was the last corpse core he obtained from the old zombie. Its cultivation was comparable to a Nirvana realm martial king realm cultivator. Its strength was even more terrifying. Within the martial king realm, there weren't many people who could deal with the old zombie. When this corpse core appeared, the energy fluctuations caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Hiss! Little Xingxing flicked his tongue and raised his little head. His golden eyes stared at the corpse core with a greedy expression. Chapter 892. You've already eaten one. This one is your father's. Du Xiaofu turned around and glared at little Xingxing. His eyes were filled with shock. Du Xiaofu originally thought that little Xingxing was an ingrate. He thought that little Xingxing was a bottomless pit for spiritual herbs. However, it seemed that this little ingrate had indeed eaten so many spiritual herbs and was worthy of being the descendant of a true dragon. Not long after he was born, his strength was already so terrifying. He had countless tricks up his sleeves. Stingy, how can you snatch food from your daughter? Little Xingxing's golden eyes stared disdainfully at Du Xiaofu as she said angrily, "I'm your father, so you have to listen to me. This is mine." Du Xiaofu said righteously as he looked at the energy spreading from the corpse core. Back then, the old zombie was comparable to the peak of the martial king realm. All of its energy came from this corpse core. Chi. Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and sucked the corpse core into his mouth. Du Xiaofu knew that it was urgent for him to increase his strength. There were some terrifying evil spirits in the sealed ancient lands. They were even stronger than the rumors said. He needed to increase his strength to deal with them. Take Jiangqin, for example. If Jiangqin had been at his peak, perhaps not even all of the peak younger generation of the Central Continent would have been a match for him. As the corpse core was sucked into his mouth, Du Xiaofu activated the golden winged rock cultivation method and a golden light surged from his body. Du Xiaofu could suddenly feel a rich energy surging out from the corpse core and spreading throughout his body. This energy was extremely strange. It did not seem like ordinary energy. What was even more special was that even though the corpse core was filled with baleful qi, the energy was extremely pure. It was also of great help to the origin spirit and could even directly strengthen the power of the origin spirit. The density of the baleful qi would surpass even profound qi. At this time, Du Xiaofu didn't know that zombies, this kind of special evil spirit, mainly relied on devouring spirit and soul to strengthen themselves. Most of the energy gathered on the corpse core was also spirit and soul power. Therefore, to a spirit talisman master, the corpse core was also a treasure. However, if one wanted to obtain a zombie's corpse core in the outside world, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. Zombies only existed in some ancient legends in the outside world. So how could one obtain a corpse core? Even if there were zombies in the outside world, only the hairy zombies could condense corpse cores. There was a terrifying existence that was equivalent to a martial Emperor Realm cultivator or a beast Emperor Realm cultivator. The golden-winged rock cultivation technique was able to devour the flesh and blood of demonic beasts for its own use. Compared to the human cultivation technique, it was much more overbearing and tyrannical. Otherwise, it would not be able to devour the flesh and blood of other top demonic beasts without any scruples. At this moment, under the operation of the golden-winged rock cultivation technique, the corpse core was also treated as the flesh and blood of other top-grade monster beasts, absorbing and refining the energy. He didn't know if it was because of the golden-winged rock cultivation technique, but the energy of the corpse core was much easier to absorb than Du Xiaofu had imagined. Pure energy continuously gushed out from the corpse core, although it filled Du Xiaofu's body and caused Du Xiaofu's body to swell as if it was about to explode. For Du Xiaofu's body, it was enough to support it. The energy fluctuations were like a golden mist that rippled outside. In the end, it shrouded Du Xiaofu's body and enveloped Du Xiaofu's body, which was sitting cross-legged. Along with Du Xiaofu's breathing, the golden mist fluctuations were like a golden spirit snake that circulated around the surface of his body. How can I have such a stingy godfather? I wonder where my real father is now. Little Xingxing had already jumped to the side and looked at Du Xiaofu, who was shrouded in the golden mist. After rolling his golden eyes, there was some longing in his eyes. In the end, little Xingxing also began to cultivate. On his small body, there was a lot of light lingering on the surface of his body, and a lot of different energy fluctuations were fluctuating on his body. The light flickered and was colorful like a divine radiance, revealing the supreme aura of a monster beast. In the quiet and dim cave, time slowly passed, and the aura of the man and the dragon slowly strengthened. But if an outsider saw this kind of slowly strengthening aura, who knew how shocked they would be? To ordinary cultivators, the enhanced aura was like a flying arrow that shot up like a flying arrow. In the sealed ancient land, time slowly passed, and everyone continued to eliminate the evil spirits. It had been almost 3 months, and as everyone went deeper, more and more evil spirits appeared and became stronger. A large number of evil spirits were eliminated and countless people died. Of course, in this sealed ancient land, there would occasionally be news of people obtaining amazing treasures. It was rumored that some people found an expert's cave abode, and some people obtained natural treasures and broke through after consuming them. Among them, the most popular one in the sealed ancient land was undoubtedly a young man called Yi Piaoling, who obtained the inheritance of an ancient expert. There was also a mysterious young man from the beast race who obtained the inheritance of an ancient heavenly fox. Yi Piaoling and the mysterious young man from the beast race now had a common characteristic. Now, these two people not only had to face the terrifying evil spirits, but they also had to face the encirclement of everyone who wanted to obtain their inheritance. That kind of inheritance was an irresistible temptation to all cultivators. In the Abyss Canyon, black mist surged and the aura fluctuated. A man in a light purple robe stood quietly like a statue. He slightly raised his head, and the outline of his face was perfect. Chi! Suddenly there was a fluctuation in the space, and the black mist surged, and 3 figures wrapped in the black mist appeared. They were 2 men and 1 woman. One was a thin, middle-aged man in a black robe. His body was faintly discernible, and he wore a black robe hat, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes. The other was a burly man in black robes. His body was faintly discernible, and he had short red hair that resembled a mane. His eyes were suffused with blood-red light. The woman, on the other hand, looked extremely young. She seemed to be around 27 or 28 years old. She wore a bright red silk dress that trailed on the ground, and her beautiful black hair was tied up with a few bright red hair ribbons. Her entire face was bare of makeup, but she had a natural beauty that seemed to say, when pearls are still and unmoving, the impurities are gone and innocence is revealed. The woman's temperament was as elegant and pure as a budding lotus flower, but it also contained a hint of seductiveness. She was soft and gentle, but also firm and cold. When the three of them appeared, the space around them suddenly trembled. Once every 30 years. Aren't you busy with the final reel? Jiangchen turned his head and looked at the three people in front of him. His jet-black eyes rippled, and his rebellious eyebrows arched in a proud arc. I heard your corpse servants were destroyed. We came to take a look, said the woman. Her voice was like the sound of nature. Her bright red hair fluttered in the wind, and her slender figure was curvaceous and graceful. Although she was elegant and beautiful, her temperament was cold and elegant. They're just corpse servants. If I want, I can have countless of them, said Jiangchen. Jiangchen spoke, his eyes brimming with confidence. Do you really not plan on participating? The seal is already weakening. As long as we have enough energy, we'll be able to break through and leave. The woman took a few steps forward. Her steps were light and graceful, and the pendants on her bright red silk dress tinkled. Her jade-like skin was flushed red, and her eyes were boundlessly enchanting. Anyone who looked at them would be entranced. I told you long ago, said Jiangchen coolly, looking at the woman in the bright red dress. I'm not like you. We don't interfere with each other's business. If you don't disturb me, I won't meddle in your affairs. Jiangchen, you've been unable to advance any further. Inside the seal, it's hard for us to have a chance. If you join us, our chances will be even greater, said the burly man in black robes. Red light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Jiangchen. Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together, said Jiangchen. This is our last chance, an enormous one. We've been waiting for this day for so many years. Finally, the time has come. If we miss this opportunity, we'll have to wait another 30 years. By then, the humans will have made their preparations, said the black-robed, black-hooded, middle-aged man. Only his eyes were visible. His voice was cold and sinister, as if it came from the 9 hells. I won't participate. Do as you please. Jiangchen looked at the black-robed man. I won't say it again. You may leave. The woman, the burly man, and the middle-aged man looked at each other. Their eyes rippled with mysterious light. Then their bodies transformed into smoke and vanished without a trace. Phew! As soon as the three of them disappeared, Jiangchen exhaled deeply. Time slowly passed in the quiet space. To a cultivator, time was like flowing sand that silently vanished while they were regulating their breathing. It's already been 20 days. Why hasn't the junior pontiff come out yet? Senior brother Dongli Diao and senior sister Lin Weiqi haven't come out either. Where's Stone? That guy doesn't seem to have come out either. Within the chasm gorge, the disciples of the 7-star hall gathered together. 20 days had passed. They'd all taken medicinal pills to heal their injuries and had long since recovered. Only Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao Stone, and Du Xiaofu had yet to come out. Have you all recovered? Said a voice. It was sweet and clear. A woman in a fiery red dress emerged from a cave in the gorge. She descended in a graceful arc. Her beautiful face radiated a noble, heroic air. She was as beautiful as spring plum blossoms blooming with snow, as divine as autumn frost. It was impossible to look at her directly. Senior Sister Lin, we've all recovered. When they saw her, the 7-star hall disciples were delighted. It was Lin Weiqi. Chapter 893. Swish! As the crowd spoke, another figure flew out of a cave not far away. A handsome young man landed beside Lin Weiqi with a satisfied smile on his face. He seemed to be in a good mood. Lin Wei-Chi's beautiful eyes stared at the young man who just came out. Her eyes were filled with surprise, but there was no exception. She opened her mouth and asked, "How far have you progressed?" "I just reached the peak. Once the opportunity comes, I might be able to break through to the mysterious realm." Dong Li Jiao looked at Lin Weiqi and felt the invisible energy, fluctuations, spreading out from the graceful figure. The corners of his mouth rose slightly as he said softly, "It seems that you have made great progress. I'm just a little bit away. I'm half a step into the mysterious realm." Lin Weiqi smiled. Boom! As Lin Weiqi's voice faded, a loud noise came from a cave not far away. It was as if the entire abyss was trembling. Lin Weiqi, Dong Li Jiao, and the others looked in the direction of the ripples of energy. They saw the energy of heaven and earth rushing in from all directions. It formed a whirlpool and poured into the cave. The cave seemed to be a bottomless pit. It could devour the energy of heaven and earth around it endlessly. A new aura came out of the cave. The aura caused the Xian Qi of the Seven-Star Hall disciples to stagnate. They trembled under the pressure. "It's Stone. He's starting to reach the Emperor realm." Lin Weiqi and Dong Li Jiao looked at each other. They were familiar with the aura in the small cave where Stone was. Stone was breaking through to the Emperor realm. The aura was even more powerful than when they broke through. Several hours later, the surrounding heaven and earth energy finally dissipated. Then a terrifying aura shot out from the cave like a dragon soaring into the sky. The oppressive aura was powerful and shocking. Swish! Stone's figure flew out of the cave and landed on the ground. A powerful aura came from his body and shook the surrounding space. The Seven-Star Hall disciples looked at him with envy. It was the aura of a martial emperor. Stone had truly stepped into the Emperor realm. Time passed slowly in the cave where Du Shaofu was. It was quiet and boring. However, cultivators didn't find it boring at all. A vast golden Xian Qi spread out from Du Shaofu's body and filled the entire cave. Whoosh! The golden Xian Qi around Du Shaofu surged like a tide. He didn't know when it started, but the energy of heaven and earth in the surroundings had already begun to converge. It was like a storm was howling, and it was extremely violent. However, Du Shaofu, who was cultivating, was oblivious to all of this. On the other hand, in the outside world, the space trembled. An invisible aura filled the abyss, causing Lin Weiqi, Dong Li Jiao, and the others to be surprised. Third young master is about to break through the aura. Stone stood on a rock and looked at the cave in front of him. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The fluctuation of the aura was too ferocious and terrifying. The aura of the young hall master is incomparable to that of a martial emperor at the Nirvana realm. I wonder how strong the young hall master's body is. How strong is the sacred gate in his body to have such a terrifying aura? Dong Li Jiao exclaimed. The fluctuation of the aura made him gasp. His pride as a cloud-piercing phoenix blood eagle was gradually shaken, and he lost his confidence. My state of mind was too narrow and my vision was too high. Fortunately, I found out early. Lin Weiqi smiled bitterly. She was still beautiful and intoxicating. Within the mountain cave, the surrounding natural energy finally began to calm down after a long while. A new aura swept out in an incomparably overbearing manner, causing the Seven Stars Hall disciples in the deep abyss to be shaken to the point of prostrating themselves. Far away in the abyss, on a stone wall, Jiangchen looked down into the abyss. He lowered his head slightly. The outline of his face was also perfect. He muttered, "It seems that I have underestimated this human." Inside the cave, as the energy of heaven and earth around them calmed down, it didn't have time to disperse. Suddenly, the energy of heaven and earth fluctuated again. Inside the cave, another aura began to soar. When the overbearing aura dissipated, a white light spread out from the cave like a divine light. The aura emitted from the white divine light seemed to contain the mysteries of the changes of all things in the world. An ancient divine power rippled, he broke through at the same time. He is also breaking through at the level of a spiritual talisman master. Lin Weiqi looked in the direction of the cave. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock, rippling like the tide. No one knew how much time had passed. Inside the cave, the white divine light around Du Xiaofu's body continued to rise as his aura continued to rise. It was filled with a faint rune light. The divine light fluctuated, appearing extremely mysterious. All of this continued until the rising aura around Du Xiaofu's body finally stabilized. Only then did the white divine light around him disappear. Tsk tisk. His eyelashes trembled slightly. Du Xiaofu's tightly shut eyes opened slightly. The light in his eyes flickered and disappeared quickly. It made his gaze even brighter and deeper. Huff! Du Xiaofu exhaled a long breath of turbid air from his stomach and throat. Then, a smile involuntarily appeared in his eyes under the mask. 7-star Talisman Master is mysterious. Du Xiaofu smiled. After breaking through to the mysterious level of a 7-star Talisman Master, he felt that the Yuan spirit in his Naiwen Palace was several times stronger than before. Du Xiaofu knew that all of this was because of the old zombie's corpse core. The energy it contained was terrifyingly vast, and it had great benefits for the Yuan spirit. In addition to the few months of training in the sealed ancient land, as well as some small benefits he had obtained from it. In addition, he had obtained the remnant of the mysterious cultivation method in the beast bone from the Du family's martial repository. As a foundation, his level of talisman master had improved. Ever since he cultivated the remnant of the mysterious cultivation method in the beast bone, Du Xiaofu didn't cultivate the great One Soul mantra that his elder brother Jin Qingchen had given him. Cultivating the remnant of the mysterious cultivation method didn't require too much cultivation. It could allow one's mental energy to soar. If it wasn't for the remnant of the mysterious cultivation method, Du Xiaofu estimated that it would take him at least a period of time to break through to the mysterious level of a 7-star talisman master. It wouldn't be so fast. Father, you broke through again. Little Xingxing's tender voice sounded clearly. Her small body swept behind Du Xiaofu. Her thin wings fluttered gently. She was extremely cute. It was impossible to imagine how ferocious and terrifying the real body of this little guy was. I broke through. Du Xiaofu smiled. Not only did he advance in the level of Talisman Master, but he also stepped into the mysterious level of the Martial Emperor realm in martial arts. The corpse core was simply a treasure. Just the benefits of the corpse core were enough to make this trip to the sealed ancient land worthwhile. Feeling the divine watchtower in his body expanding once again and the vigorous, profound energy within it, Du Xiaofu's mind moved slightly and surging profound energy filled his surroundings. With a wave of his hand, he swept across the space in front of him and traces of fine ripples that seemed to have substance appeared in the void. The mysterious martial emperor realm, feeling the vigorous, profound energy in his body, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but smile. The comfortable feeling of having one's strength soar after breaking through was too alluring for cultivators. It was a huge temptation that no cultivator could refuse. The mysterious martial emperor realm. I don't know when I will be able to reach the other side of the martial emperor realm, Du Xiaofu muttered in his heart. Every time his cultivation improved, he knew that he was one step closer to his goal. One day, when he became the top expert in the world, his dream would be realized. Young Palace Master, congratulations on your breakthrough. After a moment, when Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing both raised their heads and walked out of the cave, Lin Weiqi put away the shock in her heart and smiled sweetly. At this moment, she could feel that although the young man in front of her had restrained his aura, however, compared to before, that invisible aura had increased enormously. This is only the mysterious level of the martial emperor realm. It is still far from the revered level. Du Xiaofu slightly stretched his body. The crisp sound of bones stretching could be heard from his body. At this moment, the mysterious martial emperor realm was still too far away to break through to the revered level. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, Sun Wu, and the others could only look at each other. In the end, they rolled their eyes at Du Xiaofu. The revered level experts had all cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years. Even the most talented people would need at least 200 years or more to do so. Being a supremacy wasn't something that could be broken through just by relying on one's talent alone. At this moment, the young man in front of them, even if he had cultivated from his mother's womb, it would only take him more than 20 years to reach the mysterious martial emperor realm. However, he was still not satisfied. Not long ago, during the Seven Palaces conference, the young man in front of them was only at the peak of the martial king realm and the complete 6 stars realm. Now, not long after, the young man in front of them had already reached the mysterious martial emperor realm. This made Lin Weiqi, Dongli Jiao, and the others speechless. Don't discourage us. Dongli Jiao could not help but say to Du Xiaofu. He realized where his confidence came from. It was simply incomparable to the guy in front of them. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and did not speak. He looked at Dongli Diao and Lin Weiqi. The aura of the two of them had increased a lot. The corpse core must have greatly benefited them. Martial Emperor realm. When his gaze fell on stone, Du Xiaofu's face sank. Then he smiled. Just reached the martial emperor realm. It is still incomparable to the third young master. Chapter 894. Stone rubbed the back of his head in a simple and honest manner. He clearly knew that even if the third young master had not broken through to the martial emperor stage, he would not be a match for the third young master if they were of the same cultivation level. Can we go now? It took you 28 days to break through. We don't have much time left. At the same time, Jiangqin appeared within the gorge. He looked at Du Xiaofu, his eyes as dark and profound as ever. 28 days, said Jiangqin. When Du Xiaofu heard this, his heart skipped a beat. 28 days. That meant that he had been in the sealed ancient land for almost 4 months. However, he had yet to find the Yin spiritual crystal. Looking at Jiangqin, Du Xiaofu seemed to think of something. Are you very familiar with this place? He asked. Of course, said Jiangqin, nodding. Then, do you know where to find Yin spirit crystals? Asked Du Xiaofu. Yin spirit crystals. Jiangqin raised his head slightly, as if thinking about something. After a while, he said to Du Xiaofu, I remember now. There are Yin spirit crystals here, but they're in the hands of the vine monster. It's not weak. Even the 3 of them don't want to provoke it. Do you want Yin spirit crystals? Du Xiaofu nodded. He was pleasantly surprised. Finally, there was news of the Yin spiritual crystal. He said, Where is the Yin spiritual crystal? I must get it. There's no time. It's impossible. Jiangqin glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, I'm sure your ultimate goal in coming here is to obtain the ultimate opportunity. It's about to begin, and we need to strengthen your artifact spirit. There's not enough time. I need to take you on a short journey. We don't have time to go get the Yin spirit crystals. Jiangqin paused for a moment, then said, It's not that I'm looking down on you. Although you and the true dragon's descendant aren't weak, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to deal with the vine monster. When Du Xiaofu heard this, he shook his head slightly. He looked at Jiangqin and said, Even if I can obtain the final great opportunity or strengthen the artifact spirit, I must obtain the Yin spirit crystal. Besides, I want the Yin spirit crystal for my weapon. If I want to suppress the evil weapon soul, I must obtain the dark nether sect. Jiangqin looked at Du Xiaofu for a moment, then said, I can take you there, but don't blame me if you can't get the final benefit. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A moment later, hundreds of figures flew out of the valley's abyss. Ah, Xiaofu, 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 Xiaofu. At this moment, there was a rather handsome young man in the cave. His face was pale, and cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. His handsome face was constantly twitching, and he looked extremely ferocious. Surprisingly, he was the profound talisman sex Chen Yan. Ah! Chen Yan let out a shrill cry. Sharp fangs actually extended from both sides of his mouth, and they emitted a cold light as runes spread out. No, I don't want to become an evil spirit. Chen Yan was in agony. He had been hiding here for half a month. He was afraid that his transformation would be discovered by his fellow disciples from the profound talisman sect. At that time, they would definitely kill him, just like how they dealt with the other disciples. Over the past few days, many people who had been injured in the battle with the evil spirit army had gone crazy and transformed into identical evil spirits. They attacked their companions like crazy, and in the end, they could only be dealt with reluctantly by their fellow disciples. Thus, Chen Yan didn't dare to expose himself. When he felt that his situation was getting worse, he intentionally left the group and hid here. His entire body was turning cold. It was like his soul was numb to the point of losing control. Chen Yan's body was also turning cold. Coldness filled the air. His blood was about to coagulate, and fangs even grew out of his mouth. Shan Yan didn't want to die. He didn't want to die, and no one wanted to die. He still wanted to become the #1 disciple in the profound talisman sect. He still wanted to obtain that peerlessly beautiful woman. He still wanted to become an expert whose name shook the entire Central Plains. How could he be willing to die like this? His desire to live was boundless, and Chen Yan was stubbornly resisting it. Chen Yan took out a dazzling crimson bead from his cosmos bag. It was the size of an infant's fist, and he placed it in his mouth. This crimson bead emitted a blazing aura that was capable of absorbing the coldness in Chen Yan's body. This crimson bead was something Chen Yan had accidentally obtained from the profound talisman sect a few years ago. He didn't know what it was used for, nor was he able to study it. However, he discovered that it was extremely hot and wasn't an ordinary item. Thus, he had always kept it in his possession. Later on, when the strange coldness in his body flared up, Chen Yan placed this blazing bead in his mouth. He immediately felt much better. Thus, even though it was a horrible sight to behold every time it flared up, he was able to endure it under the effects of the mysterious crimson bead. As he persevered, Chen Yan even discovered that his physical body was becoming stronger and stronger. There seemed to be many miraculous changes in his body. It became extremely strange and also increasingly powerful. It had been almost 4 months in the sealed ancient land. The number of evil spirits had reached a terrifying level. To the people in the sealed ancient land, it was much more difficult than when they had first entered the sealed ancient land. Among them, many people had obtained shocking benefits, which had been supporting everyone's desire and passion. It was especially so for Yi Piaoling and the mysterious young man from the beast race. Both of them had obtained shocking inheritances, which stimulated everyone's nerves. It has been almost a month. I didn't expect Yi Piaoling and the mysterious young man from the beast race to still be alive. Instead, they have killed so many people. That young man from the beast race is terrifying. It is said that a martial emperor who had just ascended to the martial emperor stage also fell in his hands. Yi Piaoling is also terrifying. He has 6 people with him. Every one of them is tyrannical. When the 7 of them joined forces, they wiped out thousands of people. In the battle 10 days ago, the 7 of them killed no less than 3,000 people. Blood flowed like a river. In the end, they defeated the encirclement of 10,000 people and successfully escaped. During this period of time, the names of Yi Piaoling and the mysterious young man from the beast race had spread throughout the sealed ancient land. On a mountain top, there were hundreds of people standing together. There were a few young men and women who were extraordinary and had powerful auras. There were many people around the mountain top who were vigilantly leaving. They were either talking about evil spirits, Yi Piaoling, or the young man from the beast race who had obtained the ancient heavenly fox. Yi Piaoling, is that guy here too? On the mountain top, there was a mysterious young man in purple soft armor. Under the mask, there was a sharp fluctuation in his eyes. He said, "Find him. The matter of the Yin spiritual crystal can be delayed. Let's find Yi Piaoling first. Could it be that you also want the ancient inheritance?" Lin Weiqi's beautiful eyes narrowed. After spending some time together, she knew that this guy was ferocious and overbearing. Wherever he went, he would pluck the feathers of any wild goose that passed by. However, Lin Weiqi also knew that this guy definitely had his own principles. He would only snatch things that had no owner. He would only deal with people who offended him. However, this guy would never bully others. Therefore, Lin Weiqi felt that it was strange. Du Xiaofu slightly raised his head and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He said, "There are some things that I will tell you in the future. In short, if anyone dares to touch them, I will not let them off." After leaving the abyssal canyon, Du Xiaofu did not expect to hear this news along the way. Yi Piaoling, who had obtained the ancient inheritance, was probably the only other person besides him. When he returned to the dark forest, Yi Piaoling and Qin Guyu had come to the central continent to train. Calculating the time, it had been several years since they left. According to the rumors, there were several young men with Yi Piaoling. Du Xiaofu guessed that Qin Guyu was also with them. At this moment, the two of them were being hunted by various forces who wanted to steal the ancient inheritance. They also had to face the evil spirits. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but be worried. The Yin spiritual crystal was important, but Yi Piaoling and the others were in danger. They already knew the location of the Yin spiritual crystal, so they could take a breather. However, Yi Piaoling and Qin Guyu were in danger. Therefore, Du Xiaofu decided to look for Yi Piaoling first. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hundreds of figures then soared into the sky and left the mountain. In the dark space above the barren mountain, there was a faint purple-golden lightning flickering in the air. Find out and search everywhere. We must find Yi Piaoling. On the mountain, a young man wearing a cloud robe had a grave expression. The young man was Du Yunlong, the vice president of the World Society. He had already received news that Yi Piaoling was in danger and was searching everywhere for him. Yi Piaoling and Qin Guyu should be together. We must find them as soon as possible. Du Xiaoman's eyes narrowed. She held the Tianwu Academy's badge in her hand and said, "I wonder if Qin Guyu brought the Academy's badge with him. Maybe he's too far away. Let's continue searching." Whoosh! A figure flew up from the bottom of the mountain and arrived at the top in an instant. It was a young man in white clothes. He looked to be around 27 or 28 years old. He was handsome and had a slight smile on his face. His deep eyes were filled with tyranny and evil. He was emitting the aura of a king that could shake the world. Only the silver-winged demonic condor could have such a complicated aura. "Vice Palace Master, we caught a few people and found out that Yi Piaoling should have escaped to the front. However, someone found traces of him. It said that some people from the 9 factions are participating in the hunt. They want to seize the ancient expert's inheritance." The silver-winged demon condor said to Du Xiaoqing, who was standing in front of everyone. On the demon's handsome face, there seemed to be a wanton and unrestrained evil smile. At this moment, the silver-winged demonic condor's aura was that of a true beast emperor. He didn't know when this guy had truly stepped into the beast emperor realm. Chapter 895. Find them for me. The World Society was created by my brother. I won't let anyone who dares to touch the people from the World Society go. Du Xiaoqing's pure and innocent temperament was cold at this moment. Dazzling green light overflowed, bewitching, holy, and incomparably noble as she spoke in a delicate voice. In the dark space, black fog surged around like dark clouds. The cliff was so tall that it looked like it was carved by a knife. Chi-chi, a figure landed in front of the cliff. It was a young man with silver hair. He looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. However, this young man was too beautiful. He was so beautiful that he didn't look like a human. He was so beautiful that one couldn't tell if he was a man or a woman. His long silver hair was untied and draped over his back. Under his delicate, feminine eyebrows were a pair of dark purple eyes that could steal one's soul. The corners of his eyes were slightly raised, as if they could make people flirt with him. The man's face was like a peach petal, and his eyes were like autumn waves. His face was powdered, and his lips were painted. This kind of beauty was hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. It could move both men and women. Chee-chee! Fresh blood flowed out from the corner of the silver-haired man's mouth. One could tell that his breathing was chaotic. His silver robe was also stained with blood. The silver-haired man landed and looked around cautiously. Suddenly his expression changed. Chee-chee! Just as the silver-haired man's expression changed, the space rippled. 7 figures instantly appeared from all directions and surrounded the silver-haired man. These were 7 young men, and all of them had extraordinary auras. The silver-haired man glanced at the 7 young men around him. His eyes became sharp, and he said, "Are you guys waiting for me here? Do you think you can defeat me with just the 7 of you? There should be more than one person. There must be others behind. Let's deal with them first." Among the 7 young men, a well-built young man with a head full of brown hair looked at the silver-haired man. His aura immediately surged out after his voice sounded. The vast and mighty aura was accompanied by a ferocious and wild aura that was mixed with some dark aura as it pounced towards the silver-haired man. Boom! The brown-haired young man threw a punch. It was as if a wild beast was roaring. Its power was unparalleled. It instantly arrived in front of the silver-haired man. Humph! The silver-haired man raised his head slightly and let out a low snort from his throat. A palm that was suffused with white light collided with the burly brown-haired youth and sent him flying. Dang dang! Although the brawny brown-haired youth was strong, he was defeated by the silver-haired man in just one move. If you want to obtain the inheritance, you are not strong enough. The silver-haired man didn't stop at all. Originally, he looked as gentle as jade, but at this moment, he suddenly became fierce and intimidating. The illusion god had a white light burning like a flame. A claw print swept out, as if it wanted to tear apart space. Just as the brown-haired youth's body was still retreating, the claw print swept out. The silver-haired man's attacks were fierce, swift, and crafty. He was absolutely not an ordinary figure, and it was utterly impossible for him to possess such a murderous aura without experiencing the tempering of the baptism of blood. Peak Beast Emperor Realm. Looking at the silver-haired man, the expressions of a tall young man in a blue and white robe and a black-robed young man with a sharp gaze changed at the same time. Dark Knight Cheetah, watch out! With a loud shout, the black-robed youth with sharp eyes instantly disappeared from where he was. Chi! Just as the silver-haired man's claw print appeared less than a foot away from the brown-haired youth, the black-robed youth's figure appeared like a ghost. Boom! The black-robed youth raised his hand, and a fierce aura swept out like a raging tide. Not only was there a terrifying aura suppressing the aura, but there were also many terrifying runes surging. The energy of the two collided and immediately erupted like a volcanic eruption, causing the space to tremble violently. Then the two of them were sent flying back at the same time, scraping the ground. Uft! The silver-haired man retreated, and his silver hair fluttered behind him. However, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was already injured. The black-robed youth retreated, and blood flowed out from his back, drenching his black robe. It was the wound on his body that hadn't healed yet. It was caused by the joint attack of several powerful figures not long ago, and it had burst open when he exerted force. You didn't come for us. After the black-robed youth stabilized his body, his long sleeves shook slightly, and his long black hair fluttered. He slowly withdrew his sharp aura. Looking at the silver-haired man in front of him, his eyes were immeasurably deep. He said, "I think we have misunderstood. If I'm not wrong, you're the mysterious beast man who obtained the inheritance of the ancient celestial fox, right? Who are you?" The silver-haired man looked at the black-robed youth and the other 7 people with some fear and shock in his eyes. The opponent's strength was beyond his expectations. He was extremely sharp and unfathomable. Although he hadn't used his full strength before, it wasn't difficult for him to know that the black-robed youth wasn't easy to deal with. He wasn't inferior to him. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation and strength had increased greatly after obtaining the inheritance a month ago, he probably wouldn't have been able to contend with the black-robed youth. "I'm Yi Pialing from the World Society in the Dark Forest. These 6 are my brothers, Changguyu and Yi Cha, Duo Sha, Ingyen In Tianjue and Gu Wuying," Yi Pialing said to the silver-haired man. "Yi Pialing, you're the one who obtained the inheritance of the ancient expert." The silver-haired man was stunned. He glanced at the black-robed youth and the other 7 people in front of him and said with some shock, "10 days ago, it was the 7 of you who killed thousands of people and escaped the siege of tens of thousands of people." "Haha," among the 7 people, a thin youth with a murderous aura laughed out loud. He seemed to be quite proud and said, "Of course it was us. Those guys thought that we 7 brothers were easy to bully. When we killed them until they were scared, they knew that we 7 brothers weren't to be trifled with. That's right. Kill them until they were scared and didn't dare to provoke us again." The silver-haired man nodded and agreed with the thin youth's words. He then said to the 7 people, "I'm Silver Fox. This is a healing elixir refined by an extraordinary medicine talisman master. It's quite effective for healing injuries. It's the same for the Beast Clan. We're all in the same boat. There's no need for us to know each other. It's all fate." Yi Pialing threw an elixir to Silver Fox. Silver Fox reached out and caught the elixir in his palm. At this moment, Silver Fox's elixirs had been used up in the pursuit last month. He really needed elixirs to heal himself now. After a slight hesitation, Silver Fox swallowed the elixir. He then cupped his fist and said to Yi Pialing, "Thank you. Don't mention it. I thought you were here for us. Please forgive me if I offended you. However, I can't beat you anyway. We're even." Anya Cha, who was attacking Silver Fox, smiled embarrassedly. He wasn't Silver Fox's opponent. Now he found a way out for himself. "You're welcome." Silver Fox smiled. Anya Cha's straightforwardness made him feel very happy. He then said to the 7 people, "Everyone, let's part ways here. Goodbye. Brother Silver Fox, if it's convenient, why don't you come with us? Since we're in the same situation now, it might be easier if we take care of each other." Yi Pialing stopped Silver Fox. Silver Fox's deep purple eyes were filled with hesitation. He had always been alone. With the noble bloodline of the beast race, he didn't want to be with others, especially humans. Beside Yi Pialing, Chinguyu, who was wearing a blue and white robe and had the aura of a ferocious beast, said to Silver Fox, "If you think highly of us and believe in us, then let's go together." Hearing Chinguyu's words, Yi Pialing's eyes became sharp. He had a high nose bridge and a proud smile on his thin lips. He said in a deep voice, "As long as we can get out of here, we'll definitely take care of those bastards who besieged us." Looking at Yi Pialing, Chinguyu, and the others, Silver Fox's hesitation disappeared. His eyes shone. He knew that the 7 people in front of him were all extraordinary. They were all transcendents of the human race. Right now, they were in the same situation as him. It seemed that they were in the same situation and were going through the same experience. After a while, Silver Fox nodded and said to Yi Pialing, Chinguyu, and the others, "Okay, I'll go with you." Haha. Duo Sha laughed and walked up to Silver Fox with a murderous aura. He patted Silver Fox's shoulder and said, "I've heard about you. It's said that you've even killed a martial Royal Realm cultivator. Welcome to join us. From now on, we'll be fighting side by side. You're very special. Silver Fox smiled at Duo Shaw's enthusiasm. The 7 young men in front of him gave him a very special feeling. Chingu Yu's eyes shone as he said, "This time we'll definitely be able to get away. We just need to find the president. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's find a place to heal first." Yi Pialing said, "Whoosh, whoosh." After a short while, 8 figures flashed through the air and disappeared into the sky. 3 days later, countless people surged into a mountain range, covering the sky and covering the earth. They seemed to be searching for something in a carpet-style manner. Yi Pialing and the young man who obtained the inheritance of the ancient heavenly fox are hiding in this mountain range. They can't hide anymore. They're surrounded by people. The inheritance of the ancient heavenly fox and the inheritance of the ancient heavenly fox. It'll be great if I can get it. Yi Pialing and the young man from the ancient heavenly fox tribe obtained the inheritance not long ago. If we kill them now, we'll be able to get the inheritance. There were many discussions in the mountain range. Many people's eyes were red with greed. To them, the most attractive thing in the sealed ancient land was the ancient heavenly fox tribe's inheritance. Apart from the great opportunity at the end, the most attractive thing was definitely the inheritance of the ancient heavenly fox tribe. Now that 2 inheritances had appeared, how could they let go of them? Everyone knew that once they obtained the inheritance, they would be able to become real experts and become famous in the Central Plains. Chapter 896. Found them. They're right in front. Someone found Yi Pialing and the others. Even the young man from the beast race is there. They've already started fighting. Suddenly, a voice came from the front. Immediately, a huge commotion broke out in the crowd. "Let's hurry over. We can't let them beat us to it. We have to be careful too. Yi Pialing and the mysterious young man are both extraordinary. We can only fish in troubled waters. What's there to be afraid of? With so many people joining forces, I don't believe that no matter how strong they are, how strong can they be?" The crowd was in an uproar. Their eyes were burning with greed. Numerous figures immediately swept across the sky and rushed forward in a densely packed manner. Whoosh, whoosh, hundreds of people flew over and landed on a mountain peak. It was Du Xiaofu, Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, Stone Jiangchen, and the others. It seems there are quite a lot of people. This is the place. I heard that the young man called Yi Pialing was found here. Sun Wu looked at the crowd in front of him. This was the information he had gathered on the way here. Du Xiaofu looked at the mountain peak in front of him. There wasn't a single blade of grass growing. Huge rocks were scattered all over the place. It was like a stone mountain that emitted a purple and gold light. Black fog lingered in the air, covering the space. Withdrawing his gaze from the distance, Du Xiaofu said to Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, and Shi Tu, "Protect me." As soon as he spoke, Du Xiaofu sat down cross-legged and formed a hand seal. Suddenly, a dazzling white light spread out from his body. An ancient aura rippled out, causing people's hearts to tremble. "Protect me." Hearing Huang Xiaolong's words, Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, and Shi Tu immediately moved. The auras of the 3 of them fluctuated and formed a triangle around Du Xiaofu, protecting him. What a strong primordial spirit. It's very special. Jiangchen had been quietly following them from behind. When he sensed the white divine light emanating from Du Xiaofu's body, a trace of surprise appeared in his deep, dark eyes. Jiangchen was quite surprised. He could sense that the power of Du Xiaofu's nascent spirit was unusual. It contained an ancient aura, as if it contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. As for Jiangchen's identity, aside from Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, and Stone, none of the other 7-star Hall disciples knew. Some 7-star Hall disciples were surprised by Jiangchen's mysterious appearance. Even the junior Hall master, senior apprentice sister Lin Weiqi, and senior apprentice brother Dongli Diao treated him with respect. The disciples could sense a hint of fear towards the mysterious purple-robed man and his politeness, so they didn't ask any questions. Boom! White divine light radiated from Du Xiaofu's forehead as he formed a hand seal. A dazzling beam of light shot up into the sky, then disappeared without a trace. Although Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, and Stone didn't know what Du Xiaofu was doing, they could sense that the junior hall master was using the power of his nascent spirit. This was undoubtedly the moment when he couldn't be affected. When the other 7-star hall disciples saw this, they instinctively clustered around the junior hall master, protecting him. Du Xiaofu was currently using his nascent spirit to cast a technique that allowed him to spy on his surroundings from afar. Although this was only a small trick, it was extremely dangerous to use the power of one's nascent spirit. If he encountered an enemy now, the consequences would be dire. Whoosh! A moment later, Du Xiaofu withdrew his aura and took a deep breath. Beneath his mask, his eyes were clear and sharp. He shot into the air, transforming into a streak of light that shot away like a bolt of lightning. His voice echoed through the air. "He's up ahead. I'll go first. Follow me." Rumble! Deep sonic booms could be heard from time to time among the mountain peaks, causing the space to tremble. In the middle of a huge valley, there were mountain peaks all around. Low and deep sonic booms could be heard. The valley was densely packed with people. There were at least tens of thousands of people, and the vast flat ground was densely packed together. Rumble! In the air and on the ground, figures flickered, runes dazzled, and waves of powerful aura surged. At this moment, an extremely fierce battle was unfolding in the sky above the valley. A 30-meter-long silver fox that was covered in a divine silver light exploded out with a terrifying might. Wherever it passed, countless figures were torn into a bloody mist. Kill! The other 7 young men were fierce and fierce. They were all like ferocious beasts, slaughtering their way through the crowd. The 7 people and 1 beast were Yi Piaoling, Qinggu Yu, Silver Fox, and the others. The 8 of them couldn't escape from everyone's search and were discovered here. A battle was about to break out. Let's work together. Let's work together and deal with these people. As long as we can kill these people, we can get the inheritance of the ancient expert. There were at least 10,000 people in the crowd. They urged their huge meridian souls to roar and attacked with all their might. Their eyes were red with greed. The allure of an ancient powerhouse's inheritance caused people to flock towards the 7 people and 1 beast. Kill! Yi Piaoling soared into the sky. Her eyes were sharp and murderous. Waves of faint black xian qi spread out from Yi Piaoling's body. Each wave was fiercer than the previous one. The runes were dazzling and the aura was surging. It could suppress everything. At this moment, Yi Piaoling was killing in the sky. No one could stop her. How terrifying! Kill! Qinggu Yu attacked. His blue and white robe fluttered in the wind. He was like a ferocious beast rushing into the crowd. His terrifying physical body was his biggest advantage in the sealed land. Wherever he passed, a large number of people turned into bloody mist. People were frightened and retreated. The battle was extremely intense. The killing was fierce and overflowing. Blood flowed like a river. The 7 people and 1 beast attacked with all their might. They knew that if they retreated, they would be doomed. Only by going forward and fighting to the end could they have a chance to survive. Facing the continuous attacks of tens of thousands of people, the 7 people and 1 beast were very tired. Their energy consumption was very fast. Although each of them was terrifyingly ferocious, they were also tired of dealing with it. Under the aftermath of the energy waves, they also suffered many injuries. Kill! Duosha shouted. His figure soared into the sky. Murderous aura surged and swept in all directions. Kill! Gu Wuing was extraordinary. His speed was as fast as lightning, and he left behind illusions. It was hard for people to catch him. Wherever he passed, countless enemies were killed. Kill! Yin Tianjue stood proudly in the sky. His hands formed into claws and swept across the sky. He was like a man holding back 10,000 enemies. He tore apart the meridian souls in the sky and many figures. His murderous aura swept across the sky. Rumble! In such an intense battle, the energy that spread out in the valley was like raging waves hitting the shore. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Rumbling sounds reverberated endlessly like thunder. Although the 7 people and 1 beast were unable to escape from the siege, they were all injured and consumed more energy. Under the terrifying attacks, the 8 people were like 8 killing gods. Blood flowed like a river, and the people around them began to feel more and more scared. Many people had already started to retreat and watch. They did not dare to rush over and attack. The 7 people and 1 beast were really ferocious. They were like ferocious beasts and killing gods. Kill! Yi Piaoling shouted. She swooped down and punched an extraordinary hero at the peak of the Martial King realm. His body exploded with 1 punch. Retreat! Hurry! Everyone who was besieging him suddenly turned pale with fright and quickly retreated. In a spurt of energy, the 7 people and 1 beast attacked ferociously without fear of death. They killed until blood flowed like a river. Then they finally retreated, except for Qingguyu, Yi Piaoling, and Silver Fox. At this moment, Anya Ing, Duo Sha, Ingyen, Yin Tianjue, and Gu Wuing were all covered in wounds and blood was flowing out. Everyone's clothes were stained with large patches of blood. It was unknown whether it was the blood of their opponents or their own. The bloodstains and dripping blood made them look even more ferocious and fierce. If you want the inheritance, come at me if you have the ability. Kill without mercy. Yi Piaoling shouted. Her voice was like thunder. The murderous aura in her sharp eyes soared into the sky, causing the surrounding temperature to drop suddenly. The intense, murderous aura sent chills down people's spines. Their hair stood on end and their hearts trembled. Chills ran down their spines. In the distance of the valley, there were many people on one of the mountain peaks. There were close to 1,000 of them. Whether it was their aura or temperament, they were all extraordinary and extraordinary. In front of them, there were a few young men and women who were even more powerful. This was especially true for the young man in a red robe who was around 23 or 24 years old and the woman who was dressed in an orange-red outfit. Both of them had an invisible aura that was able to stand out among their peers and attract attention like a crane in a flock of chickens. This was the lineup of the Great Luin Sect and the Divine Light Court. After entering the sealed ancient land, although the Great Luin Sect and the Divine Light Court had separated, many of their disciples had obtained many opportunities. However, the last 2 forces in the vicinity were chasing after the mysterious young man from the Beast Clan and Yi Piaoling. Therefore, they gathered together again. Chang Shan-nan quietly looked at the flat ground of the valley in front of her. Her long and slender legs and slim waist caused her originally tall figure to appear even more slender and enchanting. Over the years, her aura had also become increasingly noble, and there was an additional sacred aura to it. Yi Piaoling and the pale moon silver fox are indeed extraordinary. After obtaining the inheritance, they will definitely become difficult to deal with in the future. Dongli Chihuang looked ahead quietly. His slender figure was perfectly outlined under his red robe. It was as if he was born to capture everyone's attention. He seemed to be shrouded in a dazzling light. His eyes were so beautiful that no one dared to look directly at him. Then he said to the 4 young men behind him, "This motley crew is not enough to achieve great things. There is no need to watch the show. The 4 of you go. Whoever kills Yi Piaoling and the pale moon silver fox will obtain the inheritance. It will depend on your own strength and luck." "Yes, Saint." The 4 young men immediately flew into the sky, for vast auras swept out and stepped on the void. Their bodies seemed to be shrouded in dazzling light. "You guys go too." Chang Shengnan turned around and said to the 2 young men behind him. They were the other 2 martial royal realm cultivators in the Divine Light Court beside Xiaohui. However, One of them had recently broken through to the martial emperor realm after finding an opportunity in the sealed ancient land. Chapter 897. Hearing this, Chung Shengnen frowned. Light flickered in her eyes as she said softly, "However, try not to kill them. It's good as long as you have a chance to get the inheritance." The two young men behind Chung Shengnen nodded. They did not want to fall behind the 4 martial royal realm youths from the Great Lewin sect. They dashed forward immediately. Tisk, tisk. In the next moment, the 6 martial royal realm youths from the Great Lewin sect and the Divine Light Court appeared on the valley. 6 powerful auras swept out. None of the 6 martial royal realm youths were ordinary people. One of the martial royal realm youths from the Great Lewin sect even had the aura of a new martial royal. In the air, Yi Piaoling, Qingguyu, and Silver Fox had just blocked the first wave of attacks. Suddenly, they raised their eyebrows. Feeling the 6 terrifying auras, the 6 youths suddenly descended on the valley. They were 6 young experts with terrifying auras. Yi Piaoling raised his head and swept his sharp gaze over the 6 youths. Waves of sharp and cold aura constantly radiated from his body, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. The 10,000 people surrounding Yi Piaoling also felt the auras of the 6 youths. They looked at each other and began to observe. That's Ming Yucai from the Great Lewin sect. It said that he broke through to the martial royal realm not long ago. Gong Liangjin and Gu Liangyu from the Divine Light Court are here too. They are not weaker than Xiao Hui, who was killed by Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng. In a short time, someone in the crowd recognized the 6 youths and a commotion broke out. These people dared to gather tens of thousands of people to deal with Yi Piaoling and the mysterious demonic beast youth. However, they did not dare to attack the Divine Light Court, especially the Great Lewin sect. Yi Piaoling and the mysterious demonic beast youth did not have any forces behind them. They were not afraid of them. However, the Divine Light Court and the Great Lewin sect were different. Even if the disciples of the Great Lewin sect and the Divine Light Court obtained the ancient inheritance, they would not dare to attack them. This was because even if they could successfully plunder the treasures here, they would have to face the destructive attacks of the Great Will sect and the Divine Light Court when they got out. At that time, not only would the Great Will sect and the Divine Light Court not let them off, they would also not let their sects off. They might even kill their entire family. For a sect of that level, it was definitely something they could do. Kill. 6 young men at the martial royal realm from the Great Wheel sect and the Divine Light Court appeared. They glanced at Yi Piaoling, Silver Fox, and the others with disdain and greed. After the battle cry, the 6 people's qi rippled. The terrifying qi was like an overturning river and sea. It immediately enveloped Yi Piaoling's group of 7 people and 1 beast. Kill! Yi Piaoling didn't retreat. She knew that there was no way to retreat. She could only fight with all her might. She waved her hand and fought against the most powerful young man in the martial royal realm. Rumble! When the 2 of them collided, it was as if thunder had exploded in the sky. Rumbling sounds rang out in all directions as countless symbols erupted. Everyone thought that Qingguyu, who was wearing a blue and white robe and looked like a ferocious beast, had a terrifying physical body. In fact, Yi Piaoling's physical body was not much different from Qingguyu's. Both of them had been refined by the saintly body art. How terrifying was that? Roar! Silver Fox roared like a dragon and soared into the sky. There was a strange light in her eyes. She was fearless when she collided with a young man at the martial royal realm. Kill! Qingguyu, Anya Qing, Duo Sha, Ingyan, Yin Tianjue, and Gu Wuing were full of fighting spirit and killing intent. The 6 of them shouted and rushed out. They poured their qi into their bodies and dashed toward the other martial royal realm experts. Rumble! Qingguyu condensed a handprint and communicated with the energy of heaven and earth. He activated the talisman array on his body. At that moment, his physical body seemed to have awakened from a deep sleep. The talisman on his body burst out and turned into a dazzling sun. Terrifying chi erupted like a tsunami. "Let's fight!" Anya Ching and the others roared. They all used forbidden strength. Blood dripped and wounds covered their bodies. They were as ferocious as beasts. They all used their trump cards. At that moment, all of them had martial veins. Those 7 people and 1 beast are extraordinary, especially the Yi Pialing. She should be an extraordinary person among the human kings. The pale moon silver fox obtained the inheritance of the ancient heavenly fox. In the future, she will definitely become a terrifying existence among the beasts. And the young man in the blue robe has talisman arrays on his body. His physical body is extraordinary. I didn't expect him to have such a cultivation technique. The eastern mythical scarlet phoenix looked up at the sky above the valley, at the great battle that was about to erupt at any moment. Her eyes glowed brightly as well. Among the 7 people, 1 was a human king, 5 were outstanding talents, and 1 had a terrifying physical body. The pale moon silver fox was not much weaker than Yi Pialing. Outside of the 9 major forces, no other force could have such a lineup. Yi Pialing and Qingguyu are from the World Society. The others might be from the World Society as well. Chung Shang Nan said softly. Her eyes flickered with some complicated emotions. A slight gust of wind blew her hair up gently. It was a breathtaking sight. Hearing that, Dongli Chihuang's eyes flickered. He looked at the girl in front of him and said, "The World Society left behind by Du Xiaofu, the brave king of the Stone Dragon Empire?" "Yes." Chang Xingnan raised her eyebrows and looked at Dongli Chihuang. Her dimples showed. She said softly, "I beg you, just get the inheritance later. Don't take their lives. You are my fiancé. Don't say such things in the future. Your business is my business. There is no need to beg." Looking at Chang Xingnan, Dongli Chihuang said, "I promise you, just get the inheritance. I will keep their lives for you." After all, the World Society was left behind by the brave king of the Stone Dragon Empire. Although the Stone City World Society has established itself as the desolate country after his death, you are still loyal and cannot let go. I understand. I will not make things difficult for you. Thank you. Chung Shangnan smiled faintly. Her cheeks moved slightly. Her bright eyes carried a power that could capture one's soul, making one feel ethereal and far away. When they looked at her, the easternly crimson phoenix stared at the woman before him, causing ripples to appear in his heart. He had seen countless women and had been by his side in the past. However, none of them could move his heart as much as the woman before him. The girl in front of him always had a faint, ethereal aura. It was difficult for him to see through her. It was because of this that he was captivated and unwilling to part with her. Rumble, a great battle broke out. The 7 people and the beast used all their strength. They did not hold back anymore. None of them could be defeated by their peers. However, under the attacks of the 6 extraordinary martial emperors from the Great Luan sect and the Divine Light Court, the 7 people and the beast were already exhausted and severely injured. They could not resist at all. The disciples from the Great Luan sect and the Divine Light Court were also extraordinary. Their strength could suppress their peers in the outside world. Rumble! After a long battle, the 6 young martial emperors from the Great Luan sect and the Divine Light Court used all their strength. There was a fluctuation of energy. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Dazzling runes filled the sky. Mysterious chi roared like a burning flame. The 6 young martial emperors from the Great Luan sect and the Divine Light Court gathered their terrifying attacks into a torrent of energy. It rushed toward the 7 people and the beast. Under the terrifying energy, the sky was boiling. The torrent of energy soared into the sky and drowned everything. Its power was shocking. Tens of thousands of people in the surroundings trembled in fear. Puff, puff, puff! Yi Pialing, Silver Fox, Qingguyu, and the beast tried their best to block it. However, they were still swept away and spat out blood. The bodies of the 7 people and the beast fell from the sky, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. Big brother, second brother, you should leave first. As long as you can escape, you can avenge us in the future. Duo Sha climbed up from the ground. He was covered in blood. He looked at the 6 martial emperors in the sky. His eyes were cold and murderous. He knew that his big brother and second brother were the most powerful. They were the most likely to escape. There was no hope for them. If we die together. The divine guards never run away. We will never give up on our brothers. Yi Pialing stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the 6 young martial emperors from the Great Luan sect and the divine light court in the sky and smiled cruelly. That's right. The divine guards never run away. Qinggu Yu stood up. His blue and white robe was ragged. Runes shone on his body. The wounds on his body started to heal miraculously. If we're going to die, we'll die together. I, Anya Cha, have no regrets. Anya, she said to his brothers beside him as he stood up. Back then, the 7 of us destroyed the Dark Blood sect, swept the 36 islands of Shanghai, and subdued the 18 caves of Ming Mountain. I, Yin Tianjue, have no regrets to die with you in this life. Yin Tianjue's mouth was covered in blood. His smile was so sharp that it sent chills down people's spines. Big brother, we swept the 36 islands of Shanghai a year ago. I haven't told you about it. Thank you for taking the blow for me. Otherwise, I would be dead by now. Yin Yan looked at Yi Pialing. His eyes were calm, but there was a tenacity in them. We are brothers. Yi Pialing didn't say much. He looked at the young men who were covered in blood and said, My only regret is that I don't have the strength to protect you. I am not worthy of being your big brother. Chapter 898. Boss, we're brothers. Gu Wuying looked at Yi Pialing. His eyes were red and rippling. Silver Fox put away his bloody body and turned into his human form. His handsome face looked at the 7 of them and smiled. Looks like we're going to die with you guys. I always thought that humans were heartless and afraid of death. Looks like I was wrong. If we can survive this time, I don't mind being friends with you guys. Being friends is better than being brothers. If we can survive this time, why don't you join us? Then we'll be 8 brothers. Anya Qing smiled at Silver Fox. Silver Fox looked at the 7 of them, and his deep purple eyes moved. In the end, he unexpectedly nodded and said, Okay, I have no problem with that. Why wait until we're still alive? At least we're still alive now. Yi Pialing stepped out and looked at Silver Fox. We're not ranked by strength or age. We're just counting the time we've spent together. From now on, you're the 8th brother. After that, Yi Pialing waved his sleeves and his robe shook. He knelt down on one knee. Dong dong. As Yi Pialing knelt down on one knee, Qingguyu, Anya Qing, Duo Sha, Ingyan, Yin Tianjue, and Gu Wuying all knelt down on one knee and looked up at the dark sky. They said in unison, Heavens above, earth below. I, Yi Pialing, Qingguyu, Anya Qing, Duo Sha, Yin Tianjue, and Gu Wuying. Today, I, Yi Pialing, Qingguyu, Anya Qing, Duo Sha, Ingyan, Yin Tianjue, and Gu Wuying will become brothers with Silver Fox. From now on, we'll go through thick and thin together. If we break this oath, we'll break this oath. Their voices spread in all directions and made everyone look at each other. Silver Fox looked at the 7 people who were kneeling on one knee beside him. His silver hair fluttered slightly, and his deep purple eyes seemed to ripple like autumn waves. He then waved his hand, and his silver robe shook. He knelt on one knee and said, Queen of Heaven, I, Silver Fox, am willing to become brothers with Yi Pialing, Qingguyu, Anya Cha, Duo Sha, Ingyan, Yin Tianjue, and Gu Wuying. From now on, we will share weal and woe. If I break this oath, I shall be struck by lightning and have my heart pierced by arrows. Ha ha! As soon as Silver Fox finished his words, the 8 of them looked at each other and smiled. The 8 of them opened their mouths and laughed. 8 of them put their palms on top of each other, and their laughter reverberated in all directions. The fact that us 8 brothers can die together today means that our lives have not been in vain. Duo Sha laughed out loud, fearless. The 8 of them were still able to become sworn brothers in such a magnanimous manner, even in such a hopeless situation. All of them were fearless, and this caused the expressions of many spectators in the surroundings to change as waves arose in their hearts. Death is at hand. Then I'll fulfill your wish. In the sky, the martial royal realm mystery Level Ming Yutsai from the great Luan sect sneered coldly. If he could obtain the primordial inheritance from Yi Piaoling, he would definitely become more powerful. The primordial inheritance would belong to him. All of you go to hell! Ming Yutsai shouted and moved across the void. Dazzling radiance spread around him like a holy light. He swooped down, and a palm print swept toward Yi Piaoling, who was severely injured. The energy fluctuation was extremely terrifying. He wanted to obtain the primordial inheritance. Yi Piaoling shouted and raised his head slightly. His body was tall and straight, and his eyes were filled with arrogance. He waved his hand, and a palm print was accompanied by a rolling fluctuation. The fluctuation carried an ancient aura. It was the aura of the primordial inheritance that he had obtained. It was a pity that he had not had the time to integrate it. Otherwise, he would not be afraid of the martial royal realm mystery level cultivation from the great Luan sect. All of a sudden, the 2 of them collided. With a rumble, boundless energy, rune light flooded the surrounding space, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes and look directly at it. Uft! Yi Piaoling spat out a mouthful of blood. A cruel smile appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with coldness. He shouted, "Chinguyu, I am the boss. I order you to leave now. Take them away." As he spoke, mysterious rune light spread out from Yi Piaoling's body. It was his primordial soul. Boss is going to explode his primordial soul. He wants to perish together with that person. Ying Tianjua was shocked and his body trembled. Big brother, no. Chinguyu and Yi Ying Duo Sha and the others were shocked and shouted, "Leave, leave, leave as long as you can. As long as you are alive, there is hope. Avenge me in the future." Yi Piaoling shouted. His aura was terrifying and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He wanted to explode his primordial soul and perish together with his opponent at the cost of his own life. He wanted to buy time for Chinguyu and the others to escape. Yi Piaoling knew that he was the leader of the 8 and he was the big brother. He was responsible for it. It's too late for you to explode your primordial soul. Ming Yurai's eyes were filled with fear. He didn't expect Yi Piaoling to be so fierce and fearless of death. However, Ming Yurai was no ordinary person. He was one of the best in the younger generation of the Great Will sect. Ming Yurai's palm emitted a dazzling light that seemed to be able to affect time. That palm print was filled with destructive power, and it fell towards Yi Piaoling's primordial soul. Ming Yurai wanted to break Yi Piaoling's primordial soul and stop it from exploding. Otherwise, with Yi Piaoling's cultivation, he would be very close to Yi Piaoling's primordial soul. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Do you think you can still take his life? At this moment, a domineering and sharp shout resounded in the sky above the valley. The sound waves were like rolling thunder. It was so sharp that it could shake one's soul. A dazzling light flashed past like a lightning bolt and appeared in front of Yi Piaoling. As the light spread out, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dark clouds rolled and lightning struck. It's him, Qiao Feng. In the distant mountain, Dongli Qihuang looked at the lightning aura in the sky. His expression changed instantly. Rumble. In just a short moment, no one could see clearly what had happened. The space where Yi Piaoling and Ming Yurai were fighting had become dazzling and chaotic. Thunder rumbled. Then a horrifying cry for help sounded from within the dazzling energy light. Holy Sun, save me! The cry for help was drowned out by the thunder. The dazzling light exploded like fireworks. However, under the dazzling light, there was a destructive aura. When the light dissipated, the lightning and thunder disappeared. The people around could finally see what was happening. At this moment, there was a mysterious young man in purple armor and a mask between Yi Piaoling and Ming Yurai. Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng. Many people recognized him immediately. The mysterious young man was Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng, who had been in the limelight in the divine Thunder Mountain and shocked countless people. Yi Piaoling was not dead. His eyes were filled with shock. His aura, which was about to explode his meridian spirit, was forcefully suppressed by a vast aura. Uft! Yi Piaoling spat out blood again. His injuries worsened. However, he did not have to sacrifice his life for the explosion. As for Ming Yurai, there were many electric arcs on his body. His body was tattered and charred. He seemed to have been burned by lightning. Blood flowed from his mouth. Ming Yurai's chest had a bloody hole where his heart was. Electric arcs were surging and blood was gushing out. How can you be so strong? It's impossible. It's impossible. Ming Yurai looked at the young man in purple armor in front of him. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. Then, under the gaze of the people around him, his body started to crack. Finally, he exploded into a mist of blood. The Great Luin sect was a martial royal realm mystery-level cultivator. His cultivation was not exaggerated, but he could be ranked in the top 20 among his peers in the entire central region. However, at this moment, he was killed in one move before anyone could see him clearly. Phew, phew! As Ming Yu's body exploded, the sound of cold air being sucked in rose and fell one after another. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Qiao Feng, you are provoking my Great Luin sect. High up in the sky, there was a furious roar. The angry voice made the hearts of those who heard it tremble. It was as if their minds were affected. Boom! As soon as the voice sounded, a dazzling light, which was like a holy light, descended. The light was so bright that it spread across the land. The sound of wind and thunder rumbled. Then, various dazzling runes appeared in the sky. The aura of the light seemed to cause one's mind to tremble. In fact, it contained an irresistible destructive force that wanted to kill Du Xiaofu. Dongli Qihuang, you are not strong enough. Du Xiaofu shouted. His eyes under the mask flickered with lightning, and his entire body was burning with electric arcs. Suddenly, a terrifying thunderbolt appeared in the sky. Not only was there lightning and thunder, there were also all kinds of terrifying and dazzling runes. With an incomparably tyrannical and disdainful aura, it swept out and collided with Du Xiaofu. Rumble. When the terrifying energy came into contact with each other, it made the valley extremely terrifying. The surrounding rocky mountains exploded one after another. Bang, bang, bang. All kinds of energy surged and swept out. The ground cracked and the mountains collapsed. It was as if the valley had become a land of destruction. This scene caused countless onlookers to cry out in surprise. Their gazes were incomparably shocked. Chapter 899. No one had expected the appearance of Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng and Dongli Qihuang to cause such a terrifying commotion. That kind of strength made everyone present feel ashamed of their inferiority. The terrifying energy dissipated as the ground cracked and the mountains collapsed. The dust in the air dissipated along with the Black Fiend. Everyone looked at Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng, who was standing in the air. His body was like a boulder, and his eyes were filled with electricity. At this moment, in front of the Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng, a golden-haired young man in a crimson robe stood in the void. His entire body seemed to be shrouded in light and was naturally dazzling. His eyes were brilliant. He was the saint of Great Wheel Sect, Dongli Qihuang. In the distant mountain, Shengnan's eyes flickered. Chang Guyu Anyang, Yin Hu and the others had already taken the opportunity to bring Yi Piaoling away. When the 8 of them saw the sudden change, their eyes were filled with doubt and shock. That one move from the 2 of them made them realize how terrifying the strength of the two of them was. Xiao Feng, if you want to die, the 7-star hall will also be destroyed. The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix looked at Du Xiaofu with a cold glint in her eyes. Ming Yulai had been killed on the spot. This was the greatest provocation the Great Wheel sect had ever faced in the history of the sealed ancient land. Just this alone was enough to destroy Xiao Feng and the 7-star hull. Do you have the ability to do so? Du Xiaofu looked at Dongli Qihuang, and lightning surged from his body. How could Du Xiaofu let go of someone who dared to touch Yi Piaoling and Chang Guiyu? Even if it was the Great Wheel sect, he wouldn't let it go. It seems like the 7-star hull doesn't know its place anymore. Although you have some strength, I have to tell you that you are digging your own grave. You won't be able to walk out of this sealed ancient lands. Dongli Qihuang glared at Du Xiaofu with a murderous glint in his eyes. Without a doubt, someone had killed one of the top geniuses of the Great Will sect in front of him. He would not let this go. If I want to go out, no one can stop you. If you don't want to go out, I can fulfill your wish. Du Xiaofu looked at Dongli Qihuang. Just now, he knew that Dongli Qihuang was unfathomable. Dongli Qihuang must have been holding back in that move. However, he was no longer the same as before. Boom! Dongli Qihuang did not speak again. His murderous intent spread, and the brilliant eyes of his spiritual soul fluctuated with light. It was as if they were about to turn into two vortexes of holy light that could devour souls and tear them apart. The Great Will sect is really impressive. Whoever dares to touch the world society, my ancient heaven sect will not let them off. Then, the sound of wind breaking could be heard in the distance. Hundreds of figures turned into rainbows and flew over. Whoosh, whoosh! Hundreds of figures suddenly descended on the valley. Hundreds of young men and women stood together. Every one of them was a dragon among men. Hundreds of people stood quietly. Their invisible auras caused one's heart to palpitate in fear, especially the young men and women at the front. They were even more outstanding. Mu Han In Machin, Guzong, Si Ruofing. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes and looked at the hundreds of young men and women. His eyes secretly trembled. Those figures were from the ancient heaven sect. Situ Muhan In Machin, Guzong, Jiaoming, Siruofing, Mizixia, and other peak existences of the younger generation of the ancient heaven sect. The martial emperor realm is mysterious. Feeling the aura of Sima Muhan, who was standing in front of In Machin, Siruofing, and the others, Du Xiaofu was slightly surprised. He did not expect that Sima Muhan had also reached the martial emperor realm. She was younger than Lin Weiqi. In a few years, her cultivation would be even more powerful. Brother Yi, are you all right? In the crowd, a young man and a young woman rushed towards Yi Piaoling. The young man was handsome, and the young woman was delicate and beautiful. Du Yu Du Shui. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. The man and woman were none other than Du Yu and Du Shui, who had been taken in as disciples by his third senior brother and brought to the ancient heaven sect. He never expected that the two of them would also enter the sealed ancient land. In these years, Du Yu and Du Shui had become handsome and slender, especially their aura. They had already reached the martial king realm. Their progress was so fast that even Du Xiaofu was surprised. Du Yu, Du Shui. Yi Piaoling looked at Du Yu and Du Shui, who were descending from the sky. He had been to the Du family before, so he naturally knew Du Yu and Du Shui. Brother Yi, we heard about your news, so we asked around and finally found you. Du Yu said to Yi Piaoling, "Are you in the ancient heaven sect now? Is the president here?" Yi Piaoling looked expectantly at the disciples of the ancient heaven sect in the sky, looking for the familiar figure. You still don't know what happened to third senior brother. Du Yu looked confused. He then said to Yi Piaoling and Qingguyu, "Brother Yi, I will tell you about this later. I came with the senior brothers and sisters of the ancient heaven sect. Everyone is safe now. Yi Piaoling and Qinggu Yu had a bad feeling when they heard this. However, it was not the time, so they did not ask. Whoosh, whoosh, more figures appeared in the sky. Almost 1,000 figures flew over. They were all disciples of the Great Wheel Sect and the Divine Light Court. At the front was a lady wearing an orange-red tight suit suspended in midair. Her long and slender legs and a slim waist that could not be hugged caused her originally tall figure to appear even more slender. Her aura was noble and cold. Du Xiaofu looked at Cheng Shengnan. There were some fluctuations in his eyes under the mask, but he soon calmed down. Looking at the people from the ancient sky sect, the easternly scarlet phoenix's eyes rippled. She stared at Sima Muhan, a beautiful woman around 22 or 23 years old, and the youth with sword-like eyebrows. She said, "Does the ancient sky sect want to interfere with the great Luin sex matter, or do you also want to obtain the inheritance of those two?" The World Society was created by our young master. Yi Piaoling is a member of the World Society. If the Great Will Sect wants to fight with the Ancient Heaven Sect, then we will fight with you. Sima Muhan looked at the east-parting Crimson Phoenix. His eyes flickered with a faint purple light, and his gaze was sharp. You must be Sima Muhan. The Martial Emperor realm is mysterious. You're not weak, but I'm afraid you can't do anything to me. The easternly Crimson Phoenix looked at Sima Muhan, and there seemed to be a faint trace of fear in her eyes. You'll know after you try. I'd like to see the reincarnation secret technique of the Great Wheel Sect. Sima Muhan's eyes rippled with intelligence and charm. It was enough to be called a peerless beauty, but the aura on his body was even more moving, as if a new aura was awakening. I'd like to see the reincarnation secret technique too. A woman in her 20s walked out from beside Sima Muhan. Her skin was crystal clear, and her eyes were full of spirit. There was a faint sea-like blue splendor spreading. The woman had beautiful eyebrows and a straight nose. She had dimples on her cheeks. She was elegant and noble. She was beautiful beyond compare. I'm Ruo Shuehan from the Ancient Heaven Sect. I'm known as the #1 person in the younger generation of the Ancient Heaven Sect. My body is special. I hope to have a chance to exchange pointers with you. Cheng Shengnan took light steps and stepped across the void. She walked out of the light path, and the light on her body spread. At this moment, she was in a three-way confrontation with Sima Muhan and Ruo Shuehan. Cheng Shengnan was no longer the same as before. She didn't look dull at all. They could compete. A young man with sword-like eyebrows walked out from the Ancient Heaven Sect. Although he wasn't as handsome as Mi Zixia and Yin Machin, his face was sharp and angular. The young man had thick black hair. His eyes were dark and deep under his sword-like eyebrows. His temperament was wild and unrestrained. There was a wanton smile on his face. He looked at Cheng Shengnan and said, I'm Cheng Shengnan from the Divine Light Court. Let me see how the inheritance of the Divine Light ancestor is. Spirit, descent. Cheng Shengnan looked at the young man. She had heard about the top generation of the major forces from the Divine Light Court. The young man in front of her should be Spirit, descent, who the Ancient Heaven Sect rarely showed his face. He was a terrifying existence. Is the Ancient Heaven Sect really going to interfere? Dongli Chihuang looked at Sima Muhan, Ruo Shuehan, and Spirit Descent with a slightly fearful expression. The founder of the World Society is my junior uncle. It's your Great Will Sect that wants to start a war with my Ancient Heaven Sect. Ruo Shuehan's voice was as soft as water. It was like the sound of nature. She stood there, dignified and noble. She was like a lotus bud that had just emerged from the water. Let's do it. I'll accompany you. Spirit Descent clenched his fists. His aura surged, and his temperament suddenly became fierce. The wanton smile on his face became deeper and deeper. Ruo Shuehan, Spirit Descent. Could they be the mysterious top two on the gold roll? Du Xiaofu's eyes under the mask looked at the man and woman beside Sima Muhan. Their auras were unfathomable. They were probably the top two on the ancient heavens sect's gold roll who had yet to show their faces. Suddenly, just as Du Xiaofu was pondering, he raised his head and looked in front of him. The expression in his eyes under the mask trembled violently. At the same time, Dongli Qihuang, Cheng Xingnan, Sima Muhan, and Spirit Descent seemed to have sensed something as well. They all looked up at the sky. The Du family is here. Who dares to touch the people of my world society? At that moment, a shout resounded through the sky, accompanied by a blazing aura. Dozens of figures quickly flew over from afar, and after a few flashes, they appeared in the air above this valley. Chapter 900. Several auras surged in the sky. In the lead was a charming and holy girl with an otherworldly aura. On the girl's shoulder stood a golden macaque the size of a baby. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent, and it gave off a heart-shaking aura. Beside the girl was a black-robed youth with pitch-black eyes. His entire person gave off a royal aura that could shake the world. A 27 or 28-year-old demon youth in white stood beside the black-robed youth. He was extraordinarily handsome, and his deep eyes gave off a domineering and devilish aura. His entire person gave off a domineering and sharp aura of a king. A cloud-robed youth floated in the air, his entire body giving off a forceful and domineering aura. Finally, there were two girls. One of them had a fiery and seductive figure. Her ink-black hair was as smooth as a waterfall. Her hair was loosely tied up, and her eyes were ethereal. The other was dressed in green. Her hair was tied up in a bun, and the thin strands of hair at her temples set off her peerless appearance. Her eyes were big, and her lips were red and tender, but there was no smile that could topple countries. Her cold aura was undoubtedly telling others to stay away. Following that, dozens of figures flew over. Although their auras were not too strong and could not be compared to their peers from the Great Lewin sect and Ancient Heaven sect, each of them had a unique aura. They could make one's heart palpitate and could not be underestimated. When these figures appeared, Du Xiaofu's eyes rippled under the mask, especially when he saw the pure and charming girl in green, the golden macaque, and the black-robed youth at the front. A smile appeared in his eyes. However, no one noticed it. The newcomers were Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Du Xiaoyao, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, the silver-winged demonic eagle, Ouyang Shuang, and other members of the Du family. On Du Xiaoqing's shoulder, Du Xiaoyao's gaze immediately fell on Du Xiaofu. Looking at Du Xiaofu's eyes under the mask, her golden eyes moved slightly, and then a faint smile appeared. Big sister, second brother, Du Yu and Du Shuet immediately shouted when they saw Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, and the others. Many of the Du family's disciples also landed on the ground. Little Blue and Silver Condor are here. Yi Piaoling and Qinggu Yu raised their heads in delight. They could sense that Du Xiaoqing and the silver-winged devil condor's auras were extraordinary. Du Xiaoqing's gaze swept across the crowd. The silver-winged demonic condor was whispering something in her ear, so she nodded slightly at Sima Muhan and the other disciples of the ancient heaven sect. After that, Du Xiaoqing's gaze landed on Du Xiaofu. Her eyes trembled slightly. She sensed something from that figure. He was very familiar, but his aura seemed to be extremely foreign. Cheng Xingnan, do you also want to touch my world society's people? In the end, after Du Xiaoqing's gaze swept past Dongli Qihuang, it suddenly landed on Cheng Xingnan. Her pitch-black eyes were cold and her voice was sharp. My world society and the Celestial Beast Hall worked for the Stone Dragon Empire. You are ungrateful, and now you want to attack my world society's people. If my brother was here, how would you face him? As soon as Du Xiaoqing finished speaking, Cheng Xingnan's eyes trembled slightly. They were misty and deep, with a hint of loneliness and arrogance. It was as if lilies of the valley were blooming in his eyes. Little Qing, I have never thought of attacking the world society. Perhaps it is a disaster rather than a blessing for Yi Piaoling. If the Divine Light Court and the Great Luin sect obtain it, at least they can save their lives. Cheng Xingnan smiled bitterly and pursed his lips. There seemed to be a trace of unspeakable emotion in his eyes. Ridiculous. Who dares to touch the inheritance in the hands of my world society? In front of some existences in this world, the Divine Light Court and the Great Luin sect are nothing. As soon as Du Xiaoqing finished speaking, a terrifying pressure suddenly spread out from her graceful figure and descended on this side of the valley. Accompanied by a monstrous blazing aura, the air in the surrounding space evaporated into white smoke. What a terrifying blazing aura! At this moment, countless people in the sky trembled. Under the blazing aura, everyone's meridians and souls could not help but tremble. The high temperature made people crawl and burn, and their souls were also about to wither. Du Xiaoqing stood proudly. The surrounding temperature surged, and the surrounding space seemed to have formed an invisible, blazing sea of fire. She shouted in a clear and sharp voice, "Who dares to touch my world society? If you're not afraid of death, get up here." Roar, coo. At the same time, Little Tiger and the silver-winged demonic condor did not activate their bodies, but they each let out a roar. The sound waves rolled, and a terrifying black formation aura and a domineering and sharp aura swept across the sky. What a powerful beast! Under the terrifying aura, countless people in the surroundings were stunned. So powerful! In the crowd, Silver Fox, who was behind Yi Piaoling, looked at the sky. The two auras made his heart tremble, especially the aura of the black-robed youth, which was like that of a supreme emperor. As for the aura of the girl in green, it was like that of a supreme beast. It seemed to be slightly stronger than the aura of the ancient, heavenly fox inheritance that he had obtained. The World Society's lineup is actually so powerful. In the ancient heaven sect, Sima Muhan, Chunling, Shui Ruhan, and the other disciples of the ancient heaven sect felt the aura of Du Xiaoqing and the others and were astonished. Especially Du Xiaoqing's aura, they had to be wary. The terrifying aura swept across, and Cheng Xingnan's face slightly changed. Hua Guang's eyes trembled inwardly. Dongli Qihuang looked at Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and the silver-winged demonic condor. Then he looked at Sima Muhan, Shui Ruhan, and Chunling. After a while he said, "My Great Luin sect will no longer interfere with the inheritance. You can leave. I only want Xiao Feng to stay." As soon as Dongli Qihuang finished speaking, his murderous gaze was fixed on Du Xiaofu. The ancient heaven sect was in the ancient inheritance, and there were also a few extraordinary people from the world society that had suddenly appeared. If they joined forces with Xiao Feng, the result would be something that he didn't want to see. Compared to the ancient inheritance, Dongli Qihuang wanted to kill Xiao Feng more. Otherwise, the Great Luin sect would lose face. As soon as Dongli Qihuang finished speaking, everyone's gaze fell on Du Xiaofu. It seemed like Dongli Qihuang was determined to deal with the weapon emperor, Xiao Feng. "Miss Xiaoqing, this brother Xiao Feng killed the people of the Great Luin sect in order to save me." Yi Piaoling raised his head and said to Du Xiaoqing, "The weapon emperor, Xiao Feng, had killed the people of the Great Luin sect in order to save him," which angered Dongli Qihuang. At this moment, the world society naturally couldn't stand by and do nothing. Whoosh, whoosh. In the distant sky, the sound of rushing wind resounded as hundreds of figures flew over. Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, and Stone had been waiting for the disciples of the seven-star hull. They'd finally arrived. Young Hull Master. Following which, Lin Weiqi and the rest landed behind Du Xiaofu. However, when they sensed the tense atmosphere in the air, they seemed to have some doubts. They immediately released their auras and became vigilant of their surroundings. Jiang Chen followed the crowd, his jet-black eyes scanning his surroundings. His gaze swept over Dongli Qihuang, Cheng Xingnan, Sima Muhan, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and the others. In the end, His gaze lingered on Du Xiaoyao for the longest. Du Xiaoyao's golden eyes also looked at Jiang Qin. She seemed to sense something, and then a look of surprise appeared on her face. "Dad, that guy doesn't seem weak. He's probably hiding something. Why don't we join forces and get rid of him? I have a feeling that if I can devour him, it'll be quite beneficial to me." Little Xingxing raised his little head on Du Xiaofu's shoulder, his golden eyes fixed on Dongli Qihuang, eager to give it a try. Hearing Yi Piaoling's words, Du Xiaoqing's gaze once again fell on Du Xiaofu. Her ethereal eyes rippled. Then she looked at Dongli Qihuang and said in a clear voice, "If you want to touch him, the World Society will accompany you." Grand Master Qingyang of the Ancient Heaven Sect has long admired the Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng. Now that he's stepped in to save the World Society, the Ancient Heaven Sect is naturally willing to lend a helping hand. Sima Muhan looked at Dongli Qihuang. Her beautiful figure floated in the air. Her long brocade dress outlined her charming figure. Mysterious talismans flickered as her aura fluctuated. Sima Muhan had already expressed her attitude. If Dongli Qihuang attacked Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng, the Ancient Heaven Sect would definitely not stand by and watch. "Do you think the 7-star hall is a pushover? Try it if you dare." The 7-star hall's old hall masters had appeared. After devouring the corpse core, their cultivation had increased greatly. Dongli Diao was also confident. He wasn't afraid of facing the Great Luin Sect. After all, he had never seen the young hall master lose. Boom! As Dongli Diao's aura surged, Lin Weiqi and Stone also released their martial emperor aura. They were ready to fight the Great Luin Sect at any time. "Thank you, Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng, for saving the World Society's people. If anyone dares to touch Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng, the Du family and the World Society will not stand by and watch." Du Yunlong spoke. His aura was domineering and frightening. At this moment, Du Yunlong was like a sharp and intimidating cloud dragon after all these years of training. He was already an overlord of a region. That sharp and frightening aura had nothing to do with strength. It was the aura of a superior who controlled a region. People couldn't help but feel reverence when they looked at him. Dongli Qihuang's spiritual strength fluctuated brilliantly in his eyes. His face turned gloomy. It seemed that Dongli Qihuang didn't expect the Ancient Heaven Sect and the World Society to be so protective of Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng. If he forced a fight, he wouldn't have any chance of winning with so many people joining forces. Chapter 901. Even with his trump card, he did not need to be afraid of the people in front of him. However, Dong Liqi did not want to reveal his trump card until the last moment. After all, the most important thing this time was undoubtedly the last great opportunity. In order to ensure that nothing went wrong, Dongli Qihuang knew that he could not reveal his trump card until the last moment. Jiu Ling of the Immeasurable Sect, Wu Ming of the Intelligent Sword Sect, and Jiang Roland of the Xindu Gate were not ordinary. "Senior brother Qihuang, let's go first." Cheng Xingnan looked at Dongli Qihuang. She saw the situation in front of her. Against the Ancient Heaven Sect, the World Society, and the 7-star Hall, even if the martial emperors of the Divine Light Court and the Great Luin Sect were added together, there was still a difference. Once they fought, Cheng Xingnan was very clear that the disciples of the Divine Light Court and the Great Luin Sect would not have any advantage. Dongli Qihuang's eyes were cold as he stared at Du Xiaofu. It seemed that he could not make a move now. Once he made a move, even if he could win in the end, the Great Luin Sect would have to pay a heavy price. It was better to wait until then to deal with it. As long as he obtained the last opportunity, it would be safe to deal with the Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng. After all, Qiao Feng would not be able to escape from here. "Qiao Feng, someone is protecting you today, but no one can protect you forever. I said that you will not be able to get out of this sealed ancient land. The next time we meet, you will die." Dongli Qihuang waved his hand to the disciples of the Great Luin Sect behind him and said, "Let's go!" Swoosh, swoosh, Dongli Chihuang and the other disciples of the great Luan sect left. Chang Xingnan waved her hand, and the disciples of the Divine Light Court followed behind them. Watching Dongli Chihuang and Chang Xingnan leave, Du Xiaofu did not stop them. It was not that he was afraid of Dongli Chihuang, but there were more important things to do than dealing with Dongli Chihuang. As for the disciples of the Divine Light Court, Du Xiaofu did not mind killing a few of them when he saw them, so that it would not be troublesome when they were outside. However, it seemed that there was not much time to deal with them. Chang Shengnan. Du Xiaoqing opened her mouth and looked at Chang Shengnan's back as she said, "If my brother is not dead, you will meet him one day. At that time, do you dare to face him calmly?" Chang Shengnan's figure stopped in midair, and her delicate body seemed to tremble slightly. She did not turn her head, but a voice sounded, "He is no longer here. If there is a chance, let me know who the enemy is, and I will avenge him. Also, please respect yourselves. The World Society is not weak now, but it is nothing in the Central Province. I have no evil intentions, but I hope that you will not cause trouble. The World Society was created by him, and I do not wish to be destroyed." Chang Shengnan's beautiful figure flew away as soon as she finished speaking. Du Xiaofu looked at the woman in orange, and his eyes moved slightly. Then he smiled faintly. "Let's go." Du Xiaofu withdrew his gaze, and after he gestured with his gaze, he swept his gaze past Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaohu, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, and the others before flashing out and leaving. "Let's go." Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, and Shi too followed behind. Hundreds of people immediately left. This Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng is really strange. He actually helped the World Society. Sima Muhan looked at the back of the figure with a puzzled expression. Dongli Chihuang is very strong. He has always been hiding his strength, and his character is also very patient. This kind of person is very scary. As Dongli Chihuang left, Xiangling frowned. He could feel that Dongli Chihuang was difficult to deal with. Dongli Chihuang is the holy son of the great Luan sect. He is the reincarnation of the top expert of the great Luan sect. Although he has not completely awakened his strength, his state of mind is not something we can compare with after 2 reincarnations. We must be careful. There was a slight fluctuation in Ruo Shuihen's eyes. Her eyes were bottomless, and she seemed to be a little wary of Dongli Chihuang. In the valley, Du Xiaoqing, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, and the silver-winged demonic eagle had already gathered together with Yi Piaoling and Chang Guyu. They were talking about some things while healing their injuries. Silver Fox looked around. His gaze swept across Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Du Xiaoyao, and the people of the ancient heaven sect in the distance. There was some fluctuation in his purple eyes. In the past few days, Silver Fox had heard about the World Society from Chang Guyu and the others. Although the World Society was not well known, it was different and had a strong background. "Young Hall Master, are we leaving now?" In the mountain range in the distance, hundreds of figures flew away. Lin Weiqi looked at Du Xiaofu with some confusion in her eyes. She flitted across the sky, her red robes fluttering like fire. "Of course, we don't need to interfere with the rest." Du Xiaofu nodded with a smile. Seeing Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger, the last worry in his heart disappeared. He was in a good mood. Jiangqin glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, "Are you all done? It's time to go get the Yin Spirit crystals." "Of course. Let's go get the Yin Spirit crystals first." Du Xiaofu was in a good mood. Yi Piaoling and Chang Guyu were fine. With Du Xiaoqing and the people of the ancient heaven sect, he didn't have to worry about anything. Especially with Du Xiaoyao around, there wouldn't be any major problems. "That guy should have recognized me," Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. He might be able to fool everyone, but he probably wouldn't be able to fool Du Xiaoyao. Du Xiaofu could tell from the connection between their bloodlines that Du Xiaoyao's strength had reached a terrifying level after all these years. That guy called Dongli Chihuang had a strange aura. "Do you know him?" Jiangqin asked Du Xiaofu. He's the holy son of the great Luan sect, Du Xiaofu said to Jiang Qin. It's said that he cultivates a secret reincarnation art. One of the great Luan sect's experts reincarnate to cultivate. He's well hidden. Next time you meet him, be careful. Jiang Qin glanced at Du Xiaofu, then flew into the air. We need to get the Yin spirit crystals as soon as possible. However, they're in the hands of that vine monster. It's very strong. If I were at my peak, it would have been afraid of me. But in my current state, I'm afraid I can't help you. Whether or not you get the Yin spirit crystals will depend on yourself. Treasure. There's definitely a treasure. Maybe there's even an ancient expert's inheritance. That's for sure. The aura there is unusual. There are traces of natural treasures. In a dense forest covered in darkness, strange, towering trees stood tall. Towering trees towered into the clouds. They were incomparably large. Occasionally, gusts of wind would whistle past them, and their branches would sway in the wind like sinister demons. Inside the forest, many people cautiously ventured deeper, whispering to each other. Apparently, some kind of treasure had been discovered here, attracting quite a few people. Within the strange forest, hundreds of young men and women stood quietly atop a mountain. They were Du Xiaofu, Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, and the other 7-star Hall disciples. That vine monster is luring people to their deaths again. Jiang Qin gazed at the many people entering the forest. His chiseled, cold face and deep, dark eyes were completely devoid of emotion. How strong is that vine monster? Du Xiaofu asked Jiang Qin. He seemed to recall Jiang Qin mentioning that there were quite a few terrifying existences here. That vine monster is a demon spirit. According to your calculations, it should be at the demonic emperor Permitha level, said Jiang Qin coolly. Demonic emperor Permitha. Du Xiaofu's gaze trembled. As his cultivation increased, he learned more and more about the world. In this world there were humans and beasts. Everything in the world had spirituality. Vine monsters, tree monsters, and the like were called demon spirits. It was said that when gathered, demon spirits took form. When scattered, they became nothing. Essence Qi relied on objects. Qi was chaotic in the center, and objects changed outside. Their form, spirit, Qi, and essence were used on the outside and on the inside. There's really such a powerful demon spirit here. Lin Weiqi was astonished. The demonic Emperor Permitha was definitely a terrifying existence. How much do you know about demon spirits? Du Xiaofu asked Lin Weiqi. Most likely, she knew quite a bit about demon spirits. Demonic spirits are originally from the 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. They are proficient in the 5 aspects of appearance: speech, sight, hearing, and thought. Although the rise and fall of information can change the myriad of things, they can be discussed in terms of the signs of good fortune, misfortune, disaster, and fortune. Lin Weiqi said to Du Xiaofu, demon spirits are undefined. They may be spirits, ghosts in flames, divine light, strange plants, or strange trees. I wonder if Du Xiaoyao counts as a demon spirit, muttered Du Xiaofu to himself. Don't delay. That vine monster is probably preparing to start a massacre. If we wait until it's full of killing intent and blood, it'll be even harder to deal with. Jiang Qin's thick eyebrows rose rebelliously as he glanced at Du Xiaofu. Then he appeared in front of them. Follow him. Everyone be careful. Du Xiaofu watched Jiang Qin's retreating figure, then turned to Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, Stone, and the others. Figures shuttled through the strange, dense forest. In front of a towering tree, a strange light shot through the air like an arrow, piercing through the air. In an instant, it reached a beautiful woman. Hiss! The woman raised her head, her beautiful eyes rippling with light. With a flick of her wrist, a stream of light shot out from her hand, slicing the light in two. It was a strange flower vine. It looked ordinary, but it could suddenly become a killing tool. Chapter 902. Many of them did not notice that their cultivation was not weak, so they were likely to be killed. Everyone be careful. This place is strange. The woman seemed to be untainted by the mortal world as she warned the 20 or so young men and women behind her. The 20 or so extraordinary young men and women stood behind the alluring woman. Each of them was very powerful, and they stood there quietly, emitting an unusual aura. If Du Xiaofu was here, he would definitely be able to recognize these extraordinary young men and women. They were none other than Gu Xinyan, General, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Guo Xiaofeng, Liu Xiao, and the others from Tianwu Academy. There seems to be quite a number of people here looking for treasures. Could there really be treasures here? Liu Xiao's figure was tall and straight as he looked around. His light red hair draped over his shoulders, and his dark red eyes rippled. There was an indescribable majesty and evil aura around him. Gu Xinyan looked at the sea of people in the sky. Her beautiful eyes glowed as she said softly, "There should be treasures here." However, places with treasures are bound to be dangerous. There are also many experts here, so we have to be very careful. Let's find the treasures first. General retracted his gaze as his aura rippled. His aura seemed to dominate the sky, suppressing the mountains and rivers. Someone's here. Ghost Child suddenly raised his head. His black robe fluttered slightly, and his facial features were clear as if they were carved. His voice was gentle, but there was a hint of fierceness in it. He said softly, "There are quite a number of people here." Swoosh, swoosh, as Ghost Child's voice faded, hundreds of people appeared in their sight. They were all young men and women, and they all had a faint cold and evil aura around them. The Yin Spirit Crystal should be in front. As long as we can get it, we will have done a great service. This time the sect leader did not send us here hoping that we can get the last opportunity in this sealed ancient land. He only hopes that we can get the Yin Spirit Crystal. The Yin Spirit Crystal is here. 60 years ago, a strong cultivator of the sect accidentally found it when he was young. However, at that time, a terrifying evil spirit just happened to awaken, and everyone was killed. The strong cultivator of the sect was lucky enough to escape. We must be careful. As long as we don't wake up that evil spirit, we will be fine. This time, eldest senior brother has obtained great benefits from this place. He has directly broken through to the initial stage of the martial emperor stage. If that evil spirit is still around, he should be able to kill it directly. Everyone who obtains the Yin Spirit Crystal will be rewarded greatly. Eldest senior brother. Someone is watching us from the front. Over 100 young men and women were discussing in low voices as they walked over carefully. They did not even dare to speak loudly. Suddenly, they noticed Gu Xinyan, the general, Wu Kei, and the others. They immediately stopped and began to size each other up. Among this group of people, there was a young man in black and gray robes who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. His aura was quite cold, and there were many martial king realm auras behind him. The rest were all martial marquis realm auras. A lineup of over 100 people was not too strong, but it was definitely not too weak either. Seeing that there were only over 20 of them, this group of people let down their guard a little. Among them, there were a few beautiful women who attracted the evil gazes of many of the men in the lineup. They are not weak. It seems that there is initial stage martial emperor. If we fight, we will not be able to gain any advantages. Be careful. Gu Xinyan said softly to the people around her. There was a hint of fear in her beautiful eyes. Let's go first. Let's find the treasure first. The general nodded at Gu Xinyan. There was no need for that. In this sealed ancient land that was filled with evil spirits, there was indeed no need to casually fight with others. The crowd then turned around and began to retreat. It was obvious that they did not intend to pay attention to the group behind them. It was fine as long as they did not invade each other's territory. Seeing the attitude of the 20 young men and women as they left, The hundreds of people behind them knew that the other party was more afraid of them. Their eyes were filled with smiles. The leading young man in dark gray robes looked at the backs of the beautiful women. There was a hint of uncontrollable lust in his eyes. He said, "Everyone, this place is strange and dangerous. May I ask where you are from? Do you want to travel together? When the time comes, we will split the treasure equally. I am Insi Jun, the sect master of the Dark Nether sect, Shui Yao's first disciple." Sizzle. As soon as In Sijuin finished speaking, the 20-plus figures in front of him suddenly stopped, and then they turned around in unison. "Are you from the Dark Nether sect?" Wu Kei turned around and asked In Sijun. She was wearing a bright red robe. Her big eyes were filled with a seductive charm. She looked at In Sijun and asked, "Of course, I'm In Sijun, the first disciple of the Dark Nether sect. May I know where you are from?" When In Sijun saw the seductive women, he tidied his clothes. Although the Dark Nether sect was not as powerful as the 9 great forces, it was still powerful enough to be looked up to by some small forces. These 20 over people must have come from a small force. They must be in awe of the Dark Nether sect. If that was the case, he was certain that he would be able to win the hearts of those beautiful women. Dark Nether sect. As soon as Yinsijin said those words, everyone from Tianwu Academy shuddered. Their auras gushed out from their bodies, and their calm gazes turned blood-red. The destruction of Tianwu Academy was a blood feud. The scene from back then was still vivid in their minds, and they could not forget it. Back then, they had barely managed to escape with their lives after the Academy's experts sacrificed their lives. All of them swore that they would rebuild Tianwu Academy one day and take revenge for this blood feud. Now that the Dark Nether sect's disciples were right in front of them, how could they endure it? "What are you trying to do?" When Insi Jun sensed the sudden surge of sharp auras from the other party, he immediately sensed that something was amiss. "We must take revenge for this blood feud." Li Yuxiao walked out, and a devilish aura surged out of his dark red eyes. In an instant, his aura soared into the sky as though a demon god had awakened. "We must take revenge for this blood feud." The general, Gu Xinyan, Guo Xiaofeng, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Black Eagle, Tang Wu, Yi Feiyu, Guiqing, Zhang Lu, Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, Sun Ji, and the others released their auras as their eyes turned red. "Attack!" Waves of auras surged out as the 20 over Tianwu Academy's students moved at the same time. They turned into streaks of light and charged toward the Dark Nether sect's disciples with majestic auras. "How dare you attack my Dark Nether sect when you're not even a martial monarch? You're courting death." Insi Jun shouted in a deep voice. His expression changed as killing intent filled his eyes. A cold aura swept out and charged toward Li Yuxiao, the general, and the others who were in the lead. A huge battle suddenly broke out. Boom! The energy collided and turned into a vortex. Dazzling runes filled the sky, and it looked extremely terrifying. "Kill!" Ghost Child, Guo Xiaofeng, Wu Kei, Black Eagle, Tang Wu, and the others attacked fiercely. They charged into the crowd and collided with the Dark Nether sect's disciples. Boom! Boom! A chaotic battle broke out. The shocking sound of energy colliding resounded in the strange forest, attracting the attention of many people. The people from Tianwu Academy were extraordinary. However, compared to the hundreds of people from the Dark Nether sect, there was no doubt that they had the advantage in numbers. There were no weaklings among them, and they definitely had the upper hand. Moreover, there was a martial monarch in the Dark Nether sect who had just entered the martial monarch stage. Compared to the general, Gu Xinyan, and the others, this level of cultivation was much more tyrannical. Ever since Gu Xinyan, Ghost Child, and the others left the spirit realm, they had obtained some fortuitous encounters. With the cultivation resources that Du Xiaofu had given them before they parted ways, and the fortuitous encounters they had obtained in the sealed ancient land, they had only reached the peak of the martial king realm. The general's improvement was the greatest, and he had obtained the greatest fortuitous encounter in the sealed ancient land. However, he had just broken through to the peak of the martial monarch realm. He was not afraid of ordinary peak martial kings, but he was still lacking when facing a martial monarch. For ordinary people, even if they were talented, it would take them more than 10 years to break through one level of the martial king realm. It was already terrifying that they could break through 2 levels in such a short time. However, the Tianwu Academy's disciples were not enough to deal with the dark nether sex disciples. This was especially true when facing a martial monarch. The general and ghost child were still injured when they joined forces. Spurt. Many of the Tianwu Academy's disciples were forced to retreat. Blood dripped from their mouths as they were attacked by the dark nether sex disciples. However, none of them retreated. They fought with all their might. The Academy's blood feud was as deep as the ocean. They would not back down when they encountered this. Bang! Bang! The general and ghost child tried their best, but they were still suppressed. Blood flowed from their mouths. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their killing intent was sharp. Swoosh! Swoosh! Hundreds of figures rushed out from the forest. In just a few flashes, they appeared outside the chaotic battle. A young man wearing a purple soft armor and a purple mask walked out. He was holding a shining badge in his hand. He looked at the battlefield in front of him, and his eyes suddenly became fierce. Hiss! Hiss! Little Star, who was on Du Xiaofu's shoulder, raised its head slightly. Its golden eyes looked around as it looked at the chaotic battle. Bang! 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 A series of deep sonic booms sounded. Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, Stone, and the others looked at each other with a puzzled expression. They did not know why the young hall master would suddenly appear here without saying a word. Bang! Bang! Roar! The chaotic battle was intense. Many people had already activated their meridian souls. Rumble, terrifying energy swept out. The ground in the forest cracked, and strange towering trees exploded. You overestimate yourself. Kill! Yin Sijuan snorted coldly and dove down from the sky amidst the black mist. His aura was monstrous and oppressive as he lashed out with his claw, intending to tear the general and ghost child apart. The general and ghost child had just stopped retreating. Before they could stabilize their bodies, the terrifying claw imprint had already swept over, causing a grave expression to appear in their eyes. Chapter 903. Scram! At this moment, an indifferent and sharp voice was heard. A purple figure appeared in front of general and ghost child like a ghost. A powerful and domineering aura erupted. The purple figure didn't seem to move, but Insi Jun's figure was forced back. The sudden appearance of the figure caused Gehenna Jun's expression to change drastically as he retreated. General and Ghost Child were even more surprised. They had thought that they would have to put their lives on the line, but they did not expect that someone would appear at this time to lend them a helping hand. When they saw the purple figure who wore purple soft armor and a purple mask, the eyes of the general and Ghost Child trembled. They could not help but cry out, "Weapon Emperor, Qiao Feng!" How could the general and Ghost Child forget the figure in front of them? That was the Weapon Sovereign, Qiao Feng. They had always suspected that the Weapon Sovereign, Qiao Feng, might be someone, but they didn't dare to be sure. Whoosh, whoosh! Whooshing sounds resounded in all directions. Several hundred figures immediately landed in the surroundings, surrounding the battlefield in a formation that surrounded the intense battle. Waves of powerful auras spread out, causing the expressions of the Tianwu Academy students and dark nether sex disciples who were fighting to the death to turn pale. Their movements slowed down. "All of you, stop!" After Du Xiaofu forced Yin Sijuan back, he looked around and shouted. His voice was like a thunderclap that shook the souls of everyone present. The people who were fighting fiercely retreated one after another. The dark nether sect's disciples exchanged glances with each other before they retreated behind In Si-jun. They looked at the several hundred people around them and the mysterious masked man, feeling puzzled and shocked. When Tianwu Academy's Gu Xinyan, Gua Xiaofeng, Wu Kei, Tang Wu, Liu Xiao, and the others saw the purple-armored cultivator, their faces lit up with joy as they approached him. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept past the general, Gu Xinyan, Liu Xiao, Wu Kei, and the others. He then saw Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, Sun Ji, Yi Feiyu, Guqing, Zhang Lu, and the others. He was secretly happy and asked, "Are you guys okay?" "Brother Qiao Feng, we're fine. It's just that a few of us were heavily injured," Wu Kei said as he stared at the person under the mask. He wanted to confirm if the weapon sovereign, Qiao Feng, was him. "Sir, you must be the weapon sovereign, Qiao Feng. I've heard about you. We're the dark nether sect's disciples. In Si-jun, Qiao Feng, the weapon sovereign, Qiao Feng. Qiao Feng, the divine thunder sect's disciple. Qiao Feng, the weapon sovereign, was in the divine thunder divine. The dark nether sect was still incomparable to the Seven Stars Hall. Under such circumstances, it was better for them to establish a good relationship with the Seven Stars Hall. Dark nether sect, Du Xiaofu NN Devil Realm sect. Sex Chaz Hand of Feng's Tu's Nai In Dongs to NNN, A to Forest to Yi. In He to kill. The to him, to the to kill. Kill, SS to two, TT to his two, T's 8 dark nether sect. Consider this as interest. Just as In Si-jun's expression changed, a bone-chilling voice filled with killing intent rang in his ears. Then, a purple figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. In Si-jun was unable to react to the aura and speed of the purple figure. His eyes narrowed as a chill crawled up his soul. Fear filled his eyes. Finally, he saw a bolt of lightning land on his glabella. Bang! A bolt of lightning energy landed on In Si-jun's forehead and pierced through it. In Si-jun's body began to crack, and in the end he exploded under the force of the lightning energy, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky and dissipated. Arcs of lightning filled the air. A martial emperor who had just broken through to the martial emperor realm was easily killed like an ant. Kill. Leave no one alive. Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and a chill spread out from his body. His eyes under the mask were filled with killing intent. Lin Weiqi, Dong Li Diao, Shi Tu, Tao Yu, Sun Tian, Wuma Shang, Yu Bai, and the others trembled in fear. They had never seen the young lord have such a murderous intent. Even Xiao Hui, who had killed the divine light court, did not have such a murderous intent. Kill. As soon as Du Xiaofu waved his hand, Lin Weiqi, Dong Li Diao, Shi Tu, Sun Tian, and the others charged out and charged toward the dark nether sect's disciples who were still in a daze. Bang! 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 Ah! Help! Run! Run for your lives! The sound of explosions reverberated in the air as the dark nether sect's disciples shrieked in agony. How could these dark nether sect's disciples be a match for the Seven Star Hall's disciples? Whether it was in terms of numbers or cultivation base, they would be slaughtered. In just 2 to 3 minutes, hundreds of dark nether sect's disciples had turned into bloody mist. With Lin Weiqi, Dong Li Diao, Shi Tu, Sun Tian, and the others present, none of the dark nether sect's disciples could escape. The general, Gu Xinyan, Liu Xiao, Wu Kei, Gua Xiaofeng, and the others looked at each other when they saw this. They were shocked by the strength of Lin Weiqi, Dong Li Diao, Shi Tu, and the others. At the same time, they were also shocked by the mysterious young man's killing intent. There were many onlookers in the surroundings. They could not help but take a few steps back. They did not want to be implicated when the Seven Star Hall's disciples started a massacre. Perhaps only the people from the 9 great forces could compare to the Seven Star Hall's disciples. He's here. That guy is here. At this moment, Zombie Jiang Qin glanced around the forest and said nonchalantly, Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the dense aura in the forest began to fluctuate. A murderous aura began to spread out and permeated the dark forest. The murderous aura caused people's hearts to tremble. They began to look around cautiously. Some people began to retreat. The atmosphere was so tense that those with weaker strength could not bear it. Ah! All of a sudden, a blood-curdling scream rang out. Outside the crowd, someone's body was pierced by the black vines. The onlookers were unable to resist the vines at all. Their blood was sucked dry, and they turned into dried corpses. Their vitality was being devoured, and it seemed like their souls were being devoured as well. Ah, save me! Save me! All of a sudden, countless blood-curdling screams rang out. Dense black vines appeared in the surroundings and pierced through the onlookers' bodies. They devoured their blood, vitality, and souls. At the same time, some people tried to make a move. However, no one was able to do anything to the densely packed vines. The vines moved like lightning, and wherever they passed, there would be a massacre. Screams of agony rang out endlessly. "Everyone be careful!" Du Xiaofu shouted. He released his consciousness to the surroundings, allowing the 7-Star Hall's disciples and Tianwu Academy's students to get closer. Blood-black, baleful aura spread out in the air, densely filling the air and covering the dense forest. Whoosh! 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 The black vines continued their massacre, and in an instant, countless corpses were turned into dried corpses. Lin Weiqi, Dongli Jiao, the general, Stone, Gu Xinyan, and the others were astonished. The black vines were too bizarre and powerful. In just a short period of time, the thousands of people in the surroundings were killed by the black vines. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. Everything was devoured by the black vines, and the surroundings turned into a dead zone. Looking at the thousands of people being killed, Du Xiaofu didn't make a move. The vines were too powerful, and he only had to protect those from the 7-Star Hall and Tianwu Academy. As for those who had nothing to do with him, Du Xiaofu didn't feel that he had any obligation to help them. When the Tianwu Academy's students were in danger, no one dared to help them. The strong preyed on the weak, and this was an unchanging rule for cultivators. Chi Lala, countless blood-black vines surrounded Du Xiaofu and the others at the back like spirited serpents with their heads held high. It was as though the forest had come to life. Black, murderous aura swept across the area, causing one's soul to tremble. Whoosh! 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 Finally, the vines started to attack from all directions, pouncing toward the 7-Star Hall and Tianwu Academy students. Kill! Lin Weiqi, Dong Lidiao, Shi Tu, Sun Wu, Wuma Shang Yu Bai, and the other strongest cultivators of the various palaces immediately took action. Waves of mighty qi surged and swept out in a terrifying manner, blocking the eerie and terrifying blood-black tree vines. Lala, Lin Weiqi's beautiful figure, was surrounded by raging flames, blocking the black vines. After all, flames were the nemesis of evil spirits. However, the vines were extremely bizarre. It seemed as though they weren't afraid of flames. A few even more terrifying vines swept out, wrapping around Lin Weiqi. Dongli Jiao, Sun Tian, Stone, and the others made their moves with all their might. Terrifying runes soared into the sky, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Rumble! Terrifying auras burst forth one after another, but Dongli Jiao, Stone, and the others were still unable to fend off the vines. Some of the vines swept out, completely unafraid of ordinary attacks. Ku! Dongli Condor activated the enormous body of the cloud-piercing phoenix blood condor. Runes flashed, and the enormous body of the cloud-piercing phoenix blood condor hovered in midair. However, it was immediately entangled by more than a dozen tree vines. There will be a small explosion today. It will be released consecutively around 7 to 8 in the evening. Brothers, don't wait for the update during the day. Chapter 904. Swoosh, swoosh. Black fog swirled around the blood-black vines. The arm-sized vines moved like black lightning, stirring up the energy of heaven and earth. Soon after, the strange blood-black vines wrapped around Lin Weiqi, Stone, Sun Tian, Yu Bai, Wu Masheng, and the others tightly. No matter how hard Lin Weiqi and the others struggled, they couldn't break free. Everyone's profound energy surged. Lin Weiqi and the others activated their martial veins, but they couldn't break free. However, it would not be easy for the strange blood-black vines to devour their life force and blood. Du Xiaofu's gaze was grave beneath his mask. He formed seals with his hands, and lightning crackled in his eyes. Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Dark clouds gathered. Crackle! In an instant, strange lightning talisman inscriptions flashed across Du Xiaofu's body. Silver snakes wreaked havoc around him, making him look like a god of lightning. A terrifying pressure descended upon the area, causing everyone's souls to tremble. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The sky froze and countless bolts of lightning emanated a destructive aura. Terrifying lightning descended from the sky, destroying everything in its path. Large swathes of the forest's towering trees were destroyed. Subsequently, the densely packed and frightening destructive thunderbolts seemed to have grown eyes as they instantly landed on the strange black blood tree vines. Bang, bang! As the lightning fell, the strange black vines seemed to have been electrocuted. The tiny vines were instantly destroyed, while the larger ones were knocked back. Some of their runes were destroyed, and they retreated as if they'd been electrocuted. Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, Stone, Sunwu, and the others were instantly freed. They hurriedly retreated to Du Xiaofu's side, fear in their eyes. Blood fiend vines, come out. Stop hiding. Jiangchen stared ahead, his calm voice echoing in all directions. Jiangchen, you've been working with humans. The strange, sharp voice carried with it a strange sound wave that seemed to bore into one's mind. Whoosh! Blood fiend runes flickered all around the forest. Finally, it seemed as if all the plants and towering trees had come to life. Rocks flew from the ground, and wild winds howled. Everything began to change. Finally, before everyone's eyes, large swathes of the forest's towering trees and strange plants disappeared, transforming into strange, blood-black vines. A blood-black tree vine that was as large as a small village and as tall as a mountain appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The black tree vines that were as large as a city had a strange lower body that was rooted in the forest, while the upper body was that of a giant. Its hair was made of strange, blood-black tree vines that were twisting and writhing like blood-black pythons. Its eyes were blood-red, and its entire body was filled with a murderous aura. The enormous vine's gaze swept over Du Xiaofu and the others, then settled on Jiangchen. A strange, piercing voice rang out like thunder, then transformed into ripples that spread out. Your Excellency Jiangchen, you don't want these humans? Are you giving them to me as a gift? Jiangchen gazed at the enormous vine, then raised his head slightly. His gaze was cold and domineering. I need the Yin Spirit crystals for a purpose. Hand them over. Haha, Yin Spirit crystals? Your Excellency Jiangchen, what do you need them for? Do you want them from these humans? The vine giant laughed heartily, then looked at Jiangchen. That doesn't seem like your usual style. If you want Yin Spirit crystals, I'm afraid that's not enough for you to come personally, is it? Do you want me to make a move? Jiangchen stared directly at the vine giant. If he were at his peak, he would have attacked long ago. But now that his corpse core is gone, he's no longer strong enough to deal with the blood fiend vines. From the looks of it, the news can't be wrong. Rumor has it that Jiangchen has joined forces with the humans, and his cultivation seems to have been affected. The blood vine sneered at Jiangchen. His eyes were ferocious, and his murderous aura surged to the heavens. If you were still at your peak, you would have attacked me long ago. The fact that you still haven't attacked proves that your strength has indeed declined significantly. You can try. Jiangchen's jet-black eyes flickered slightly, but when he looked at the blood fiend vines, his gaze was cold. If you want to try, then I'll try. Your disciples and grand-disciples have all been killed. Do you still want to lie to me? You're not the same as before. The blood fiend vine sneered. As it spoke, a blood-black vine stretched out from the sky, piercing through space. Its tail glinted with a sharp, cold light. As the vine shot out, a murderous aura surged in all directions. Its terrifying aura rippled like a tidal wave. Jiangchen's gaze flickered. He prepared to attack. Whoosh! However, at that moment, a purple figure shot out. Du Xiaofu was the first to act. Profound energy surged from the soles of his feet as he blocked the vine. Just as Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Jiangchen, the blood fiend vines tore through space like a sharp arrow, causing faint black cracks to appear in the surrounding space. Carefree rippling steps. Du Xiaofu's figure quickly dodged. His movements were unpredictable, like that of a god. The blood fiend vines let out a cry of surprise, as if its attack had missed. Its strange body twisted slightly, and the surrounding blood-black vines seemed to come alive, covering the sky and covering the earth as they swept out. These strange blood-black vines seemed to be able to tear through space. In an instant, they appeared around Du Xiaofu. Swish, swish, a dense mass of blood-black vines appeared in the sky, covering the sky with terrifying speed. Accompanied by a monstrous, murderous aura, they tightly wrapped around Du Xiaofu. Not good, Dongli Jiao, Lin Weiqi, and the others suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. They'd personally experienced the vines and knew that they couldn't break free from them. Oh! Just as the densely packed blood-black tree vines wrapped around Du Xiaofu, a dragon's roar was emitted from within. The sound wave caused Dongli Jiao to almost tremble and crawl. Whoosh, whoosh, a monstrous energy rippled through the air. Within the dense mass of strange vines, a golden flame swept out. The terrifying heat seemed capable of incinerating everything. It seemed capable of destroying everything. Large patches of strange plants in the vicinity of the forest immediately withered. Bang, bang! In just a moment, the dense cage of vines began to crack. Then it exploded. The broken vines and runes disappeared in midair. Ayo! The dragon's roar resounded through the space. Then, Little Star's true body, which was dozens of feet long, hovered high in the sky. His wings, which had expanded to hundreds of feet, were no longer as thin as a cicada's wings. Instead, they were like the feathers of a phoenix, spreading red-purple flames. Although there was starlight flowing on the surface of his body and the aura of the golden-winged rock, there was more of a terrifying supreme aura. General Gu Xinyan and the others raised their heads. Under the terrifying pressure, the new meridian soul that Ghost Child had merged with the 9 Serenities' ghost dragon was also trembling. Whoosh, whoosh! Little Xingxing revealed his true form. 5 claws could be faintly seen rising from his abdomen, giving birth to clouds of runes. Golden light overflowed from his eyes as he flapped his wings, forming waves of blazing fire tornadoes that immediately wrapped around the huge blood vine fiend. A terrifying, strange, and complicated pressure descended upon the world from his body. That blazing aura caused the blood fiend vines to be shocked. Immediately, he waved his vine arms. The dense vines in the surroundings fluctuated, forming an indestructible wall of vines in midair, resisting the blazing flames on Little Star's body. The blazing flames seemed to be able to suppress it at this moment. However, Little Star's blazing flames were unable to do anything to the blood fiend vines for the time being. It could only be considered a stalemate. Du Xiaofu's hand seals condensed. His gaze under the mask was slightly serious. Mysterious runes flashed from his body, condensing into a stalk of grass. That was the Nether Seeker grass. Its spiritual leaves were slender, as if they were real. Mysterious runes flashed. As the nether seeker grass flew out, the entire sky was filled with pressure. However, that aura spread, causing the depths of one's soul to feel relaxed and happy. That aura could purify the spirit platform and suppress all evil. Go. The mysterious runes turned into a beam of light. It could actually penetrate the blood fiend vine's wall of vines and suppress all evil spirits. Bang, bang, bang. The blood fiend vine's wall exploded. The huge body of vines started to sway, as if it was continuously injured. Then it continued to explode, and in the end it completely collapsed. The ominous aura swept out, causing the earth to shake. Everyone retreated with astonishment in their eyes. After a short while, the huge tree vines were completely shattered into pieces and disappeared. Something doesn't seem right. Du Xiaofu floated in midair and exchanged glances with Little Star. Both of them revealed a doubtful and vigilant expression. Although the nether seeker grass was the nemesis of all evil spirits, Du Xiaofu didn't believe that he could defeat the blood fiend vines so easily. The blood fiend vines of the Demon Emperor Nirvana realm was extremely powerful. It was definitely not easy to deal with. Ha 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 ha! At this moment, the blood fiend vine's strange and sharp laughter came from an unknown place in the surrounding air. As the loud laughter came out, the messy and strange forest suddenly started to shake violently again. Then, as if the earth was shaking, the monstrous, ominous aura swept out from the surroundings like a wave. Chapter 905. The murderous aura lingered in the air and formed a blood-red cloud. Within the ominous cloud a figure appeared. It was a man in a blood-black robe. He looked older than Jiangqin, but was still very handsome. This was especially true for his pair of blood-black eyes. They were extremely strange and enchanting. However, the murderous aura emanating from his body was monstrous and terrifying. Du Xiaofu frowned. The man in the blood-black robe was obviously the human form of the Bloodvine spirit. The Bloodvine spirit was too strong. As a strange demon spirit, it was even harder to deal with. Not bad. You still have such skills. However, you are still far from it. The man in blood-black robes looked at Du Xiaofu and Little Star. The expression on his handsome face froze slightly as he gloomily said, "Now let's end everything. Your blood and soul will be enough for me to advance to a new level." Chi. As soon as he finished speaking, the Bloodvine demon waved his hand and a blood-black light surged in his eyes. He stretched his arms slightly and a vast murderous aura swept through the sky. The surroundings immediately trembled. The entire strange forest came alive at this moment. Swish, 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 swish. Strange blood-black tree vines intertwined in the air. Then, under many shocked gazes, the murderous aura fluctuated and turned into a blood-black tree vine giant. The tree vine giant was like a living creature. It roared and pounced towards Du Xiaofu and Little Star. Roar! Little Star roared and flapped his wings. The scales on his huge tail were accompanied by golden flames as they swept towards the giant tree vine giant. Woo! The tree vine giant roared like thunder. Its huge fist was covered by dense and strange tree vines and murderous aura. It met Little Star's huge tail head-on. Bang, bang! A low sound was heard and the broken runes scattered. Little Star's huge tail was pushed back and his huge body trembled in the air. The golden flames on Little Star's body had a restraining effect on the strange tree vine. However, it seemed that he was not strong enough to completely restrain it. Bang! The strange vine giant's body was pushed back a few steps by Little Xingxing's huge tail before it once again pounced at Little Xingxing and Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's eyes were very serious under his mask. The Bloodvine spirit was not easy to deal with, but he had to obtain the Yin Spirit Crystal. This was his first goal in entering this sealed ancient land, and it was even more important than the final great opportunity. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes. With a thought, mysterious talisman runes flickered on the surface of his body. An invisible ripple spread out like a ring. As the invisible waves spread out, dark clouds began to roll in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. At this moment, the vine giant seemed to have sensed something, and fear began to spread from its body. Chi la la! Blazing lightning covered Du Xiaofu's body in an instant. It was like a rising sun, and countless dazzling lightning runes gushed out in all directions. At this moment, the space trembled violently. The terrifying thunder might filled the sky, and countless bolts of lightning pierced through the space. Chi! Chi! At this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes that had just been closed suddenly opened. Blazing lightning burst out from his eyes and rushed into the thunderclouds in the sky. It was as if it had materialized and connected with the lightning. An aura that made one's soul palpitate suddenly rippled and spread out in this part of the world, and it was still spreading into the distance. The Bloodvine spirit looked at the thunderclouds in the sky, and its eyes began to surge with astonishment and fear. In this part of the world, there was an aura that made one's heart palpitate, silently spreading out, causing it to feel fear at this moment. Go! Du Xiaofu spat out a word. With a wave of his hand, purple lightning swept out from the thunderclouds in the sky. The strange and dazzling lightning runes spread out and rippled. Silver snakes shuttled through the sky, and the space exploded and overturned. Lightning immediately fell on the vine giant's body. The terrifying purple lightning fell, and almost everything was annihilated in an instant. Just looking at the thunder might that spread out and descended, one's hair suddenly stood on end, and they almost wanted to crawl on the ground. The huge vine giant was then turned into pieces under the purple lightning. Then, in the surrounding strange forest, huge cracks appeared in the mountains. The strange towering trees collapsed one after another, and the mountains collapsed. The aura was too terrifying. Is this the true strength of the young hall master? Dong Li Diao's eyes were filled with shock. Under the terrifying purple lightning, he felt that he could not resist at all. Could this be the Renhuang martial vein? It seems like it's not just the Renhuang martial vein. Lin Weiqi's delicate face was stunned. Under the thunder martial vein, her raging flame martial vein was trembling in fear. Rumble, the purple lightning fell and spread, and the scattered strange vines in the surroundings were immediately shattered. A large area of evil aura was destroyed by the aura of pure yang. The bloodvine spirit was instinctively afraid, and its body kept retreating. It felt that there was a murderous aura spreading in the aura, showing the majesty of creation and the righteousness of heaven and earth, as if it could vast the sky and punish all living things. Retreat! Everyone retreat! At this moment, Dong Li Jiao shouted and waved his hand. The disciples of the Seven-Star Hall and the Tianwu Academy immediately retreated. Swoosh, swoosh! One by one, the figures flew into the sky and left quickly. When the general, Gu Xinyan Wu Kei, and the others saw this, they looked at each other and immediately left with the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall. The Bloodvine spirit locked its gaze on Du Xiaofu and allowed the crowd to leave. In midair, Du Xiaofu's body was wrapped in lightning, and the rumbling of thunder resounded in the surroundings. At this moment, the power of lightning seemed to have triggered the purple-gold lightning arcs that originally existed in the sealed ancient land. Above the sky, there were waves of purple-gold lightning energy, fluctuations that seemed to have turned into countless purple-gold spiritual snakes that shuttled through the void. More and more purple-gold lightning gathered, and the oppressive power of the lightning made one's hair stand on end and feel a chill in their hearts. What's going on? The Bloodvine spirit looked at the sky, and under the purple-gold lightning arcs that were gathering, its eyes revealed true fear. It seemed to be even more fearful of the purple-gold lightning arcs. More and more purple-gold lightning arcs appeared, and it was as though all the purple-gold lightning arcs in the sealed ancient land were being drawn over. The purple-gold lightning arcs hovered in the sky, and in the end, they were even more terrifying than the purple-gold lightning aura around Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's aura seemed to have undergone an invisible change. The purple-gold lightning instinctively drew the purple-gold lightning arcs in the sky, as though it wanted to devour them. Rumble! In the sky, more and more purple-gold lightning arcs appeared, and in the end they turned into terrifying purple-gold lightning bolts that charged out. With a rumbling sound, they descended from the sky with a destructive aura. Sizzle! The purple-gold lightning energy that filled the sky was so terrifying that it was simply destructive. In an instant, the entire strange forest trembled violently. The purple-gold lightning wreaked havoc, and it was as though countless bombs had exploded. The destructive power seemed to have descended from the 9 heavens. Oh no! At this moment, the Bloodvine's spirit seemed to have sensed something. Absolute fear flashed across its eyes, and its body immediately turned into a black blood-red stream of light, and directly drilled into the ground. However, the Bloodvine's spirit seemed to be a step too slow. The lightning in the sky descended, and a purple-gold lightning coincidentally landed on its body, causing it to spit out a mouthful of blood. After that, its body disappeared into the ground. Bang, bang, bang! In the strange sky, purple-gold thunderclouds gathered, and a low rumble of thunder resounded in the sky. The terrifying purple-gold lightning in the sky also directly landed on Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing's bodies. At this moment, Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing's huge bodies were immediately filled with lightning. As the purple-gold lightning that could destroy everything surged into their bodies, it disappeared within their bodies and was completely absorbed by their bodies. Then, the purple-gold lightning that filled the sky seemed to be attracted by a strange force. All of it fell on Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing's enormous bodies. At this moment, the father and daughter pair allowed the lightning to fall on their bodies. Like a bottomless pit, they absorbed an endless stream of purple-gold lightning energy. On a high mountain outside the strange forest, Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, Stone, Gu Xinyan, the general, Wu Kei, and the others gazed into the distance. Vast expanses of purple-gold lightning swept down from the sky, their destructive auras terrifying to behold. Rumble! Explosions rang out, and the heavens and earth in the distance trembled violently. The purple-gold lightning wreaked havoc, as if countless bombs were exploding. The vibrations caused everyone's eardrums to hurt and their minds to spin. The young temple master and Little Xingxing are still inside. Will they be all right? Dongli Diao was worried. The purple-gold lightning in the depths of the forest contained a destructive power that seemed to be spreading. The entire forest seemed to be on the verge of collapse. This is one of the young temple master's plans. There shouldn't be any problems. I wonder if Jiangqin has succeeded? Lin Weiqi frowned slightly. At this moment, Jiangqin wasn't among them. Jiangqin couldn't have lured us here on purpose, could he? Stone was somewhat worried. He didn't quite trust Jiangqin. I, Jiangqin, won't go back on my word, said a faint voice. A purple-robed man descended from the sky. It was Jiangqin, the man Stone had been worried about just a moment ago. First, I have to apologize to everyone. I'm sure some of you are guessing that Little You has updated at least 4 or 5 chapters, but there are only 2. After updating a chapter at noon, I felt a bit dizzy and wanted to take a nap. Unfortunately, I overslept. That's all. I'll note this down and continue writing. There will be more today. The next update will be at around 12:30. My goal is 2 chapters. Chapter 906. In the sky above the messy forest, purple-gold lightning bolts gathered and landed on Du Xiaofu's body, connecting with Du Xiaofu's body. In Du Xiaofu's body, the lightning martial veins surged and covered his entire body. A majestic and desolate aura spread, channeling the purple-gold lightning bolts and devouring them. The The purple-gold lightning entered Du Xiaofu's body and entered his bones, muscles, blood vessels, cells, and internal organs. In the sky, the lightning around Du Xiaofu's body was like a rising sun. Countless dazzling lightning runes spread around his body, like purple-gold lightning snakes shuttling through the sky. At this moment, little Xingxing's huge body was similar to Du Xiaofu's. The surrounding lightning bolts were satisfied and greedily absorbing the purple-gold lightning bolts. Rumble! The space trembled and thunder rumbled. Endless purple-gold lightning bolts landed on Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing's bodies. These purple-gold lightning bolts then turned into a terrifying energy, causing the aura of the father and daughter pair to rise continuously. The human and dragon bodies were greedily absorbing the terrifying energy contained in the rolling purple-gold lightning bolts, entering their bodies through their pores and scales. The energy contained in the purple-gold lightning aura seemed to be terrifyingly powerful, causing the aura of Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing to soar as if they were sitting on a rocket. Soar rapidly. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Du Xiaofu floated in midair, his body covered in lightning. The aura of a supreme being spread from his body, wanting to suppress the heavens and the earth. The overbearing and terrifying aura caused the space to rumble as if it wanted to turn the heavens and the earth upside down. Unknowingly, starlight started to revolve in the sky where lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Runes surged and domineering energy undulations rose and fell like a vast ocean, like a golden rainbow across the sky. The earth shook and the mountains shook. It was as if the heavens and the earth were shaking. It was shocking. After a long while, Du Xiaofu's rising aura seemed to have reached a critical point, and the rapidly rising aura finally stopped. The speed at which Du Xiaofu absorbed the purple-gold thunderbolt slowed down, and his aura calmed down. In the sky above, the surrounding purple-gold lightning arcs began to dissipate. As Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing's main body continued to devour like a bottomless pit, the purple-gold electric arcs that covered the sky began to dry up. Whoosh, whoosh! In the air not far away, 4 figures landed. These 4 were none other than Jiang Qin, Dongli Diao, Stone, and Lin Weiqi. Stone, Lin Weiqi, and the others were worried, so they returned. He's actually devouring lightning to break through. That martial vein is so terrifying. Jiang Qin gazed at Du Xiaofu from afar, his eyes filled with shock. He murmured softly, "It's just that there isn't enough lightning energy. If there was enough, it would have been enough to break through again." Sizzle, sizzle! As soon as Jiang Qin finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open. 2 blazing bolts of lightning shot out of his pupils. The lightning in his eyes shot straight into the thunderclouds in the sky, almost as if it had taken physical form. Rumble! In that instant, space trembled violently. The terrifying might of lightning filled the sky, and countless bolts of lightning pierced through space and disappeared into the distance. What's he trying to do? Could it be that he wants to force a breakthrough? Jiang Qin raised his head, muttering to himself. A look of astonishment appeared in his deep eyes. In the blink of an eye, the previously calm sky trembled violently once more. Whoosh, whoosh! Then purple-gold electric arcs that filled the sky converged from all directions, instantly occupying the air. He's drawing the purple-gold lightning. He's deliberately drawing it here so he can seize the opportunity to break through. As he gazed at the vast expanse of purple-gold electric arcs converging in the sky, Jiang Qin's gaze trembled fiercely. Whoosh, whoosh! The heart-palpitating, dazzling purple-gold electric arcs converged, once more descending upon Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing. Bolts of purple-gold lightning surged into Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing's bodies like purple-gold spirit serpents. Then, their profound mysteries vanished without a trace. As the purple-gold lightning was devoured once more, Du Xiaofu's aura, which had just stagnated, began to rise once more. It was the aura of a supreme being, capable of suppressing the heavens and the earth. However, the speed at which the aura was rising had slowed down. However, under such a slow speed, the aura had become much more vigorous. It was as if there was a power being suppressed, gathering and accumulating. It was like a suppressed volcano waiting for its final eruption. This didn't last for very long. Du Xiaofu's entire body was covered in electric arcs. He suddenly opened his eyes, which surged with lightning. They were like two dazzling suns, illuminating the sky and overlooking the earth. In that instant, the suppressed aura within Du Xiaofu's body suddenly erupted like a volcano. Boom! Then, countless lightning bolts shot into the sky around Du Xiaofu's body. Finally, under the astonished gazes of Dongli Diao, Stone, and Lin Weiqi, the lightning gathered and condensed into a purple-gold lightning giant rock. The giant purple-gold rock hovered in the sky. It wasn't a golden-winged rock. Although it had the mighty and overbearing aura of a golden-winged rock, it was purple-gold in color. The giant purple-gold rock covered the sky, covering half the sky. A dense and overbearing aura of destruction made Dongli Diao, Lin Weiqi, and Stone's legs go soft. "Goo!" the purple-gold rock screeched. Its voice seemed to penetrate the heavens of the sealed ancient land. The sound waves could even distort space. The densely packed purple-gold lightning arcs in the sky twisted rapidly and finally turned into a purple-gold thunderbolt that was dozens of feet long. The giant lightning bolt pierced through the spatial barrier from high up in the sky, heavily landing on the purple-gold rock that covered the sky. When the terrifying purple-gold thunderbolt fell, it caused the purple-gold rock's enormous illusory body to tremble. Then, the purple-gold electric arcs exploded on the rock's body. They wreaked havoc in the sky, lighting up the sky like a purple-gold sun. Above the purple-gold rock's head, a young man in purple soft armor slowly appeared. He raised his head to the heavens, his eyes like a rolling sea of lightning, and his entire body overflowing with electric arcs. The young man in purple soft armor connected with the purple-gold rock. An incomparably vast aura suddenly spread out in all directions like a tide. The martial emperor Nirvana realm. When he sensed the young man's aura, Jiangqin's eyes trembled violently. Jiangqin knew that not long ago, the young man had broken through from the martial emperor initial stage to the martial emperor mysterious stage. How long had it been? He'd broken through to the martial emperor Nirvana realm again. Even the word freakish wasn't enough to describe the speed of his breakthrough. The martial emperor Nirvana realm. Sure, Tu, Lin Weiqi, and Dongli Diao were stunned when they sensed the vast and mighty aura that spread from the young man's body on the head of the purple-gold, large, lightning rock illusory figure. "I don't want to live anymore." Dongli Diao's legs turned to jelly, and his entire body trembled. He had the urge to die. After such a blow, he'd completely lost all confidence in himself. "I still want to live. I still want to become strong." Stone rolled his eyes at Dongli Diao. Although he'd also suffered a blow, he didn't think it was strange that he couldn't compare to the third young master. Whoosh! A moment later, the purple-gold rock's shadow gradually disappeared from the sky. In the sky, the last of the purple-gold electric arcs also began to dissipate completely. Everything returned to normal. In the sky, the young man in purple soft armor stretched lazily, the lightning in his eyes disappearing. The crisp sound of his joints could be heard. Huff! The young man exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, causing the air to tremble. The martial emperor Nirvana realm. Lifting his hand slightly, Du Xiaofu felt the vast and mighty celestial aura in his body, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Compared to the mysterious martial emperor realm, the martial emperor Nirvana realm was a few times stronger. It was a comfortable feeling. It was as if he could shatter the space and destroy a martial emperor with just a wave of his hand. Du Xiaofu smiled. He didn't expect to encounter the troublesome Bloodvine aura when he came to get the Ean's spiritual crystal. In the end, he actually encountered such an opportunity that allowed him to advance further. It could be said that the harvest in this sealed ancient land was equivalent to a few years of cultivation outside. Back then, Du Xiaofu was like an ant when he faced a martial emperor realm cultivator. Du Xiaofu was helpless in front of Shui Yao, an old man Yinming from the Dark Nether sect. Otherwise, Tianwu Academy wouldn't have been razed to the ground. The strength that Du Xiaofu yearned for back then had now been achieved. The martial emperor Nirvana realm. If he used all his strength, Du Xiaofu was confident that he could even fight a half-venerable head-on. It's time for the Dark Nether sect to collect their debts. Just you wait. Killing intent flashed in his clear eyes. Although his strength wasn't strong enough to fight against that clan, Du Xiaofu had never forgotten about the Dark Nether sect. After encountering the Dark Nether sect's disciple this time, Du Xiaofu remembered the Dark Nether sect even more. After he got out of the sealed ancient land, he should pay the Dark Nether sect a visit. Father. Little Xingxing's huge body had already disappeared. Its tiny body landed on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. Chapter 907. With a smile in her eyes, she flicked her tongue. Little Xingxing waited for Du Xiaofu's gaze. She said in a clear, girlish voice, "You broke through again, even faster than me." Du Xiaofu smiled and said to little Xingxing, "How are you? Are you all right?" "I'm still a bit away from breaking through." Little Xingxing seemed a little disappointed. As soon as she spoke, her golden eyes froze. She looked at Du Xiaofu suspiciously and said, "That purple gold lightning just now, I felt a sense of déjà vu. It didn't seem like it would hurt me." "You've seen that purple gold lightning before?" asked Du Xiaofu. Little Xingxing was a mystery. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but be curious. Little Xingxing shook her head and said to Du Xiaofu, "I don't think so. But in my inherited memories, I felt that the purple gold lightning was very familiar. It wouldn't hurt me. It could even help me strengthen my body." Du Xiaofu sank into deep thought. He felt the changes in his body. The purple gold lightning gathered from the purple gold arcs really did cause his body to change a little. Although the changes in his body weren't great, Du Xiaofu knew that at his current level of physical strength, being able to strengthen even a little more was already an extremely frightening thing. "The more I learn about you, the more unfathomable you seem. What powerful lightning veins. You don't seem to be a human emperor or a human sovereign." Jiang Qin's figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. He looked at Du Xiaofu, his eyes rippling with a strange light. When he saw Jiang Qin, Du Xiaofu immediately asked anxiously, "Did you succeed?" The Yin spirit crystal isn't too important to the Bloodvine demon. It doesn't carry it on its person. It keeps it in its nest. I've already succeeded. As soon as Jiang Qin finished speaking, he tossed something to Du Xiaofu. This was the plan the two of them had discussed when they'd first arrived. The Bloodvine demon was powerful. Jiang Qin's strength had plummeted, and he couldn't do anything to it. He was worried that even if Du Xiaofu and Little Star worked together, they would not be able to do anything. Thus, the chances of a head-on clash were very small. They could only use their wits to win. Thus, the two of them decided that if things didn't work out, Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing would work together to pin down the Bloodvine fiend, while Jiang Qin, who was familiar with the situation, would sneak into the Bloodvine fiend's lair and take out the Yin spirit crystal. Du Xiaofu caught the item Jiang Qin tossed to him. A majestic wave of energy rippled through the air, and a palm-sized, gloomy orb of light appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand like a piece of dark jade. Runes flashed, causing one's origin spirit to tremble. Yin spiritual crystal. This is a Yin spiritual crystal. Du Xiaofu was overjoyed and his heart trembled. The item in his hand was the Yin spirit crystal that Du Xiaofu had been looking for. When the time came, his master, the venerated equipment artifact, would be able to recover completely. Hurry up and leave, Jiangqin said to Du Xiaofu. The Bloodvine Fiend is extremely petty. If it turns around and discovers that the Yin's spiritual crystal is gone, it'll definitely chase after us. Now that the Bloodvine Fiend is back, it's hard to say who will emerge victorious. When he heard this, Du Xiaofu immediately put away the Dark Sect artifact and smiled faintly. Now that he'd made another breakthrough, Du Xiaofu felt that if he encountered the Bloodvine Fiend again, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. Even before his breakthrough, Du Xiaofu estimated that, although the Bloodvine Fiend was strange and powerful, it wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to it. There's no time to waste. You must immediately strengthen your artifact spirit. Otherwise, when the great opportunity opens, it'll be too late for regrets, Jiangqin said. Jiangqin said calmly, I hope there's still time. Many thanks. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and cupped his fists at Jiangqin. Jiangqin's purple robes fluttered as he glanced at Du Xiaofu. Let's go. It's time for us to depart. Whoosh, whoosh! Several figures soared into the sky and disappeared in a flash. On the mountain peak, when Du Xiaofu arrived with Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, and the others Sun Wu, Tao Yu the general, and Gu Xinyan heaved a sigh of relief. Many thanks to the Artifact Emperor and the 7-Star Hall for your help. I can't thank you enough. On the mountain peak, the general, Wu Kei, Gu Xinyan, and the other Tianwu Academy disciples cupped their fists and thanked Du Xiaofu. In particular, the general and the others were extremely grateful. After all, they'd already been helped twice by him. There's no need to be so polite. The ancient Heaven Sect and World Society are not far ahead. If you hurry over, you should be able to catch up. After Du Xiaofu spoke to the general, Gu Xinyan, and the others, he gestured to the 7-Star Hall disciples, following which, several figures soared into the sky and left. Watching the figures disappear into the sky, the general, Gu Xinyan, and Wu Kei remained motionless for a long time. I have a feeling. What do you guys think? The general turned around and asked Gu Xinyan, Wu Kei, and Liu Xiao. We'll find out one day, Gu Xinyan said softly. Gu Xinyan said softly. Her beautiful eyes were shining. The mountain range was even more spectacular in this dim space, but the continuous cliffs were even more spectacular. The cliffs towered into the clouds. They were so tall that they looked as if they had been cut by a knife. It was as if some super expert had used an axe to split the mountain in half. The cliffs were continuous, leaving behind many crisscrossing abysses. This place was like the entrance to the underworld. It was magnificent. Black fog surged below, and the faint cries of ghosts and gods could be heard. It was frightening. Whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of figures landed on one of the cliffs. They were the disciples of the 7-Star Hall. In the lead were Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, Stone, and the others. Du Xiaofu surveyed his surroundings. Everywhere he looked were towering peaks and precipitous cliffs. In the distance, he occasionally saw strange, unknown plants. They grew in clusters, one after another. It's down there. There's a space there that can strengthen your artifact spirit, Jiangqin said to Du Xiaofu, gazing at the crisscrossing abysses below. Du Xiaofu looked down. Many of the abysses were bottomless. Black fog surged up and down, layer upon layer. It was a magnificent sight, and a murderous aura filled the sky. This place looks terrifying, said Stone, gazing at the black fog below. There's nothing terrifying about it. This place is special. There's no danger. As soon as Jiangqin spoke, he dove into the abyss. Everyone be careful. Follow me, Du Xiaofu warned them, then followed. Inside the abyss, the thick black fog was so thick that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Thick black fog, surging murderous aura, and the occasional wail of ghosts and gods. The three blended into one, causing one's heart to palpitate. Arcs of purple gold, lightning danced in the black fog. They didn't know where they'd come from. His mighty aura made the ordinary evil spirits not dare to approach him. The further down they went, the stronger the aura became. Even space itself trembled. A chilling aura filled the air, emanating from the depths of the abyss. The terrifying aura made one's soul tremble. They couldn't help but feel awe. "We've arrived!" Finally, after nearly an hour, Jiang Qin's figure landed on a giant cliff. Space rippled from the cliff in front of them, and rays of runic light spread out. Spatial ripples were rippling in this area, as if a crack had been torn open in space. The awe-inspiring aura in the void of the abyss just now had spread out from these rune-light cracks. It seems to be a ceiling formation. Du Xiaofu landed behind Jiang Qin, gazing at the runic cracks. The runes were faintly discernible, and the aura emanating from them caused even his nascent divinity in his Naiwen palace to tremble. This is a ceiling formation, but a few decades ago a crack appeared. That's why no one else or evil spirits have discovered it. The item you need to strengthen your artifact spirit is inside. Jiang Qin gazed at the runic cracks, then said to Du Xiaofu, "Be careful when you enter. Although cracks have appeared in the seal, if your cultivation base isn't strong enough, you'll be crushed to pieces as soon as you enter. Everyone be careful." Du Xiaofu nodded, then immediately warned the 7-star Hall disciples behind him. Hiss! Jiang Qin stepped forward, his body enveloped in light. Then he burrowed into the crack. As a ray of light rippled from the crack in the seal, his figure immediately disappeared. Hiss! Then Du Xiaofu and the others escorted the 7-star Hall disciples, who were of average strength, into the crack. When the last person entered the crack, the seal began to fluctuate violently. The dark space was even darker than the outside world. This was a misty place. It was deathly silent, as if no one had ever set foot here before. Hiss, hiss! Space rippled in midair, and then one figure after another descended into the deathly silent space. It was Du Xiaofu and the others. Heavens! When Du Xiaofu and the others appeared, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment when they saw the scene before them. Following which, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. This was an enormous space, but at this moment it was filled with densely packed piles of weapons. Weapons filled the mountain and the ground. Spirit weapons, talisman weapons, Dao weapons. This space was densely packed with ancient auras. Xiao Yu is still writing. Brothers, let's watch it tomorrow morning. Don't delay your rest. Chapter 908. This space was like a sea of weapons. The densely packed weapons numbered in the tens of millions. However, these weapons did not give off any energy fluctuations. Some were even covered in rust, as if they had existed here for countless years. So many weapons. Spirit weapons, talisman weapons, Dao weapons, high-grade Dao weapons. Tao Yu, Yuming and the other Migra's palace disciples landed and rummaged through the densely packed weapons. However, Tao Yu and the others soon discovered that these densely packed weapons did not give off any energy fluctuations. They were just piles of scrap metal. Without energy, these spirit weapons, talisman weapons, and Dao weapons lost their power. They were useless even if they were obtained. They were just piles of scrap metal. Even if they were melted down and reforged, they would lose their value. What's going on? Where did the energy in these Dao weapons and talisman weapons go? Tao Yu, Yuming and the others were heartbroken. 4 talisman masters. Seeing these countless weapons turn into scrap metal was undoubtedly heart-wrenching. Even if these weapons were damaged, they could still collect them and melted them down to reforge. This was equivalent to obtaining countless refining materials. These densely packed weapons covered the sky and covered the earth, covering the mountains and plains. What kind of refining materials would that be? Once they were brought out, it would be enough for the Migra's palace to not have to worry about refining materials for hundreds or even thousands of years. It was a pity that these densely packed refining materials that covered the mountains and plains had all turned into scrap metal at this moment. Which bastard is so wasteful? Yu Mingyuan's heart ached as he cursed the culprit who had destroyed so many refining materials. Jiang Qin gazed at the vast space of weapons, then turned to Du Xiaofu and said, "This place is very strange. You can use external forces without being restricted. Take out your weapons, and you'll be able to attract the guy inside. However, be careful, it's not to be trifled with. Fortunately, this space seems to have restricted its intelligence. Otherwise, even if I was at my peak, I would have to avoid it. You can use weapons in this place." Du Xiaofu was slightly taken aback. Then he waved his hand. Suddenly, the entire sky shook, and a greenish-golden light burst out from his palm. In the next moment, a green-gold long sword appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. A domineering and fierce aura filled the air, and it clanged in the air. This azure-gold long sword seemed simple and crude, but it was actually extremely nimble. The arc of the blade was elegant, and azure-gold light shone brightly. Runes flowed around it as if it was formed by nature. It was the tyrannical shadow that Du Xiaofu hadn't used for a long time. Can we really use weapons now? Headstone was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, the demon-slaying axe appeared in his palm. An ancient energy emanated from the demon-slaying axe. Its aura surged, and its power was no less than Du Xiaofu's tyrannical shadow. The aura of the demon-slaying axe was even more unfathomable than the aura of Tyrant Shadow. Chi-la! At that moment, Du Xiaofu and Stone summoned Tyrannical Shadow and the demon-slaying axe. The vast space of weapons suddenly trembled. Then, the densely packed swords, spears, swords, and halberds on the ground began to ripple like the tide. Crack, crack, the ground moved. It was as if something terrifying was drilling through the swords, spears, swords, and halberds. Large swaths of space began to distort. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, a large number of swords, spears, swords, and halberds began to soar into the sky, then swept out in all directions. Many dazzling runes began to bloom in the vortex, and an exceptionally dense energy undulated from it. Crack, crack, a large number of swords, spears, swords, and halberds converged. Finally, under everyone's astonished gazes, the countless swords, spears, swords, and halberds seemed to come to life. They began to condense into 100-meter-long dragon that coiled in the air. This enormous dragon was completely condensed from swords, spears, swords, and halberds. It seamlessly condensed together, and its eyes were two enormous hammer-shaped weapons that glowed with runes. Accompanied by a vast aura, it looked down on Du Xiaofu, Jiang Qin, and the others. So powerful. The vast aura swept down, causing Lin Weiqi, Dongli Jiao, Stone, and the others to tremble. Everyone could sense that the weapons in the divine watchtower were trembling, as if they wanted to drill out and submit to the enormous dragon. Buzz! Tyrannical Shadow in Du Xiaofu's hands emitted a buzzing sound. Faced with the enormous dragon and its terrifying, ancient aura, it seemed to be suppressed. Eolo! The enormous dragon roared, causing the countless weapons in the area to tremble. Then the runic light in its eyes stared intently at Du Xiaofu's tyrannical shadow and Stone's demon-slaying axe. What on earth is this thing? It's so strong. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed. He could sense that the dragon's aura wasn't any weaker than when he'd faced Jiang Qin. This is the weapon spirit that was born in this space. There should be some magical artifacts or even higher-level divine weapon fragments in this pile of weapons. Some of the weapon spirits that were left in the divine weapon fragments have been involved in this for a long time, and this weapon spirit has been born in this pile of weapons. Jiang Qin said to Du Xiaofu, "This artifact soul absorbed the power of the weapons here and grew to a terrifying level. Fortunately, it hasn't completely developed sentience yet. It's just a remnant of some of the original artifact spirits. If it did, it would be absolutely terrifying." Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed. From Jiang Qin's words, he could roughly guess the origin of this artifact soul. This artifact soul had devoured the power of the weapons here. It was easy to imagine how terrifying its growth had been. Eowyn! The enormous dragon roared, staring intently at the demon-slaying axe in Stone's hands. It seemed that the aura of the demon-slaying axe attracted the dragon even more. With a roar, it charged toward Stone. Demon-slaying axe. Stone's eyes trembled as the boundless aura surged towards him. He roared, and the ancient axe in his hand exploded with divine light. Swish! With a chop of the axe, Stone left his hand. Wind and clouds surged in the sky as an extremely terrifying energy swept out from the ancient axe. Crackle! The axe was dazzling, transforming into a bolt of lightning that slammed into the enormous dragon. Rumble! The two collided, causing the air to tremble violently. A terrifying aura swept out. Thud thud! In almost an instant, Shertu's sturdy body was sent flying. He flew several dozen meters in the air before finally landing on the ground in the distance. Instantly, Stone's face turned deathly pale. Blood spurted from his mouth, and the demon-slaying axe in his hand fell to the side. Eowyn! The enormous dragon roared, seemingly uninterested in Stone. It rushed towards the demon-slaying axe, as if intent on devouring its ancient aura. Swish! At this moment, a sword ray swept over. The azure and golden brilliance shone brightly, almost drowning the surrounding space. The sword ray instantly spread to the back of the enormous dragon with lightning speed. Buzz! This was Du Xiaofu's attack. The tyrant's shadow simply slashed out, but at this moment it contained the power to move mountains and drain seas. This sword was enough to shake mountains and rivers, collapse mountains and crack the earth and destroy everything. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever this sword ray passed, cracks appeared on the ground of the densely packed weapons plaza below. A large number of weapons cracked and shattered, and the ground cracked. Eowyn! The enormous dragon seemed to have sensed something and instinctively turned its head. A dazzling rune light that resembled a spear shot out from its mouth, directly colliding with Du Xiaofu's sword. Crackle! The two energies collided, and Du Xiaofu's sword ray was only in a deadlock for a moment. Then, under the shocked gazes of many people, the sword ray was directly destroyed. Thump thump! A terrifying force rushed over, and Du Xiaofu's body was swept away and forced to retreat. The terrifying force swept over. If it weren't for the fact that Du Xiaofu's sword had broken through to the Nirvana realm before coming here, he probably would have been sent flying. So strong! Du Xiaofu was shocked. The enormous force swept over him, causing his blood and qi to churn. This weapon spirit was actually so strong and terrifying. No wonder Jiangchen said that if this weapon spirit had truly gained sentience, even he would have had to retreat. Tyrant shadow transformation. As Du Xiaofu's figure was pushed back, layers of light bloomed from the tyrant shadow in his hand. The blade instantly transformed into layers of chain horns. Dazzling azure gold talisman patterns blossomed like the golden feathers of a golden-winged pung bird. The tyrant shadow instantly turned into an azure gold sword whip, separated from the sword body, and coiled around the weapon dragon. Crackle! The azure and golden sword whip transformed like a spirit python, a flood dragon soaring into the sky, and a rock shaking the sky. The young master's sword is so strange. Dongli Jiao, Lin Weiqi, Tao Yu Yuming Yuan, and the others had already retreated far away. They knew that they wouldn't be able to help much in a fight like this, so it was better to retreat as soon as possible, lest they add to the young master's troubles. Swoosh, swoosh! The azure and golden sword whip swept out fiercely, agile and bewitching. At an inconceivable angle, it wrapped around the enormous dragon. Eowyn! The enormous dragon roared, and runes spread all over its body. Just as the tyrant shadow wrapped around it, a terrifying suction force swallowed up the tyrant shadow's energy into its body. Chapter 909. Not good. Du Xiaofu's expression instantly changed. He hadn't expected such a turn of events. The suction force of the weaponized dragon wasn't just devouring his attack energy. It was also devouring the energy within the tyrant's shadow. It was completely impossible to resist. Retreating with all his might, the frighteningly agile and bewitching sword whip circled back and forth. But no matter how hard Du Xiaofu tried, he couldn't escape the dragon's devouring. Boom! At the same time, Du Xiaofu abruptly raised his head. Lightning surged in his eyes, sharp and terrifying. His hand seals changed, and lightning enveloped the surroundings. A tyrannical and fierce aura of punishment suddenly swept out. Crackle! Lightning poured into the tyrant's shadow, and a vast oppressive force of lightning emanated from the azure sword whip. In an instant, it was as if a lightning dragon was circling around it. Crack, crack! Finally, under the full force of Du Xiaofu's lightning energy, the huge weapon dragon's body trembled. It seemed to be filled with some kind of fear, an instinctive fear. Only then did the green-gold sword whip take advantage of this opportunity to wrap around it, before swiftly withdrawing. Crash! The azure sword whip was bewitching. Finally, it returned to its natural, simple, and elegant form. However, its aura had clearly been greatly weakened. This guy is too strong. I feel like I don't know what to do. Little Xingxing raised his head, his golden eyes staring intently at the weaponized dragon in front of him. He was worried for Du Xiaofu. Don't let the weapons near the weapon soul. It will devour the weapon's energy to strengthen itself. You can put your weapons away now. Jiang Chen watched from afar and said to Du Xiaofu, "It doesn't have intelligence yet. You can't attack it forcefully. Don't provoke its instinctive resistance. Otherwise, we'll all be in trouble. If you want it to become your weapon soul, you'll have to think of another way." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu and the heavily injured stone immediately put away the tyrant shadow and demon slaying axe. Ayo! After Du Xiaofu and stone put away the tyrant shadow and demon slaying axe, the weaponized dragon roared endlessly as if puzzled. It searched everywhere for the aura of the tyrant shadow and demon slaying axe. What should I do? There's no way to suppress it. Du Xiaofu frowned at the distant Jiangqin. Even if he used all of his power, he wouldn't be able to suppress the weapon spirit. Du Xiaofu had a solemn expression on his face as he wanted to turn this artifact spirit into his own artifact spirit. This artifact soul is like a newborn baby right now. You can try to coax it into accepting you and making it feel close to you. If you have the opportunity to place your soul imprint in this artifact soul, then it will be considered a success. Jiang Chen looked at Du Xiaofu and frowned slightly. I'm not too sure about that either. Whether or not you succeed will depend on yourself. However, you'd best hurry. In 20 days at most, the final opportunity will begin. Coax the artifact soul! Beneath his mask, Du Xiaofu was slightly taken aback. He stared at the massive dragon of weapons. There was no way he could force his way through, so he could only listen to Jiang Chen's suggestion and give it a try. Ayo! The artifact dragon roared, searching everywhere for the artifact spirit. However, there was no trace of it. It seemed to be growing impatient. Du Xiaofu frowned inwardly. He stared up at the sky and thought for a moment. Suddenly, his gaze flickered. Then Du Xiaofu pulled out an ordinary spirit artifact and tossed it at the artifact dragon. Sizzle! The artifact dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the spirit artifact Du Xiaofu tossed into its mouth. After a few short breaths, it spat it out again. However, by now the spirit artifact dragon had lost all of its power. It had become a pile of scrap metal. There were no longer any fluctuations of power. Ayo! The artifact dragon stared at Du Xiaofu, its mouth glowing with artifact runes. It was like a living creature licking its tongue, as if it hadn't had enough. Do you want more? Du Xiaofu's gaze flickered. He tossed another spirit artifact to the artifact dragon. Just like before, the artifact dragon swallowed the spirit artifact and spat out another piece of scrap metal. At this moment, when the artifact dragon's rune eyes looked at Du Xiaofu again, its aura was obviously much gentler. It's done. There's a chance to succeed. Give me the artifact rune weapons you don't want. Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up as he said to the people behind him. Seeing this, everyone was excited and happy. They immediately gave Du Xiaofu the artifact rune weapons and rune weapons they didn't want. Therefore, Du Xiaofu began to accompany the artifact dragon in this space as if he was teasing a child. He fed it and communicated with it at the same time. Du Xiaofu's efforts seemed to have an obvious effect. Under Du Xiaofu's feeding, the artifact dragon's aura was much gentler towards Du Xiaofu. However, the artifact dragon still couldn't let Du Xiaofu get too close to it. It was obviously not an easy task to get the artifact soul to completely get close and trust him. Du Xiaofu had no other choice. He could only slowly waste time with the artifact soul in this space. In order to strengthen the artifact soul in the purple gold heavenly palace, Du Xiaofu could only wait. This was not something that could be done in a day or two. Fortunately, the artifact soul had no evil intentions towards them. It just wanted to swallow the energy of the artifact rune weapons. You're not so generous to me. Seeing Du Xiaofu giving large amounts of artifact rune weapons to the artifact dragon to swallow, little Xingxing pouted and rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. Her clear and childish voice was obviously full of jealousy. The space was dark and many evil spirit auras dissipated in the air. There had just been a fierce battle here. On a mountain top, hundreds of young men and women stood together. The auras of these young men and women fluctuated slowly. They all had outstanding temperaments. The invisible auras fluctuated and made people shudder. These evil spirits are getting stronger and stronger. In front of everyone, a woman with bright eyes and faint purple pupils spoke. She was Sima Muhan of the Ancient Heaven Sect. At this moment, other than the Ancient Heaven Sects If, Jiling, Yin Machin, Jiaoming, and Si Ruofeng, there were also the World Society and Du families Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger, Silver Wing, Demonic Condor, Du Yunlong, and Du Xiaoman. Yi Piaoling, Qin Guyu, Silver Fox, Tianwu Academy's general, Gu Xinyan, and Li Yuxiao were also present. After the general, Gu Xinyan, and the others left with the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall, they immediately followed Du Xiaofu's instructions and caught up with the Ancient Heaven Sect and Du Family's World Society. The World Society was originally not well known in the Central Province. It was just that during this period of time, the World Society had become a part of several major powers. In addition to the rise of Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Silver Wing, Demonic Condor, Yi Piaoling, and Qinguyu, the World Society had swept through the sealed ancient land. This caused the World Society's name to become extremely famous in the sealed ancient lands. You guys were also saved by the Weapon Emperor, Qiao Feng. Du Xiaoman asked Zhang Lu, Guiqing, and the others from the Tianwu Academy. Her brows were slightly furrowed, and there was a trace of doubt in her eyes. Zhang Lu nodded her head. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, and her tight dress outlined her exquisite figure. She had a pretty face, and her eyes were bright. She said to Du Xiaoman, Senior Xiaoman, that Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng's strength is really too terrifying. If it wasn't for his help, I'm afraid that all of us would be doomed. It's him again. Du Xiaoman's pretty face was slightly lifted. Her pitch-black eyes were as clear as a stream. There was an indescribable sense of purity and refinement on her body. Her rather sexy attire and her slender and straight legs seemed to be silently enchanting. Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaoqing's shoulder, and her golden eyes flickered. She looked ahead and pretended not to hear anything. All right, it's time for us to set off. We should be reaching our destination soon. However, To reach our destination, we have to cross the evil spirit dead beach first. That is a place of great danger, so you guys have to pay attention to your safety." Sima Muhan's purple eyes glowed with intelligence and charm as she reminded those from the World Society, Du Clan, and Tianwu Academy. In comparison, the overall strength of the Ancient Heaven sect was stronger than that of Tianwu Academy, Du Clan, and the World Society. "Everyone be careful," Du Xiaoman said to the people of the Du family and the World Society. She was wearing an orange-red loose garment that was tied around her waist. Unexpectedly, she was not slim at all. Under her short skirt, her legs were slender, tall, and fair, looking exceptionally hot. "Someone's coming, and it's a powerful lineup." Du Xiaoyao, who was looking into the distance, suddenly felt her gaze tremble. She could sense that there were many people rushing over from the front. Swish, swish. When everyone heard this, their gazes immediately swept towards the sky in front of them. Swish, swish in the dim sky in the distance. Many streaks of light suddenly flew over from afar. After a few flashes, they appeared in the sky. The aura of the group was very powerful, and there were several hundred of them. The fluctuations of their auras caused the disciples of the Ancient Heaven sect to pay attention. These hundreds of young men and women were dressed very strangely. Although their clothes were different, they were all dressed differently. Regardless of whether they were male or female, there was a lifelike sword-shaped pattern embroidered on their shoulders. In the sky above, a group of young men who emitted a faint and cold aura swept down from the dark sky. Then this young man landed in front of Sima Muhan, Shui Ruhan, Chunling, and Du Xiaoqing. This young man looked to be around 24 or 25 years old. He had fair skin and a pair of dazzling black eyes that seemed to be able to see through reincarnation. When he was serious, they were like the cold stars. When he was silent, he was as cold as ice. The side of his face was as sharp as a knife. The young man's appearance and expression gave people a feeling of extreme sharpness, like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed. The young man wore a long robe and had a slender figure. On his back, there were 3 sheath-long swords that spread out like a fan. The 3 long swords were gold, white, and yellow respectively. When Sima Muhan, Shui Ruhan, Chunling, and Yin Machin looked at the young man in front of them, their gazes flickered. Chapter 910. The young man landed and looked around. Finally, he asked Sima Muhan, "Is Qiao Feng here?" "Nameless, why are you looking for Qiao Feng?" Beside Sima Muhan, Shui Ruhan slowly walked out. Her eyes were filled with spirit as she stared at the sharp man. Her cheeks were slightly dimpled, and her beauty was unparalleled. Her eyes had a faint blue light like the sea. "I heard that he's the disciple of the Weapon Sovereign. I've been looking for him for a long time." The young man called Nameless scanned the crowd and looked at Shui Ruhan. "It seems that Qiao Feng has left again. However, we'll meet again. When that time comes, I'll defeat him. Do you have a grudge against Qiao Feng?" Sima Muhan frowned and asked Nameless. "No grudge. It's just a debt from 1,400 years ago," Nameless said. Everyone from the ancient sky sect, Du Xiaoqing, Yi Piaoling, Du Yunlong, and Du Xiaoman were confused. The crowd found it hard to imagine that Qiao Feng, the Weapon Emperor, and Nameless were related to 1,400 years ago. "It seems that you're quite confident. However, why do I feel that you'll most likely not be Qiao Feng's opponent when the time comes?" Sima Muhan pouted and looked at Nameless. "I know you. You're Sima Muhan, the daughter of the ancient sky sect's leader, Sima Tuxing. You have the talent of a human sovereign, and you're quite accomplished in the way of the sword." Nameless looked at Sima Muhan and said softly, "However, you won't be my opponent in the way of the sword. I can tell you that if you want to defeat me, you'll have to think of other ways." "Is that so? Then we can try it now." Hearing this, Sima Muhan pouted. Runes spread out from her light purple eyes, and a fierce aura spread out from within her graceful body. Now is not the time. There will naturally be a chance when the time comes. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can cross the evil spirit dead beach. Nameless, profound chi surged under his feet, and he immediately flew away. Whoosh, whoosh. In the air, the hundreds of people also quickly left and disappeared in the air once again. Humph. Sima Muhan snorted and stomped her feet. It is said that John Doe's attainments in swordsmanship and his cultivation in swordsmanship are so high that even the elders in the sect are ashamed of their inferiority. He is indeed a difficult person to deal with. Shui Ruhan gently patted Sima Muhan's shoulder. Her voice was as gentle as water, like the sound of nature. Standing beside Sima Muhan, she was like a lotus bud that had just emerged from the water, pure and untainted. I don't believe that my attainments in the sword Dao are inferior to his. Sima Muhan was obviously unconvinced. Ever since she lost to that guy, she had spent a lot of time and energy to comprehend the Bright Saint sword manual. She did not believe that John Doe could be stronger than her. It doesn't matter if your sword Dao is insufficient, as long as you can suppress him in other areas. Xiang Ling stepped forward with a deep smile on his face. He said to Sima Muhan, "The people of the Huijian sect specialize in the sword Dao. They do have a lot of skills in the sword Dao, but they are only powerful in the sword Dao." As his voice fell, his eyes moved, and he added, "However, that Nameless is indeed a dangerous person. Let's go to the evil spirit dead beach first. There will be a fierce battle there." Ruo Shui Ruhan said softly, her blue eyes slightly focused. At that time, who knew how many people would die on the evil spirit dead beach? But only by crossing the evil spirit dead beach could one obtain the great opportunity. Go! In the vast weapon space, Du Xiaofu threw out a practitioner weapon. Ayo! The weapon dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the symbol weapon. A moment later, it spat out a piece of scrap metal. Then, it intimately circled around Du Xiaofu's side. The runes in its eyes looked at Du Xiaofu as if it had not had enough. There are not many practitioner weapons left, Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. A total of 8 days had passed. Du Xiaofu had taken thousands of spiritual weapons from the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall, as well as hundreds of practitioner weapons. They had all been swallowed by the weapon dragon and turned into scrap metal. This made Du Xiaofu's heart ache. It was as if his heart was bleeding. But after paying such a huge price, he had obtained a lot of benefits. A few days ago, the weapon dragon dared to come close. Yesterday, it even made Du Xiaofu sit on its back. However, Du Xiaofu sensed that yesterday was not the time to place a soul imprint on the weapon soul. If the weapon soul was frightened and resisted, all his previous efforts would be for naught. It would be impossible for him to use this move again. He also didn't have that many spiritual weapons and practitioner weapons to use. Hiss! Du Xiaofu flew out, landed on the weapon dragon's head, and gently stroked it. The weapon dragon was like a living creature, intimately leaning against Du Xiaofu. It gently rubbed against Du Xiaofu's palm, its aura gentle. Now you can try. Use the power of your primordial spirit to guide the weapon soul out. Otherwise, you won't be able to place a soul imprint. Jiang Qin's voice traveled into Du Xiaofu's ears. If the weapon soul trusts you, it'll naturally come out. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved when he heard this. He looked at the enormous creature beneath his palm. He was clearly aware in his heart that there was a terrifying existence within this enormous creature. At this moment, it was intimate and docile. Once he accidentally infuriated it, the consequences would be extremely terrifying. Connect with the primordial spirit guide. When he heard this, Du Xiaofu formed a hand seal. His primordial spirit power spread out from his Naiwen palace, and he began to release it. Roar! As if sensing the sudden fluctuations of primordial spirit's aura, the weapon dragon was startled. It hurriedly retreated like a frightened deer. Walala! At the same time, the energy of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit rippled. An ancient aura spread out, slowly approaching the weapon dragon. It radiated kindness like a gentle caress. The weapon dragon raised its head. Runes flickered in its eyes. It seemed to be filled with confusion. It hummed softly and circled around, studying Du Xiaofu curiously. It didn't seem to sense any threat from Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit power. The weapon dragon began to approach again and began to act affectionately. After being frightened by the weapon dragon, Du Xiaofu didn't dare act rashly. He could only continue to play with the weapon dragon. Finally, under the gentle caress of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit power, the weapon dragon behaved like a naughty child. In this space, no one had ever played with it like this before. It also sensed that Du Xiaofu had no ill intentions, so it finally began to relax its final defenses. Crack, crack. The densely packed swords, spears, swords, and halberds around the weapon dragon began to loosen. Light overflowed, and in the end, it was like a storm of weapons. Large swaths of swords, spears, swords, and halberds fell from the sky, piling up into a mountain of weapons. A dazzling ball of light appeared in the air. It shone like the sun, and it was only 3 feet in diameter. Within the dazzling ball of light, there seemed to be swords, spears, and halberds. There were countless variations, and the presence that rippled out was extremely terrifying. The ball of light pulsed with a soul-shaking presence. It began to play with the power of Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit outside his body. The swords, spears, swords, and halberds began to change like a naughty child. They seemed to be extremely close to Du Xiaofu. This was the weapon soul of the space. The appearance of the weapon soul meant that it trusted Du Xiaofu greatly. However, Du Xiaofu still did not dare to act rashly. He was afraid that he would not be able to successfully imprint a soul on the weapon soul. Feeling that this artifact soul was like a naughty child and incomparably pure, Du Xiaofu actually couldn't bear it. He felt that if he suddenly attacked at this moment, even if he placed a soul imprint on it, he wouldn't be able to bear it. Quick, it's already lowered its guard. Start imprinting it. Jiangqin's voice once more entered Du Xiaofu's ears. There wasn't much time left. Du Xiaofu had to immediately imprint a soul on it. Hiss! As soon as Jiangqin spoke, Du Xiaofu retracted his hand seals. Instantly, the power of his primordial spirit vanished. Du Xiaofu didn't immediately imprint a soul. Instead, he retreated, putting some distance between himself and the weapon soul. What are you planning to do? Why haven't you made a move yet? You don't have much time left. Jiangqin frowned. There wasn't much time left. He looked at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu shook his head. I have no confidence in being able to imprint a soul on the weapon soul, he said. The weapon soul is very strong. Even at my peak, I would have to retreat before it. If you fail, all your previous efforts will be for naught, and the next opportunity will undoubtedly be even more difficult. Jiangqin raised his head slightly, looked at Du Xiaofu for a moment, then nodded. Although the weapon soul hadn't gained sentience, it was still terrifyingly strong. Imprinting a soul on it would be extremely difficult. Even an ordinary 8-star talisman master would find it difficult to succeed. Then what do you plan to do? Give up on the secret path? Jiangqin asked Du Xiaofu. No, I want to try another method. Let's wait and see for a day or 2, Du Xiaofu said, gritting his teeth. He seemed to have come to a decision. Then be careful. I hope you still have time, Jiangqin reminded Du Xiaofu. The mountain range was interconnected like a dancing dragon or a dancing snake. Towering peaks were haphazardly arranged, like a majestic ink painting. Chapter 9:11. However, this mountain range was filled with a murderous aura. Black fog surged, and not a single blade of grass grew in the surroundings, making one's soul tremble. On a mountain peak, figures flickered. There were thousands of people standing there. Looking carefully, it was the Saint Dongli Chihuang and Cheng Xingnan from the Great Will sect and the Divine Light Court. The evil spirit dead beach is not far ahead. We need to wait for people from other forces to come. Otherwise, it will be difficult to cross the evil spirit dead beach. Dongli Chihuang looked sideways at Chang Shengnan. His eyes rippled brilliantly. His golden hair and red robes were enough to make countless women submit to him. When the time comes, be careful. This time it is said that Spirit Sky Valleys in Lingjun, Huijian Sex Wuming, Shindu Gates Jiang Rolin, Sky Snake Sex Shilongyang, Xianming Sex Ming Rongyin, Ancient Heaven Sex Ruashuan, and Shenling are all extremely talented and powerful people. Qing Xingnan looked sideways. Hua Guang's eyes carried a soul-stirring power, making people feel ethereal and far away. Dongli Chihuang looked at the woman in front of him and reached out to hold her slender fingers. He said softly, "Don't worry. This time, we will all enter the top 10. For you, I will definitely take first place. After we leave this place, we will get married early." Hearing Dongli Chihuang's words, Chang Shengnan's eyes rippled without leaving a trace. Chang Shengnan looked at Dongli Chihuang quietly. In his gentle manner, he quietly revealed a complicated expression that was difficult to detect. He did not say anything. It was just that within Hua Guang's eyes, there was a faint look of confusion. When he raised his head to look at the east-parting Scarlet Phoenix again, his eyes were filled with a smile that could move one's soul. Whoosh, whoosh! Behind him, the sound of wind breaking resounded. Hundreds of figures landed on the nearby mountain peak. The one in the lead was an extremely young man. His eyes shone with divine light, like the stars in the sky. He had a high nose bridge, fair skin, and a face as delicate as jade. However, he was bald. On the young man's bald head, there were 9 scars that looked like 9 mysterious runes, shining brightly. Immeasurable sect. Looking at the hundreds of people descending, Dongli Chihuang's beautiful eyes flashed with a faint coldness. His gaze then fell on the bald young man leading the group. On the mountain peak, the bald youth seemed to have sensed Dongli Chihuang's gaze. He raised his head slightly and looked at him. His scarlet brocade robe fluttered slightly, and there was a faint luster flowing on his sparkling skin. His entire body was fluctuating with an aura of supremacy. "Senior brother, are you from the Great Will sect?" Behind the bald and handsome young man, an extraordinary young man said in a relaxed manner, "Now is not the time to make a move. After the evil spirit dead beach, there will be a time to fight. Let's wait for now. The others should be arriving soon." The 9th level spiritual emperor's gaze flickered. His scarlet robe fluttered in the wind on the mountain peak, as if a god had descended. However, the fluctuating aura was able to calm one's soul and calm one's heart. A moment later, the people on the 2 mountain peaks began to sit cross-legged on the mountain peaks. They began to close their eyes and rest. It could be seen that everyone's faces were slightly solemn. Whoosh, whoosh! For hours later, the sound of wind breaking resounded. Hundreds of figures descended on the mountain peak again. In front of these hundreds of figures, there was a man wearing a green robe with cloud sleeves. He raised his head slightly and looked at the 2 mountain peaks beside him. The green robe with cloud sleeves had long eyelashes that formed a shallow arc on his elegant face. His clear eyes flashed with a brilliance that could not be caught. However, if one wanted to peek at it, one would be unconsciously attracted by it. "And Ling Jun, you're not dead yet?" Just as the elegant man landed, a young man swept over from behind him. His silky, smooth black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. It was loosely tied up with a scarlet ribbon. The young man also landed on an uninhabited mountain peak not far away. His thin lips were as light as water, and his skin was very white and delicate. A pair of bright and clear eyes emitted a gentle and warm light. However, there was also a kind of aura that rejected others. Looking from afar, the young man's entire body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. However, that aura was extremely restrained, and ordinary people would not be able to detect it. "Ming Rongyin, isn't your profound underworld sect also here? You didn't lose an arm or a leg along the way, right? The elegant man looked at the young man who landed and spoke in an extremely sharp tone. Don't worry. Even you and Ling Jun didn't lose an arm or a leg. I definitely won't. I hope that you won't lose an arm or a leg at the evil spirit dead beach. Ming Rongin's body emitted a faint aura. His words were sharp and sharp. He rolled his eyes at Ling Jun. It seemed that the two of them were not on good terms. Immediately after, hundreds of figures landed behind Ming Rongin. Their auras were extremely powerful. It was obvious that there were several martial emperor auras present. And Ling Jun did not speak again. He sat down cross-legged and began to close his eyes to rest. After Ming Rongin's gaze swept across the surrounding mountain peaks, his bright eyes moved slightly. Then he also closed his eyes to rest. Swoosh, swoosh. After another few hours, the sound of wind breaking rang out again. In this part of the sky, there seemed to be a special kind of zither music coming from afar. The zither music was like a stream of water, like a whisper. The zither music spread in this dark space, causing the black aura in the air to ripple with small circles of ripples. Swoosh, swoosh! At this moment, on the surrounding mountain peaks, the 9th level spirit emperor, Dongli Chihuang, Cheng Shengnan, Ming Rongin, and Ling Jun, and the others suddenly opened their eyes and looked towards the distant sky. In the sky, a beautiful figure swept through the air. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind as she landed gracefully. She was like a fairy that had descended, untainted by dust. The beautiful figure was dressed in a light yellow dress that fluttered in the wind. Her ink-black hair fluctuated with a soft luster. Her ethereal eyes were clear and ethereal. Her eyelashes were deeply arched, and the outline of her face revealed an otherworldly elegance. The woman landed on the mountain peak with a delicate smile on her face. She had the purity of a pear blossom and the brilliance of a cherry blossom, causing the hearts of many youths around her to surge. Xiandu Gate, Jiangrolin. On the surrounding mountain peaks, many youths cried out in surprise. Their eyes were somewhat dull. That woman was too beautiful. Compared to Qing Shengnan, she had a completely different style. She was pure and untainted like a fairy. Whoosh, whoosh! Many figures, accompanied by extraordinary auras, landed behind the fairy-like woman. The hundreds of people scanned their surroundings, then closed their eyes and began to meditate. Chi! Not long after the fairy-like woman arrived, the sound of wind breaking came from behind her. A white-clothed youth landed on the mountain peak. His pair of extremely gentle and clear eyes were fixed on a handsome face. This youth was dressed in white, and his handsome face was sickly pale. However, there was a clear coldness to it. After the youth landed, hundreds of people landed behind him. Each of them had a snake-shaped badge on their shoulders. They were the disciples of the Sky Snake sect. As one of the 9 major forces, the Sky Snake sect was not inferior to the Great Will sect or the Ancient Heaven sect. Time passed slowly. Then Wu Ming of the Intelligent Sword sect led the disciples of the Intelligent Sword sect to arrive. Then Zhu Shui of the Profound Talisman sect, Guoming, and the others also appeared in this group of mountains. Then many disciples of the Ancient Heaven sect, the World Society, and the Du family appeared one after another on the surrounding mountains. Every time someone arrived, it would cause some people to size them up. However, they would then continue to meditate. Everyone knew that it wouldn't be long before a great battle was about to begin. It would be a destructive battle. Who knew how many people would die in it? If they could preserve their strength now, they would have a higher chance of breaking through when the time came. Following the arrival of the disciples of the major forces, many small and medium-sized forces and their companions arrived one after another. It was not difficult to see that many people's auras were chaotic and looked quite miserable. Dongli Chihuang, 9th level Spirit Emperor, Cheng Shengnan, Jiang Wolin, Zhu Shui, Wu Ming, and Ling Jun, Ming Rongyin, Xilangyang, and the others have all arrived. On one of the mountain peaks, Ian Machin looked at the surrounding peaks. A faint smile appeared on his handsome and elegant face. His eyes, which had been calm before, rippled at this moment. In the ancient heaven sect, he was only below Sima Muhan and Shui Ruhan. However, in this sealed ancient land, the 9 major forces had gathered. Ian Machin knew that if he were to face the 9th-level Spirit Emperor, Dongli Chihuang and Lingjun and the others, who were the strongest of the major forces, he would be inferior. Dongli Chihuang and Cheng Xingnan are not good people. Du Shaoqing raised her eyebrows. A trace of coldness flashed in her eyes. She was unhappy with Cheng Xingnan and Dongli Chihuang. Ouyang Shuang looked at Du Shaoqing as a helpless smile appeared on her peerless face. Soon after, a slightly solemn expression flashed across her face as she reminded Du Shaoqing in a soft voice. The Eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix was forced to suffer a loss last time. I'm afraid it won't let this matter rest so easily. We have to be careful. Du Shaoqing nodded slightly. She also knew that Dongli Chihuang was not weak. She said softly, "Our goal is to seize the last opportunity first. If the Great Luan Sect and the Divine Light Court still dare to provoke our world society, I will definitely not let them have an easy time. In front of some people in this world, the Great Luan Sect and the Divine Light Court are nothing." Sima Muhan heard this and looked at Du Shaoqing. Hearing this, her delicate face also revealed a slight smile. Sima Muhan did not say anything. Then her light purple eyes flickered and she said to the crowd in a serious tone, "Everyone, let's do some breathing exercises. The great opportunity is about to open. However, before that, we have to pass through the evil spirit Dead Beach. That is a place of great danger. We can't be careless." Yes. Hearing this, many people nodded and began to sit cross-legged and meditate. Chapter 9:12. Within the gloomy weapon space, Du Xiaofu's nascent spirit spread out, playing with the weapon soul. Another 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Du Xiaofu deliberately ignored the weapon soul. Instead, the weapon soul approached Du Xiaofu of its own accord. Sometimes, when Du Xiaofu deliberately walked away, the weapon soul would follow him. What exactly is the young temple master planning? He should be able to place a soul imprint now, shouldn't he? Dongli Diao looked at Du Xiaofu, who was playing with the artifact spirit, with a puzzled look in his eyes. Everyone had been waiting in the artifact space for more than 10 days. That weapon soul is too strong. I'm afraid the young temple master isn't confident he'll be able to forcibly place a soul imprint on it. I trust he has his own plans, Wu Masheng said to Dongli Diao. Wu Masheng said to Dongli Diao, as a talisman master, he was naturally more familiar with this than Dongli Diao. Jiangqin sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, beginning to meditate. Can you understand what I'm saying? Perhaps you'll be able to understand, right? In the air, Du Xiaofu's nascent spirit power rippled gently as he stared at the weapon soul. Within the weapon soul, all sorts of blades, spears, swords, and halberds flickered with light. They floated quietly in front of Du Xiaofu, as if they really could understand Du Xiaofu's words. Can you really understand? Do you want to leave this place immediately? Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up with joy. He immediately continued, asking the weapon soul. Whoosh! The weapon's soul gazed at Du Xiaofu. Light filled the air. It cheerfully circled Du Xiaofu, as if it really could understand Du Xiaofu's words. Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up with joy. After a moment of thought, he gritted his teeth and murmured, "Let's give it a shot. This is the only way." As soon as he spoke, the box on Du Xiaofu's back opened. The heavenly palace of purple gold floated in front of him. Suddenly, the entire weapon space rumbled and shook. Boom! In this weapon space, the ground of the weapon was filled with cracks. Roar! The heavenly palace of purple gold appeared. It was entirely purple gold with the bones of a tiger and the posture of a dragon. The secret patterns of the green dragon and black tortoise flickered. The tiger beast on the sword hilt roared ferociously and was about to pounce. At this moment, the artifact soul trembled and stared at the purple gold heavenly tower. Feeling the aura of the purple gold heavenly tower, the weapon's soul seemed to trust Du Xiaofu and was not frightened. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. It seemed to be better than he had imagined. He formed a hand seal, and the new artifact spirit of the heavenly palace of purple gold immediately flew out. Hula! A dazzling talisman rune shot into the sky from the purple gold heavenly tower. Its power erupted like a volcano. The roars of dragons and tigers, the cries of birds and turtles sounded like thunder and wind. Within the light was the illusory image of a sword. It looked exactly the same as the heavenly palace of purple gold. Talisman runes flickered. It was the manifestation of the artifact spirit that Du Xiaofu had placed in the heavenly palace of purple gold. However, the artifact spirit was still relatively weak. Compared to the weapon's soul, it was still far too weak. Hiss! Off in the distance, atop a mountain of weapons, Jiang Qin, seated cross-legged, opened his eyes and looked at Du Xiaofu. The artifact spirit's appearance caused the weapon's soul to flicker with light. It seemed to be sizing up the heavenly palace of purple gold's artifact spirit with curiosity. Merge with it, and you'll be able to leave this place and come with me. The power of Du Xiaofu's nascent spirit spread out gently as he spoke to the artifact spirit. At the same time, the sword-shaped artifact spirit of the heavenly palace of purple gold slowly approached the weapon's soul. Roar! Suddenly the weapon's soul moved. Saber, spear, sword, and halberd transformed into a bolt of lightning. It was so close that Du Xiaofu's heavenly palace of purple gold's artifact spirit was completely unstoppable. Then it swallowed it whole. Not good. Tao Yu and Yuming Yuan sensed something off in the distance. Their eyes widened in shock, but there was nothing they could do. Puchi! Du Xiaofu coughed up a mouthful of golden blood. The heavenly palace of purple gold's artifact spirit had been crushed and swallowed by the weapon's soul. Du Xiaofu looked as if he'd suffered a heavy blow. His face instantly turned deathly pale. Buzz, buzz! As the artifact spirit was swallowed, the heavenly palace of purple gold trembled, accompanied by the incessant wails of ghosts and gods. We failed. Jiang Qin's figure instantly appeared beside Du Xiaofu. The weapon's spirit had been swallowed by the weapon's soul. His chances of retrieving the corpse core were even lower now. Hiss, hiss! As soon as Jiang Qin appeared, the artifact spirit seemed to be startled. It instantly burrowed back into the weapon and disappeared. My estimation was wrong. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He hadn't expected his estimation to be so wrong. Even the artifact spirit of the heavenly palace of purple gold had been swallowed up. What should we do now? The artifact spirit has been startled. I'm afraid it won't come out again. It's unlikely we'll have a chance to forcibly place a soul imprint on it. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows slightly, his dark eyes rippling with emotion. Du Xiaofu glanced at the weapon's space. The weapon's soul had already disappeared. His chances of summoning it again were slim. After a moment, Jiang Qin said to Du Xiaofu, "There's not much time left. Why don't we leave first? Perhaps once we leave, the experts of your sect will have a way to suppress the old artifact spirit." Beneath his mask, Du Xiaofu's gaze flickered. He looked back at Jiang Qin, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and said softly, "You all should leave first. I want to try one last time. Perhaps if I stay here alone, the artifact spirit will have a chance to come out." Jiang Qin looked into Du Xiaofu's eyes. After a long moment, he nodded. Afterwards, Jiang Qin, Lin Weiqi, Dongli Diao, Stone, and the others left the weapon's space. After Jiang Qin, Lin Weiqi, Stone, and the others left, Du Xiaofu glanced around and said, "I know you're in here. Come out. I won't hurt you." His words echoed through the air, but they didn't cause any ripples. The artifact spirit didn't appear again. It was as if it had vanished into the vast weapon space. Atop a mountain peak, Zhu Shui gazed into the distance. Her delicate and beautiful face focused slightly. Then she turned to Guoming and the others and said, "Up ahead is the great opportunity. When the time comes, the space there will change and divine lightning will descend. However, at that time, countless powerful evil spirits will appear on the evil spirit dead beach. They'll seem to be guarding it. If we want to obtain the divine lightning body, tempering divine lightning, we'll have to charge through the evil spirit dead beach and purge the evil spirits. This is the duty and responsibility of all cultivators of the central continent." Guoming nodded. He could sense that the space in front of them was somewhat unusual. There were faint traces of spatial distortions. "It seems that we'll need another 2 or 3 days. There should be some movement up ahead." "Let's get ready," said a young martial emperor from the Profound Talisman sect. Zhu Shui nodded. The disciples of the Profound Talisman sect all sat down cross-legged and meditated, waiting for the final change in space. The space around them was quiet. There was an invisible, oppressive atmosphere that shrouded the space. As they waited in silence, more and more people gathered in the area. After another 2 days, figures flickered, blotting out the sun. These people weren't as quiet as the disciples of the 9 great powers. Clamorous discussions could be heard, and it was noisy and noisy. However, no one dared to disturb the people of the 9 great powers. Whether it was the strength of the 9 great powers themselves or the strength of their disciples, they were existences that ordinary people couldn't afford to provoke. As time passed, the space in front of them became more and more distorted. Black fog began to gather from all directions. Clearly, there was something up ahead that was about to happen. In the gloomy valley, black fog surged. Countless evil spirits raised their heads. Their blood-red eyes looked even more frightening and strange in the dim space. 3 figures stood in front of the countless evil spirits. Black fog surged around them. They were 2 men and a woman. The aura on their bodies distorted the space around them. They were terrifyingly powerful. A thin, middle-aged man in a black robe was faintly discernible in the space. He wore a black hood, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes. He looked at the black fog in front of him and said in a sharp and cold voice, "Those humans and beasts are here. It's been another 30 years. We've waited for another 30 years. This time it should be about time. As long as we can make a breakthrough, we won't be trapped in this land of death anymore." A burly man in a black robe was faintly discernible. He had short red hair that looked like a mane on his head. His eyes were filled with blood-red light. "Ha!" the woman giggled. She had a beautiful figure. Her bright red silk dress was trailing on the ground. Her beautiful black hair was only tied up with a few bright red hair ribbons. She was as elegant and pure as a budding lotus flower. However, there was a hidden seductiveness in her. She said to the 2 people beside her, "Get ready. It's better for us to leave first. Although those humans and beasts aren't here, they've set up a talisman formation here. We'll be in trouble once they notice our presence." The 3 figures then turned into black fog and disappeared on the spot. Roar! It was just that this valley stretched far into the distance, and the terrifying evil spirits had gathered from some unknown place. It was as if the evil world had opened its door. More and more evil spirits gathered, and they were everywhere in the mountains and plains. In the divine Thunder Mountain range, only the major forces and some small and medium-sized forces had set up camp for the past few months. As time passed, countless people swarmed in from all directions of the Middle Continent. The densely packed crowd covered the entire divine Thunder Mountain range. It was bustling with noise and excitement. Looking at the time, I'm afraid it's about to open. The space-time talisman formation will open in the Heavenly Talents competition. We'll be the first to know. It's the biggest event in the entire Middle Continent that happens once every 30 years.